So, there's a lot of topics that you do listen in order for you to carry on, to get the information back to the local community. So with that, committee members, let's go ahead and get started. I think we're recording. This is a Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. It's a regular meeting via telecommunications. We're here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I do have today's date, actually is Thursday, June 9th, 2022. Time again is 10:09 a.m. There is a proposed agenda that was posted 24 hours in advance. And presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. For the record, I do have Honorable Edison Wanika here on the floor too as well, and I have Honorable Eugene So here right outside the chambers. Let's go ahead and I did call the meeting to order. Let's get a roll call, and then we'll continue on from there. Again, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Excuse me, Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Chairman Kealan's here.
Honorable Kealan Begay answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is excused. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati. Honorable Amber Knez-Bakrati is present via text. Honorable Speaker Damon is present in the chambers. Honorable Herman Daniels.
Good morning, President. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniels answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Mr. President, good morning.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not answer roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am present. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika is present in the chambers. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is also excused. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm here. I'm present. Thomas Walker.
answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Good morning. This is Delegate Yellowhair. I'm present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates present and who answered roll call.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That we do have 15 members present. That does consist of a quorum. Thank you again, everyone being on the line and listening in. Now moving on down on our agenda, our proposed agenda, we do have an invocation. Colleagues, I just ask, is there anybody who'd like to give an invocation this morning?
Yeah, just in Daniel.
Yes,
Thank
good
you.
morning, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, I can do invocation.
Great, thank you very much, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you very much, Kudo, Mr. Chair. Shita Yaja, and the Kudo Senat, Senegi Kudo, Naabik'íyáti committee members, and his staff. Oshi Yati Niso, and was it out with the deal with all the Kudo tourism bit easy. Ik heb gewoon mijn afstaan. Ik heb gewoon de zona is het gaan. Ik heb gewoon het voor lang. Ik weet niet dat ik gewoon niet gewoon. I don't know. He not. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. Kudo. Asata alle gewoon die benefit aan. Kudo zona koi gewoon. O asen de gewoon. Santeen ben ik na de strategie. Dat is ik heb gewoon. I don't know. Mijn afstaan gewoon. Weet we kan naar de speel. Ik dan kan het niet. We kan het niet heel toch gewoon. Edo I say yeah hona. Kudo ne na tolle kudo. Dit se hona asal de ki hona. Naabik'íyáti hona agenda hona is for hona. Ada kui go se hona sabe ta na dit ai hona. Tas son la hona. Njono ko hona. Bandit ilo nas bedat il hona. Sa se a konbelanda il to nana. Aro nana kudo ne hona. Njono il ni hona. Zonon fa kefo ya ta to ho kosteni sta hon sodole fa ya dat egi fa benas dot baligi fa tabt zil gi hon fa ya dat egi hon Benny Hona Sondo Lestitch Hona, Arunana Hona, Benel Nate or Lesel Hona, so that the Benil Nagim is a Hona is a last folder. Benel Nate or Les Hona, but I had hot 8 or Les Hona, Nahaba Dash yesterday and Slany Hona. Hon bananas a dish and then the Hon Torn and the dark kit and Lahona, Nahaba Dash and Habits on, dark and Habits had the Hona staying on the Slany. Aron his loud Hona. Which Aronan, which the hard is your cost the Hona. Hon bananas a dish Hona, you doubt name Hona. It's not hit the cart and Lahona, none if you can't dark. Aaron Haba Dashia. Sabakit no eat the Hona staying on the Slany Hona. Aron hik eda hon at hona. As well edest at the Haldoni the Hona. Hon adi Hona. But how deal Dodon Han not I to Kato, ne Nizabasama de ne Kato les Hona. Arunan Hona. But how to buy at the Kat and Lahona. But Zeda Nev Gehona, but Sakis the Gat at an Lahona. Hona, but Anda is dead and Lahona. Eda Hona. But the unknown heart de Nos and Hona, but Seal and heart de Nos and Hona. Arunan Hona. Miss Fan Leniki Hona, Picacho by needs and Stahona. Miss Fan Lenis and he is what a Shady and a Slany Hona. Hona by a harder deal, Hona. We can all close a harder doll yet, or yet 100 outless, by 100 eatless Hona. 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 Heart is a Hona. A boil that and then he is that and Lahona, over the wheel that and Lahona. We can't out outless Hona. Arunan Hona, Hona. Hona. Hik Edan Lahona, the house Argahon, the house Twitter Sani, the Hon, Habitahon or so, the house Senate Hona, Hona, Senan Lenny, the Habit no 8 on and Habatasia. San a great Hona, a great a Santa Cleco Hona, that day is Nissan Lick at Hona, Hajopa Dain Zohona. Kalita Hon Pesos at Nad this Astan Zohona, Tada the cart and Lenhashen. Eda hon Haba Dacia Hona, asked Hona, so how she but what they slant Hona, so he on it out at all safety on the Slany Hona, Hona Dejan, yet the Hona Sodo let Hona, so how it's under the Nistan La Hona. Shinala Hona, at the state of the Hona, out of Kiam, that's what Dashan Ash, president or vice president, the Habata so I don't know, division directors asked Hona, executive branch. Arunana legislative branch wants that years Hona, but I understand Hona. Arunana judicial branch, Shema, as a home, but isn't that the Sigita Hona, Arthur Habata Hona, Son Habata Hona, Syrian Slane, Aruna Hona, Ahn Leniki Hona, 24th Navajo Nation Council, one, based on Anna Dane East Ega Hona, Nahat and the Hona, Negan has asked the Hona Habata Sianaha, Nahab. Get at an easy and unseen Hona. I don't know not honest change had a thought and the Hona. There's not been and there's not had a thought and the Hona chapters. Chapter officials and the grazing official land boards than the Hona. Nahabata Hona. I don't know about send the Hona, but Nahabaka no in Habata Hasia. What that's what they send or let the Benibi Hona. On the Hon T. Carnate that and the Hon outreach. Hita Hona, Alt Hona, Bein Hossia safety than long home, Ben Hosianon, what I Hona. When send home, so the snake or the Benny's mate or let Hona, the Benebi Hona, Alt Honani to Hozondors, Art Bean and it's Hozondors, Hozon Hustling, Hozon Hustling, Hozon Hustling, Hozon Hustling. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for that wonderful invocation this morning. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down on our proposed agenda. Item number 2 is the recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time. Are there any recognitions? I don't have anybody in the queue that's been.
Speaker, this is Del Gibagay.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Elmer Begay. The floor is yours.
Okay, John. Good morning, John. Chairman, Speaker Damon, other the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and other people that are on the line. yeah, I had business just to recognize some people. I'd like to recognize DOJ Michelle Brown for water rights units, attorneys on Untitled, and then also the Deputy Attorney General too, Kimberly Thatcher, Ada, and one of them from the attorney from Phoenix. That one of the used to be an attorney for us, Candace French, for their input of putting up a ceremony for water rights. They had it Tuesday, so all the attorneys, there's more attorneys that came out, and I believe water management was there too. So then also by my brother too, Delegate Slater, Charles Slater was there too. So so they had a ceremony, and the topic was Avery Denny. So I think we all need the blessing. And we do what we can with all our expertise and working on some data and all kinds of technical assistance that we can have and put it into legislations and to move forward like that. But most of all, that there's something that's missing is a belief. Just how these leadership from our past leadership at the beginning, that's how they were being carried their leadership. They were strong too. Their advocacy was strong. There was just a prayer, there's just songs, and there's just their belief. Okay, so right now, to come back down, to get down to the nature, get down to the ground level and the grassroots, and they're realizing that and sitting on the dirt floor and do a ceremony, and just with a thought, just with the humbleness, the peace, to acknowledge our water that we have, to greet our water or the female water and the male water, the female rain and the male rain too. To acknowledge that, to greet them, that to say that this is our water. Water belongs to us. It has a song and it has a prayer, and we're part of it too as a Dinya people, our clan, there's part of it is water, and with that, we can have the right to say that this is our water, and we're here to use it. And I think there was a very, very, very good ceremony that took place to get back down to where we are, and there's our sovereignty. And this is the water, that the boundary around us, where we live in it. Even as looking at the drought too. What are we doing for the drought too? All these are water that are going down because of dam, but the water's all going down the valley. People are just swimming in it. People die in it. That's how it's been used. Is that how we take care of our mother water, our father water? So that was a very good ceremony. I think you guys all missed out. So I just want to say that. So I think we need to start getting back down to that part of it, as your leadership. So you have to acknowledge all those people that were there. So I'm saying also from OPVP, David Spielberg was there too. So it was there. So this took place at Round Rock. The whole gang. All right. Speaker. I would like to acknowledge that. Okay, go on. Yeah.
Thank you for that recognition, Honorable Elmer Begay. At this time, are there any further recognitions?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel.
Yes, Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Kudot, Mr. Chair. Kudot, I just want to say thank you to you, Kudot Nagait, for being our speaker for Adonana, your staff as well. Adonana Kudot Nagait, today I'm here at Naabik'íyáti Chapter House. Yeah, this morning I did the welcome address. They're having their annual intergenerational conference. Every year. This morning, butchering. Not is this morning. The better Miss Navajo Nation, out of former Miss Navajo, Santin Parish, demonstrating our butchering, sheep butchering. Right now, Adonana later on today, Navajo cake as Carnegie, Nistorles, Adonana the Gata, Sadahuis, Gata, Huyako, Ishin the Gai, Ashin Huya, Niliki, Huya, Ya, Nistorles go. I call Benashin, Gestor, let go Navajo cake, Adon kneel down bread, I didn't need Lago, it's Nigan, Yendale, Tinako. Adonana Quado, summer youth. Quado daily still has in so as and that Quado. Ado Beso, I said the summer youth as a best to let Navajo chapters. But I didn't let go. So it is Quado on his husband, I just want to say thank you to Naabik'íyáti chapter. Chapter manager, Mr. Earl Sombrero, the Quado staff, Ecuador, the chapter officials in Lenigi, Quado, chapter president, Geraldine, chapter vice president, Quado Nagay, Chancey Noticestein, the chapter secretary treasurer, Delart Curley, the Quado grazing official, Jerry Happy Begay, Quado. So I just want to say thank you to them, the leaders here at the Naabik'íyáti chapter. So Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels, for that recognition. At this time, is there any other further recognitions before we move on our agenda?
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Honorable Freeland, floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker Damon, other colleagues, Naabik'íyáti, all of our people out there, and here at lunch tonight for that prayer as well this morning. Good morning from the Lateral Treatment Facility out here in Tucson City. I'm out here with Honorable Daniel So and Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. as well. Today we're commemorating the transfer of the Lateral Treatment Facility from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Tribal Utility Authority. And this treatment facility is very state-of-the-art. It basically is a filtration system. It cleans the water from the Carter Reservoir, and which goes from here down to our chapters and to our people. The valves have already been turned on for Naabik'íyáti and Herpano, as well as going south through towards Pueblo Pintado, Torreon, and Ojo Encino area as well, into Whitehorse Lake. This is a very special day and acknowledgement. There's a lot of people to thank on obtaining of our New Mexico water rights. Historically, it goes back to two gentlemen in particular, the late U.S. Senator Pete Domenici, as well as former U.S. Senator Jeff Bingaman, and working together collaboratively. Both were senators at the time for the state of New Mexico. but what they did was they helped the Navajo Nation obtain water rights. And we're very thankful for that. And today we're reaping the rewards of their work. And, you know, back in those days, colleagues and speaker, that was a good example of bipartisanship and working together for the benefit of the Navajo people. Recently, we celebrated the signing of the Utah Navajo water rights. Now we got to turn our focus to Arizona and get the Arizona water rights situated. But today is a very special day here. This treatment facility is of course, it's a very state of the art. Like I mentioned, the Bureau of Reclamation is operated, but it's going to be turned over to the Navajo Nation and the NTUA. A lot of people to thank: BOR, of course, Congress, the United States Congress, BOR, the Navajo Nation, our staff with Division of Natural Resources, Water Management Branch, Jason John and his entire team there. Thank you. Sauter Mill and Associates, thank you. All of our chapter leadership in this area, past, present, of course, future leadership as well. I've had an opportunity to drink the water. It's very good. It goes through two filtration systems. It's better, I say it's better than bottled water. It's better than Arrowhead or anything that we buy on the shelves. But, you know, just to say thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts out here in Eastern Agency. We're thankful and very appreciative that our people will be getting water from the quadrilateral side. Now we've got to finish the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project side and the BBN9 and get that water system situated on that side as well. So, but today we're here celebrating the quadrilateral commemoration and turnover to the Navajo Nation from the BOR. So a lot to be thankful for out here in Eastern Agency. So good morning to one and all, and thank you, Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland, for those recognitions this morning. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other further recognitions this morning? Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Brown. Floor is yours.
Yate Hepene, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti. Recognizing my three chapters, Chilchimbi to Danaho Todo Twidanishe and Kayenta Township. When it's time, Speaker, I still need to add one of the legislations, 64-22. But I know that Chilchimbito is listening, as well as the other chapters. And I am with our group. It's a young student from University of Utah, and we're meeting other amazing young talent. We're at the Terra Conference in Santa Fe, which is a meeting with local young Indigenous architect students and architects, and doing wonderful things. I wanted to recognize their hard work. They expressed to me how if they get the scholarship from the nation, it really does help them. Also, the group here, thank you to Delegate Delegate Otto. So I didn't properly give my appreciation to you for co-sponsoring, signing the legislation. I want to make sure that I recognize on behalf of my communities for sponsoring that for Kayenta chapter for the $6.5 million to accept that. We're still not in the clear yet. I know that this body did approve it, but we still have to go through some hurdles. A lot of work is going in, so that's who I wanted to recognize. Speaker is my LDA, Shanala Renee Hoshnik, as well as Shandana Yosef with the University of Utah, and also the engineers, Minjing and Mustafa. These individuals, Speaker and Shananta, they're doing amazing work for our community. Last week, we were able to interview our first, as a chapter nonprofit, we interviewed our first Navajo family who is eligible, who has a home site lease, and who will give back to the nonprofit to build a house. A young man and his family working Kayenta, giving back to the community. So I'll keep you updated, Shananta, and the house that we are going to be building, and it's exciting. I'm not mentioning a lot of names also, but with chapter president Dalton Singer as well, who has been very instrumental in signing this legislation also. So yeah, to the Untitled initiative, and we're going to continue. We're starting to build. We finished the house, then another house. I hope that we become a model for the rest of the nation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown, for those recognitions. With that, colleagues, is there any other further recognitions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. Item number 3 on our agenda, review and adopt the agenda. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read it into the record. And I know that there's a recommendation, there's a change that needs to be made on here regarding legislation number M. But if you want to go ahead and state that in the record, then we can go ahead and move forward too as well. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council Naabik'íyáti Committee. This is a regular meeting agenda via telecommunication, Window Rock, Navajo Nation, Thursday, June 9th, 2022 at 10 a.m. Proposed agenda, presiding chair, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. There are 2 journals, May 12th, 2022, May 26th, 2022. 5, receive reports, none. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. New business A, legislation 0062-22. B, legislation 0097-22. C, legislation 0040-22. D, legislation 0067-22. E, legislation 0074-22. F, legislation 0083-22. G, legislation 0088-22. H, legislation 0060-22. I, legislation 0063-22. J, legislation 0090-22. K, legislation 0076-22. L, legislation 0051-22. M, legislation 0003-22. N, legislation 0007-22. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. And as mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, legislation item M, legislation 0003-22 is actually old business. It will be old business A. That legislation was referred back from the Navajo Nation Council. And also I inadvertently did not include legislation 0064-22, which is an act relating to resource and development, budget and finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $5 million from the Citizen Fund for the Chilchimbato convenience store fuel station project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to 2508. That legislation is should have been on this agenda. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, there is that recommendation, or actually a correction that needs to be made. Legislation 0003-22 needs to be put back under old business, not under new business. So with that, colleagues, could I get a motion on our agenda this morning?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Brown. That, colleagues, we go to the floor. I do have Madam Chair Crotty in the queue. Madam Chair Crotty, good morning.
Yati, Speaker, colleagues, our relatives who are on the line and listening, thank you for all of the recognition across Navajo Nation. Speaker, I wanted to, on the main motion, wanted to make an amendment. If we can consider as a committee a consent agenda, and the consent agenda would be in new business, letter A, letter B, letter C, letter E, letter F, letter G, and letter J. Speaker, these are all legislations that do not have an appropriation and have been acted by other committees with no opposition. I would also like to add to this motion, if need be, Speaker, to add or to move, or I'm sorry, to add the legislation referenced by Mr. Rico for the Sehasin request to add that legislation to new business. And Speaker, if we do have delegates who are excused, I would be open to suggestions from the committee to modify this amendment to remove those legislations sponsored by delegates who are excused for this meeting. Thank you, Speaker. That's my amendment, and I could reread those letters if staff or my colleagues need additional information. Thank you.
I second Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Chair. I'm going to refer to Mr. Rico to restate that for the record. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. The consent recommendation includes legislation 0062-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development and Naabik'íyáti Committees amending CJA-01-21 and NABIS-36-21 to extend the deadlines for the expenditure of Sehasin funds for chapter heavy equipment purchases and for the Department of Water Resources emergency projects. That legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Next legislation 0097-22, an action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees, approving the Telecommu Medical Center transfer agreement between the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Health Service, and the Winslow Indian Health Care Center Incorporated, and authorizing the Winslow Indian Healthcare Center Incorporated to assume operation and maintenance of the Telecommu Medical Center after Winslow Indian Healthcare Center Incorporated acceptance. That legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. Next legislation is legislation C, legislation 0040-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees and the Nomination Council, establishing the San Juan River Mitigation Fund, directing that monies received from the in regards to Gold King Mine release in San Juan County, Colorado on August 5th, 2015, number 118-MD-02824 DNM, and underlying the related actions be deposited in the San Juan River Mitigation Fund after reimbursement of litigation costs. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chair Ricky Nez, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Damon. Next legislation E, legislation 0074-22, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and Naabik'íyáti Committee, opposing the United States Secretary of Interior's efforts to assess operations and maintenance user fees on the Navajo agricultural products industry, NAPI, and water users for the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, NIP. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Pernell Helona, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. The next legislation F, legislation 0083-22, in action relating to Naabik'íyáti Committee, requesting the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Region Division of Transportation to change the name of Navajo Route N-110 in Fort Defiance Chapter, Arizona, from Kit Carson Road to Pete Price Road. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Next legislation G, legislation 0088-22, in action relating to health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees, opposing Secretary of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs recommendation in closing several veteran affairs community-based outpatient clinics near the Navajo Nation, including the Gallup community-based outpatient clinic, requesting the Air and Infrastructure Review Commission to review and recommend a community-based outpatient clinic or similar VA healthcare facility to be established within the Navajo Nation. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. Next legislation J, legislation 0090-22, in action relating to the health, education, and human services and Naabik'íyáti committees, recognizing Utah Navajo Health System Incorporated as a Navajo Nation authorized designee for the purpose of applying for the Office for Victims of Crime Tribal Victim Service Set Aside Formula Program. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Canals Bakrati, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also included in Madam Chair's amendment is to add legislation 0064-22, which I read into record earlier. That is an act relating to the Research and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $5 million from the CSN Fund for the Chichimito Convenience Store Fuel Station Project, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, is there a second on the consent request modification for the agenda this morning?
Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion?
Speaker, this
Twice.
is Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I just need clarification. So the addition of 0064-22, is that just to add the legislation? It's not to add it to the consent agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, that's just to add it on.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, colleagues, going twice, any further comments or questions on Amendment 1? That, going 3 times, let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Balcati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince
Delegate
James.
Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Thomas Walker did not vote. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., how do you vote?
Delegate Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. On Amendment 1, we have, and this is a consent, and also adding on 64 dash 22 onto the agenda. The vote is 16 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. That, moving on down, any other further?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, committee members, I'd also like to which I didn't I didn't know, Speaker. The question is, for our journals, in the future, can journals be part of the consent agenda? And with that being in mind, we could, that could be on notice for possibly the next committee as we come together. But seeing, Speaker, I wanted to use this time for the main motion to request a report, Speaker, from your office regarding the 3-branch chief agreement. There was some discussion on Tuesday, and the meeting that's scheduled for tomorrow. We need that information as a council, and most importantly, the public. So I would request that report to be added to this agenda. And if we could get a report on the updates of the ARPA projects. I've made a request for technical assistance through the consultant and waiting for OPVP or the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Fund office to approve that technical assistance request. But as delegates, we've submitted ARPA projects, and we need to know if there's been movement or action to get those either through, if it's regarding chapters, if the division director, Dr. Pro Yeleman, is signing off on those requests and moving them to DOJ, and then how are we being notified that these projects would have gone through the eligibility determination, Speaker. That would be my motion for to add those 2 reports. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Motion to add an update on 3-branch chiefs meeting regarding the FY 2023 budget.
I second, Speaker.
And then the second is adding on a report from I guess the FRF office regarding Madam Chair Amber Crotty's request, and including with that the Division of Community Development and Department of Justice. Is that correct, Madam Chair? Amber Crotty?
Yes, Speaker, thank you.
Update from the FRF office on the ARPA funds. And the process on how far the Division of Community Development has gone in processing the chapters, all 110 chapter requests through the Department of Justice's review process, I guess.
Speaker Kellen, comment.
With that, we'll go ahead and get that language together. Amendment number 2, adding report regarding 3-branch chiefs meeting on the FY 2023 budget, and second report's going to be adding updates on ARPA projects for the FRF office and Division of Community Development and the Department of Justice. With that, there is a second by Madam Chair Charles Newman. So it's actually going to be two reports. That Honorable Keon Begay on the motion.
Speaker, I'd like to further request that this particular 3-branch chiefs agreement be streamlined as well. I mean, stream live, because everything that we've been doing and everything that we do, I think that really needs to be transparent to the public out there, how the 3-branch chiefs sincerely debate or agreed on the funding. Kodo peso pe handet ahaki to added an hit o handet dot an he could based on liniki but on that leho kage but not all you support staff, especially at the agency level, are raising concern about not having sufficient funding at the chapter level, at the program level, and I've been detail could aden has kon he added based on dingy operation that of akoko. He could yan dingy up or hatney or they just tell the program, okay, this is how much you're getting. So maybe how each of the three branch chiefs sincerely debates on this particular agreement of the funding. And then I'm sure everything that we do, it should go live to the public of how you, as the leadership of the Navajo Nation, sincerely debate of how the funding is divided up by the three branch. Koko Eshi Kodo request Shado Lista speaker on behalf of the public and the community members that each of us that we represent. Ado Kodo opera funding hatniniki dot and I believe I have submitted written requests.
Honorable Kiyombagi,
Yeah.
Che, this is just to add it on. So what I think you're talking about is we can ask those questions when at the time of the report.
Okay, well, but all I'm asking further request that this particular that way that is added on automatically so it could request opera funding in the thank you.
Thank you, Trey. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I just wanted those questions. We can ask those at the time of the report. This is just to add it on.
Mr. Speaker, Del so.
Yes, Honorable. Is there anybody else? Honorable Otto, so floor is yours on the motion to add on to reports.
Yes.
Madam Chair Charles.
Thank you very much. I definitely agree to the amendment 2, and to a lot of the concerns that Honorable Kealan McGay brought up. And the other is the three branch chiefs agreement. I do indicate that yes, this is something that has been done, I guess, traditionally, or I think it just came together. But the three branch chiefs agreement is not in the law. And why are you guys trying to move forward to follow something that's not in the law? And I don't think it's in Title 12. That's the reason why budget hearings happen, to determine what the need is for the programs. But if these agreements happen, we shouldn't even have budget here. This is just my concerns and so forth. But I'm open for the discussion. But by law, I don't think the three branch chiefs agreement is lawful. They do. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Otto. So with that, colleagues, at this time, we're voting to add on to reports. I know we can have further discussion at the time of the reports once they get added on, but this is just to add on the 2 reports. Any other comments or questions? Going twice. Or 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Speaker, Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Keeners-Bacardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, what is that?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 14 delegates who vote in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 14 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Any other further comments, questions, additions, deletions on our agenda this morning? Going twice. Going 3 times. That, Mr. Rico, if you could do a second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, there are two amendments. Amendment number one is to include a consent agenda. The consent agenda is to include legislation 0062-22, legislation 0097-22, legislation 0040-22, legislation 0074-22, legislation 0083-22, legislation 0088-22, and legislation 0090-22. Amendment number one also included adding legislation 0064-22 to the agenda. Amendment number two added two reports. The first report is a report from an update report by the Office of Management and Budget on the three branch chiefs meeting to be held regarding the fiscal year 2023 budget allocation. The second report will be an update report by the Office of the President and Vice President, Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds Office on the status of projects and project listings. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, let's go to the board on our agenda with two amendments.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Speaker Kell with screen. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Amber Knaz-Bakrati, and I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Excuse me, Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Once more, Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is that?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So.
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker.
Thomas Walker, green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. That colleague, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting, motion carries. We do have an agenda before us. Continue on down, colleagues. Let's go on down to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. At this time, there's 2 journals, May 12th, 2022 and May 26th, 2022. Mr. Rico or when the staff sent that out?
June 8th, yesterday at 2:35.
Those were both sent out yesterday from Office of Legislative Services at 2:35 p.m. What is the will of the committee on this?
Person, hello.
Motion by Honorable Halona. Is there a second?
Gillen.
Second by Honorable Keon Begay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the journals? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board to accept both journals.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Gillen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes green via text. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable
vote
Pernell
green.
Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 15 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who opposed, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 15 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. Let's move on to item number 5, receiving reports under our amended agenda. Item number 1, an update report from the Office of Management Budget on the 3-branch chiefs meeting to be held regularly or regarding the fiscal year 2023 budget allocation. I don't know if colleagues, the best recommendation would be for putting this together would be an overview from Mr. Dominic Vial to give the historic update on what the process is for the 2023 budget allocation regarding the 3-branch chiefs meeting, and why that's held. We did send the information over to Mr. Vial. Unfortunately, we didn't know that was going to be on the call, but or on the agenda request today. So I don't know if he's on the call right now or on Zoom. Mr. Dominic Vial, there was a request to get an overview and an update on the 3-branch chiefs meeting that was held actually 2 days ago on Tuesday morning, and an outline of what happened then, and then also what's going to be happening tomorrow regarding the 3-branch chiefs agreement. I don't know if you're on the call, if there's anybody on the line from Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. Speaker, this is Dominic Vial.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Bial. Thank you for being on the line.
Morning.
I can turn the floor over to you and then we can go from there.
Okay.
So floor is yours, Mr. Bial.
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Navajo Nation Council delegates. As Speaker Damon mentioned, we've been, OMB, my office, we've been working with the Budget and Finance Committee as well as the 3 branch chiefs on the planning and the calendar for the annual budget process. In this case, it's for fiscal year 2023. And so we've presented some working time frame schedules that we've shared with the BNF committee again, and then the branch chiefs as we've been moving along. The annual process, some of you are familiar with this. It really starts with the revenue projection that's issued by the controller, which was done at the end of the second quarter. And the good news there is that the revenues are higher than what was expected. So that's good news, that's positive news. Additionally, the second 5-year permanent fund plan provides $40 million as well to the revenues. So the grand total of both of those sources is $198 million. That's $21 million more than fiscal year 22. So again, that's the good news. So we've been, as I said, we've been working with the chiefs and then the BNF committee on preparing the needed information to get the process underway, including the development of the budget instructions manual, working on the planning allocations to the 3 branches and then the chapters and so forth. Now, the branch chiefs met, as Speaker Damon indicated already. They met briefly this past Tuesday morning, and that was the first meeting. I say they met briefly because not all the information was available at the time. But nevertheless, we went through some of the basics, which, as I said again, is the available revenue we have for the 23 budget is more than what was expected. It's more than FY22. So that's on the positive side. Now, we've been working on the fixed cost allocations and then the external fund cash match as well, because those are 2 cost categories that are normally figured first. And then whatever those totals are, whatever those amounts are taken off the revenue first, because those are costs that we need to fund. And then the rest of the fund balance, the revenue fund balance, then would be the discretionary portion that would go to the 3 branches typically, and then to, as I said, the chapters and other related costs, including the chapters. So all of that is being developed now. So the branch chiefs decided to meet again tomorrow afternoon on Friday to go further on this subject matter. And by then we'll have, OMB will have more information available, including some possible options of how to split up the revenue budget pie into the planning allocations for the branches and then all these other related costs. That's typically how the process starts. So the branch chiefs tomorrow will be briefed on all of these factors. And they'll start that activity. Now, other factors to bear in mind would be that the IDC recovery monies this year, 22, was 25 million. For 23, it's going down to 23 million. So that's a $2 million reduction there. Now, the fixed costs that I just spoke about, so far, the way it's looking now, it's $2.4 million more than 22. Another factor is the fringe benefit increase. It has been increased from 43% to 42%. So that's about an 8+% increase in fringe benefit costs. The external fund cash match requirement, that's also an increase of about 4.1 million. Additionally, we're developing planning options that would fully fund chapter official stipends at the mandated levels. So those are the primary factors we have to bear in mind as the budget process rolls out and whatever the planning allocations are going to be made and recommended by the branch chiefs, starting with their meeting tomorrow. The legislation, we're hoping, or it needs to be dropped by next Wednesday, June 15th. That legislation would be for the BNF committee, and they're meeting on June 21st, their next regular meeting. So that legislation would be approving and accepting the general fund revenues, the permanent fund interest revenue, the fixed cost allocations, the external fund cash match, the IDC allocations, and then also the branch planning amounts, those particular allocations. All of that would be considered. The way the schedule is going, it would be on June 21st. So assuming BNF committee acts on it that day, then that kicks off officially the annual budgeting process. So thereafter will be all of the related activity where the branch chiefs work with their planning allocations to make their budget allocations internally to divisions, programs, and so on. And then later on down the road will be the oversight committee budget hearings, and then ending up with the BNF committee budget hearings, and then the Navajo Nation Council in either late August or, as is typical, the first week in September. So that's a quick oral overview of where we are in the process, what's happening, and what's imminent on the schedule, on the time frame. Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, and all listeners, that's the overview and summary of what we're doing and where we are in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that overview, Mr. Bial, on the process that's initiated throughout the year through with the Budget Finance Committee, and then also working with the three branch chiefs in your office and the Office of the Controller and all the different players in order for us to go ahead and have appropriation for an annual budget. So with that, colleagues, is there a motion to accept Mr. Bial's report?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Bial here. Second. Second by Honorable Winika. Colleagues, let me go down. Honorable Slater, good morning, good midday. Floor is yours.
Good midday to you too, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Bial, for the presentation. Kind of answered one of my questions, but I guess to follow up on it, what's driving the increases in the external cash match and in the fixed costs? And do you have a preliminary estimate on how much that's going to eat out of the regular general fund discretionary funding? And then second, I have a request, and that is if there's any GWA being considered that for programs funded through special revenue sources or otherwise, that if a proposal like that does move forward, that we try to fund them as much as possible from whatever source would support the GWA instead of it coming from their maybe special revenue sources. And then I guess second to last, could you, or I don't know if it would be appropriate for you or DOJ or OLC, I know there's some suggested BIM edits, the budget instruction manual, that have been moved around, and I'm not a member of the Budget and Finance Committee, so I would appreciate just a brief overview of maybe what some of the big points that are being suggested might be. And I think that'd be a good benefit for the rest of the committee and any programs that are listening in, because they could get a head start on any amendments to what they need to produce. And then lastly, on a completely separate note, could you flag the funding for the Phoenix Indian Center from fiscal year 22 to follow up on with Doty? I think that there's just been such a turnover in staff that grant agreement and the funding for it has fallen through the cracks. So I'd appreciate if we could maybe follow up at a later date and discuss that in addition to any potential funding going forward for them. Thank you. Speaker, I yield back to you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me, there's some questions in there that might answer further questions that colleagues might have. So let me go back to Mr. Bial, if there's any response at this time, Mr. Bial. And Mr. Rob Willie or anybody from the controller's office might be able to help assist in answering some of these questions. As OMB is just the individual organization that gets the numbers, but the controller's office is the ones that actually put them together. Mr. Bial?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Responding to Delegate Slater's questions, he was asking, in the case of the external cash match and then the fixed costs, generally, why are they proposed to be higher cost? First of all, in the case of the external fund cash match, what this is, for the benefit of all the listeners, is the way we've been doing the budget in recent years, about 5-6 years now. We try to set aside funding to match, which would be our local match, Navajo match, to federal funds. Some of these grants require a local Navajo match. For example, Head Start, that one I think we're all familiar with. It's an 80-20 match. Navajo's share is 20% of the grand total. So we figure that into the matching fixed costs. And then there's a number of other grants that are similar. There's a match requirement. And so that's budgeted annually. Now, what's not expended is carried over. So that provides funding for the subsequent year. And we do our best to calculate this and any additional funds that may be necessary with the unexpended balance to cover the projected costs. Now, I used the word projected because that's important, because as we all know, all of our programs, the great majority of them, do not spend at 100% for a whole bunch of reasons, including vacancies and so on. That's one of the bigger ones. So the controller will match those funds and book them accordingly based on the expenditure levels. So that's why it has this carryover method of funding. Now, the past year, including this year, because of the pandemic, as we all know, there was a government closure, restricted hours, working hours, stay home, no travel, so on and so forth. So one of the impacts there is all of our programs, including the external fund programs, have been operating at lower levels than normal. So therefore, they haven't been spending as much. So the result that we're seeing in 23 is the cash match requirement will be higher because the unexpended balance that we're projecting to carry over is going to be a bit lower. So that's the explanation. I know I'm just talking, but all of this will be documented in the legislation to be dropped, and at that point to be available for everyone's review, because there'll be a schedule on it. So that's the external fund cash match. Now on fixed costs, we have a similar situation where the majority of the increase in the fixed cost grouping of budgets is retirement. Last September, the end of fiscal year 21, there was a retirement incentive program. So I don't remember what the final number was, but I know that over 300 employees took advantage of that retirement program, and so they retired. Now, so therefore, this year and in the future, the retirement benefits that we'll be paying out to all the retirees is gonna increase. It's more than what it typically is because of the large number of employees who decided to take advantage of that retirement benefit. Now, that will be again discussed beginning with the branch chiefs tomorrow, and they may have adjustments to some of these figures and amounts, but that's the projection at the moment. Now, the GWA for special revenue budgets, we have not considered at this point any particular funding amounts or options for that. First of all, the GWA that's annually funded, the fund source of that is unexpended personnel fund balances in the general fund budgets. So the general fund budgets are whatever unexpended balances, that's what constitutes the personnel lapse balance. And that's why it's essentially used for the general fund programs. And I know Delegate Slater is asking, okay, well, what about these other funds? That's a good question. So maybe that's a matter we can consider along with the Controller's Office as well as the Chiefs. See how that can be addressed. Now, on the BIM, the Budget Instruction Manual, the entire document that that's going to be proposed will be appended to the legislation to be dropped next week on Wednesday. So that particular version will have all the underlines and deletions of language and grammar, processes, procedures, etc. So at the moment, there is proposed language, for example, to speak to the chapter stipends, chapter official stipends, because annually I think we're all aware that typically most years it's not fully funded, which leads to a shortfall. So one of the changes as proposed by DOJ in this case is to add language that would cover that shortfall. So that's one of the key changes, if it's accepted to include that in the BIM. That's the most prominent one that pops to my mind at the moment. But again, it'll all be displayed in the BIM legislation to be dropped next week. Now, on the Phoenix Indian Center, Delegate Slater, it's interesting that you bring that up. The fund source for that is the Phoenix Urban Navajo Trust Fund, which was created by the BNF committee 10, 12 years ago. And, however, the fund source from that is related to the federal and state agreement between the state of Arizona Department of Interior, which includes and involves the former Phoenix Indian School, which, as we all know, is no longer there. It is now Steel Park. So annually, there's supposed to be payments made into that fund, which then is apportioned out to, I believe it's 19 tribes in the state of Arizona. Navajo obviously is one of them. So Navajo, we've been receiving for a number of years now from this particular fund, $148,000 every year. And pursuant to the Phoenix Urban Navajo Trust Fund, that is given in the form of a grant to Phoenix Indian Center, where they use it to serve the Navajo residents in the Phoenix, the greater Phoenix area. But 2 or 3 years ago, that got tied up because of litigation that developed. One of the entities who's supposed to be paying into this fund, as I understand it, stopped. They didn't want to do it anymore. So that interrupted the fund source. So Navajo Nation Council might recall, I believe it was for 2 years, fiscal year 18-19 approximately, the UUFB was used to fund a supplemental appropriation for Phoenix Indian Center, and it was to be reimbursed from the federal fund source when the litigation is resolved. So, Delegate Slater, you're asking about for this particular year, Is that fund still there? Are there still invoices to be paid? And so on. The latest we've heard from DOJ is that is still being legally reviewed. It includes the BIA and of course the Office of the Controllers involved. And as I'm talking now, there isn't any firm resolution yet. So it's unclear whether the fund basis and the funding is in fact available for fiscal year 22 and in the future. Mr. Speaker and Delegate Slater, that's my responses to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bial. That, let me move on down. Shay, Honorable Count Begay, you are in the queue. Go to you at this time. Floor is yours.
Speaker, here les kodo. That Untitled 24th Navajo Nation Council. Other kodon Mr. Bial, your staff. Good morning. Thank you. The request Eliaki update Ninigi. The one area that on behalf of the local chapter and the administration at the agency level or at the chapter level, I believe that's one area kodo peso po otanete Ninigi I see papan sokesto let ashon the speaker. O aad tagahot zandet a basit on nada ditzaho kodit atit ahohot etolis at the local chapter level. Accord the Quigoshi, the non linigi staff door programs that agi yan linigi dayoke the resource benachet Nijlado we had the position. But bent on Nishid I see bit the hoye and hit no bent hada from the programs. I'm sure all of our oversight programs are in that position. A cook peak at base of no niniki. I like to request that the branch chiefs really focus on allocating these funding directly to the local level. Aj peso the nota. Aj peso on liniki bigahakoti ni. For example, I mean PP, the non-linigi at the chapter level are two. There's only two main positions at each chapter: coordinator and the AMS. And sometimes the need to do assessments on various situations within the community. Yego bitahoye. Ado kodot o hayu equipment chapters which are hotalia. Ako yen dodge nishikata no dasi. Then CDL staff no o without chede. Chedit so any did o you on a zone but na kuchit hinda that agit o dodge at that netta. Dodge at the hot eda ad. Ako that ego ashonde. Pan sokesto le topan yato aquaki. Chapter has age, the agency level has age. Ado kodo the inish salary increase. Hata la maybe a question to the human resource pay scale. How when was it hata la? Are we like 10 years or 5 years behind on the salary adjustment? In the budget, and his staff, the initiate or he or to ye go to jo papa nahat ida. Ado, but the personnel adjustment, the shinigi, maybe budget and finance. But I like to get a copy. When was the latest overall salary adjustment made a call for each position. Out of the need you several years ago retirement you I believe it was around 300 people. And then Linigi asked for early retirement need. So out of certain office starts has already reorganized in Dahlia with these positions, or are they still being advertised for those positions? For example, range enforcement ranger adat hagi kwadin late not loshi big test ito not loshi linigi kwage tata den in ba da ilte ho kwage beben on shi a kwage ye go bit ho ye no ben hit ha et se kwadon he resource development committee need linigi ado bit zlahagi ta do IC la ata ado kwadon his staff la the dudley office that clean it on after work. A lot of them utilizes their own vehicle. We take out trash. We're missing out in these particular positions that we really don't talk about. The operation administration at the higher level, they get set in to get the funding, but at the same time, the lower echelon of the staff, you get what you get. The dashin yard and dinigi up at the bazaar ashram, which you had the dashin satot up at base or cheda your own koto sato ye cotton dad what ashin the well jish. Ado kodo senior center did akonan at the son has twin that teacher. Da Yaniki Aita Anana, Tendo Anana Stain, no the Ben Yanana, Kisa Kodonde chapter, the Beso Sato, Yina da Yoke, the Kodo, just applies Gita Satapan, not the Hanne. Dot oh, a huge direct service, the Nigo Hashet I see Yego based on Linigi Aj Public Hahui Nata. Shunan Ano Linigi, don't need Linigi. A Kodika Beso, Danet, de Hat Linigi. Could we focus on getting these fundings directly to the service that's needed out there? Oh, could you base on Linigi, the upper funding has actually based a conte. So in the hot Bena Shido Yego be cases in the Beninaniki Adrian latter. Tell how on the day run halon based on net deo could the chapter Zanki, the la base upon net data data job at the Haneta Hotat Ego. So I just sent an email back to Mr. Patero asking specifically how much of the funding is going directly to my 5 region. So that ego to job at the haneta. Ado the BIM BIM booklet. There's a language in there by a certified chapter. Tato peso again when they're certified. But they're still being told to only do this and do that. But no, koto has on in liniki has opened that don nishan. Akwa akido yego ebe beta hozenda. So a certified chapter has carryovers, but they're only limited to be utilized in certain area. So kwa akit ya and then later did out a based on liniki. At a cheaty in Petni. A coco benna go halet ala equator. Dick at peso or Antanes de Hatninigit I see his jaw. Nahada ejo even not additionally. Halet ala codo three branch chiefs and Leniki Yelhanda that Ila Isiki Naabik'íyáti go baby natch shohe quackit asa peso shanan akako e quacky peso. Lat di nahont iki quacky peso ban nadot astrat needed that's unsoda aban seskesha. So again, Speaker, the focus of all these extra funding or realize funding, Niki, I sure like for it to go directly to the local level or the agency level. Across the board, there's certain programs do lack supplies. Certain programs they lack a lot of these resources that's needed out there to work directly with our Navajo communities. Nan liniki pipa on nishikit I sipa auto sate babesa the bahantati aja aro scholarship that aba nan hunt need us. Ado kodo base saban nadit for PP that hedo summer youth that hegi. Why can't those be increased automatically with these extra fundings that that's being talked about? Okay, Asian Zero kodo behasito listo the chapters do administration at the agency level linigi bebaba hanana sito. So there's a whole lot of listing that needs attention. But with the essence of time, I like to just make that statement. So either that I did about shouldn't be or the add this after a follow-up question. So I like to ask. I'm not sure. I know the OMB. They're just the minister in realizing the exact dollar figure. I know that they don't really have. Or they just follow what they're told to do as far as the funding appropriation. Based on linigi that ako edit on ha johatni johat ay benan shidayosin aja. Ako aki kodog 2023 budget between the kaki aki at the same time not at the local level then documents done that deck of good deep na edit the elia johat no to ya at esensen koko hit and a lot of times we need input from the janitor, a lot of times we need input from the receptionist. It all added the inishiki koto sato based on liniki yenad nishiki sato be baba huins and dopan papan yadotke do that ego koto baba yel because we overall hikoje especially in that what all has go at Akodod atkin ha se an hito needn't ego od we're just stretched thin I call Halit Ela. Halit Akodo counties that do BIA that do shi ho ka that kwagi jot asagi and then liniki pa it. Atkin in Nigeria or George are say to niniki base hat dot a kwagi resource base ha chi. No, that's if I had it, though, but had it. Although you go continue to the house, done the has turned egg on it, I think that all what the hot oddne, or you got that the jar. A call what our yego could do, be in a haunt it on the has and last the chapter has on the netting hitch a yacht hit dot, netting hitch a heart that's a let out the base of on the small so cut at in the deed the hot and he did know the brain hitch a heart it's a archer. A lot of these are bus route currently got the chin has gent but ended Nendingi every day to your 18 archer. A call speaker I like for that to be some arguments or justification during the three branch chiefs meeting that majority of the funding should go directly to some of the programs that are much in need. Monday and down social service you bit that this you had to have see at kodo hatan shi dik a computer that hagi hatan shi ni chotalia yet at in the ebede need ni no da ado kojo election office did na dan shi in the has kind at in the visit the bakadash ebe ben the pesos da hito an hit no that na aden da it kit got out a call that ego yego kodo and na hot in the o kodo dishnile Jokodo Bishbans only clinici a baby has only become that do based on that thought that in the shiki get the need a con lacha executive branch has RJ Kodoji Aja has only do yard and denigi pan night a call a quacky Aja that in niche a call quacky I see quiet nabati hati dahli quacky deet soon later deet niki abe dasi tinded asaton haba yel ki got out ejo itati no e koto the nan diniki be bicha hadage so Asian day koto as shown the speaker although I don't know if the president is listening and Chief Justice is listening, but I believe that it's now the time that we really need to focus on getting a lot of these funding, extra funding that's being realized to go directly to the direct services that's needed out there that takes care of our Navajo people. And then linigi ai kasiki do ana gahaki we do an le san history between gai in the Satabana na Halit Alan Fisto to Joye gon Hans Hak his at out in Dale Nishan Dale Nishan but not Satope so a Nihich Hotal Il go a Koto at Sato Deni Kedo Edo Asatis Sislane Dato Base of Ohandat Leo Sato show the need to the chapter to the Navajo Nation government. Nihit no being Hitchayat and Latte. A quote with a speaker, as shown that it is showing Kodosha Babana is kind of like the extra funding Ninigi. So I may have additional follow-up question on this speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kielmgay, for those requests, and I think that's something that can be discussed at tomorrow's meeting too as well with the reference points. Mr. Bial, I don't know if you have a response.
Mr. Speaker, the only additional information I would suggest at this point is, as Delegate Kielmgay is asking about the salary plan, the salary schedule, when was it last changed, adjusted, revised, etc. That would be a question that Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management can answer. They can provide that information. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see if DPM or is available. So reach out to them now. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, on the current report? It's an update from the Office of Management budget on 3-branch chiefs meeting to be held regarding the fiscal year 2023 budget allocation.
Okay, Eugene.
Honorable Eugene, so floor is yours.
Okay, so da ist noch Frage. Alle yeah, and I hope you come across these since I became consul 3 years ago. I reckon it's still the same. In regards to leadership, from the chapter, as a consul delegate, we get elected to be the voice, ears, and eyes, for the people. When money comes, funds onto the reservation, it seems that we don't see that as consul delegates at the 3-branch chiefs. Sometimes I don't know where they or who they or sometimes again. I don't really see them. In their respect, when are we going to plan for the people? He elected in point as a DOJ. When are we going to plan for our people sitting at one table? I thought this Naabik'íyáti is like that. If you all in Naabik'íyáti said, in a coin business and the coin business on DT. But in that is no, just in the heart that is all the 24 Navajo Nation elected council delegates to be at the table so they can talk for the people that elected them, to give the rights to the voters. Seems that when we took our oath, came to the chambers, and they took almost of the authority away from us. Some of us that are not just members of a committee oversight. We have no voice sometimes. Your chain of command. Division directors only see the one that oversights them. The BNF or RDC, Health Education, LOC. You see the most authority that council that has is the chairpersons and our speaker should say. We as other council delegates that our members don't have, it seems that don't have any authority. But those shouldn't lead it, and some from me. I'd like to speak for everybody that voted for me over there and all the offices over there. But no, being excluded. My people are running after the vision directors, oversight committee directors. Other committees. So it's a question of who is the leader, who elects people. When they come here, they have no authority over anything. I would like to sit down when the money comes in and discuss how I want my money in Chinling. What I need it for. I got a vet service over there that's been used by maybe World War II stuff. And I got a nursing home. And I got senior citizen. I got Head Starts. I got behavioral health. I got, you name it, I got all the division over there, the departments. But I really can't say much about for them. I'm trying my best, but I always get run against a wall over here when I start talking about this kind of stuff. When I put the legislation in there, people get jealous of it. That's our department. We need to let people understand why we were elected. We came here to Windsor to discuss whatever money comes in, all at one table. I don't know what that is. What kind of planning that is. What kind of Naabik'íyáti that is. Seems that our government is like a gang-related government. No, I'm sorry, but I know I'm a council delegate and I was elected from Chinle, over 1,000, and I would like to speak for my people. Just like Key Ellen says, I got a lot of projects over there. It seems that people don't see my projects. My projects is for 10 to 20 to 50 years down the road. That's what I want to get ready for my younger generation. The seventh generation go that way. So this the past needs 87 generations. Not just band-aid stuff. There's things that we're doing these days. That's all I see sometimes when I see legislation. It ain't not sort of like yesterday. Oh, what is it? I learned it on center. Contract on center. But I do like like to sit down where the money is and start talking about it. I about Hunson. In the Hanson, I don't know. As never know this as in leader. These eight is race and lead on the radar. The song equal and Hania. To be council delegate, but seems that to no resolve. Things are just the same and still going the wrong way. So sometimes I feel that I think we need to start Naabik'íyáti as the way it is. Naabik'íyáti show art and these title had issued by Yati Conquerdassen Eben had Naso Neba this open to see by Yati Eben in hard. In this case, it seems that we're not facing all the three branch government. I know might say. Sometimes I haven't seen a president since I got elected back in the 3 years ago. So we need to sit down and start planning that way. All government, all but I think then the hard old season data, which did I didn't have the Sina is down. I put it not take coin hard right now. So that's my comment to this three branch energy. I think I'm elected too also. I think I also have an authority to talk for my people. And I want something done in that regards. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So, for those comments. That, let me go on to Madam Chair Crowdy. Madam Chair. Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon, Speaker, colleagues. Appreciate the report from Mr. Bial in giving some background information. Speaker, if we could make a directive to the programs that are involved with the development of the fiscal year 23 budget to send all of their information to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The reason why we don't receive all of the information and looking at the emails is emails are only directed to certain individuals. And I agree with Delegate So that as a council, we are all elected and we all have the duty and obligation when appropriating dollars. And we all should be provided that information so that we can make the best decisions, whether we sponsor a legislation, while we debate or ask questions on the floor, and more importantly, how we educate and provide information to our communities as they ask us as delegates, what does certain legislation mean? Why do they see constant shortfalls? Because what I want to be clear here, Speaker, and I will say I am deconstructing what this concept of three-branch chiefs means. Because the three-branch chiefs do not communicate directly with the people. I am reviewing, it looks like, maybe at the agency meeting, we'll have a report from the Office of Speaker, a report from the President's Office. I don't see reports from the judicial branch. And I also, in looking at how the three-branch chiefs was in our report from Budget and Finance on Tuesday, that this has been about 20 years of moving forward with the three-branch chief agreement, but there's really no evidence on how it supports or continuing this agreement if every year the council has to move forward with either emergency funding or allocate UUFB. And this is a great opportunity to educate our public and leadership what these different funds have, how much money is in them, what is the restrictions, how can you appropriate, how do we make sure and accountability that these funds are being spent. And those are the questions that I think in terms of leadership, especially our role as council delegates, we tend to do a lot of administrative functions. And you can go back to the reports like from 2005. I know at the Net Policy Institute, we did a report, I think around 2008. And you can identify all of the actions that the council takes. And is that an administrative action or is it a policy action? And we should have, as a council and a committee, our focus should be more on that policy, which includes appropriation. What tends to happen is committees then have to call in executive or judicial programs and get information because we're hearing directly from our constituents that there are issues. And that should be an internal correction between judicial and executive. Legislative, we also should have that internal correction. And that's what we're looking at when laws are outdated or laws need to be amended. But we have now outstretched. And you could look at the agenda for the month of May, the amount of meetings, what was on the agenda, what was discussed, and the challenges of getting legislation drafted and being able to make those amendments to our laws. So with that being said, from this report, please provide your office speaker as a delegate. I'm requesting that you provide all of the information to all of the 24 delegates, their LDAs, I would say also staff. I tried to give it to our attorneys and the Office of the Speaker staff. Why is this important? So that collectively we're all educated on what's happening with the budget process. We're talking about just under $200 million, and this process takes many months. And there's a lot of questions that involve direct services. We should know why every year do our senior centers run out of food? Why do our police department not have the funding that they need to provide adequate public safety? Why do our Office of the Prosecutor staff salary so low? How can we improve the education system of Navajo Nation? And it's through funding. And I want to thank, I attended the DeBoseba conference last week. We did have a morning session before, unfortunately, it had to be canceled. But the superintendent of the Department of Diné Education, in transforming education and outcomes and community, there has to be a greater emphasis on funding education. And how are we looking at that? We get federal funding, we get state schools, but as a nation, how are we funding our education system? And something that also we need to consider as a nation, how do we modernize? We're using a system that was developed in the 70s. That was before I was even born. We're using a system in the 70s to address modern challenges of 2022, and our staff and our programs cannot keep up to date because our government, which we represent, has not provided them the tools and the resources that they need that will improve the quality of health for our citizens. I was texted, what is the council's plan to help our seniors in this upcoming heat wave? Now that's a great question. But we all know on this council, we can make directives. We could say, well, what funding is needed? How do we make sure? But if we approve the funding, whether it's emergency or not, we don't know if the president's going to sign it. We know that internally it'll take 3 to 6 months, and then how long the programs actually get that money and those services out there, that's always questionable. And that's why as delegates and committees, we have to keep going back to the programs because they're not providing the services that is in their budget, whether it's Navajo general funds or these K accounts, the federal funds. So that's why education needs to happen and accountability needs to happen. There needs to be, like OMB, when we talked about this, Mr. Biel, there's reports and suggestions for years that we've been waiting for recommendations. We've been waiting for recommendations to update the BIM, Appendix M, for the chapter amount. We've been waiting from the Auditor General. What do we need to do? What do we need to do if the chapter is sanctioned or there's audit findings? So I would say from this concern, if the staff speaker can help all of these issues that were addressed, at least in this report, that we have bullet points as a delegates, because these are legislative concerns, and we need to discuss if we need to do conditions of appropriation. And I would want to ask Mr. Bial, what year did the 3 branch chiefs develop an unmet priority needs for the Navajo Nation? Because that's in every one of the OMB memos that I've read when there's UUFB. And there should be public education to our constituents. What is UUFB? It's not this one fund. It's a collection of funds that there's, it's unallocated funding, right? So in simple terms, what is UUFB? What is CIHASIN? How has that been allocated? What are other opportunities? Because as delegates, we should not be fighting each other for funding for our communities. Really, what we should be doing is looking at what funding is available, what is your list of priorities, and how do we negotiate to get to maximize that? And so we'll also need from, I believe I requested from the Office of the Controller, a breakdown. How has CEJASIN funding been used in the past? And to do it by regions. And then look at that remaining amount and say, how can we equitably distribute this out so communities like Chinle have an idea of what type of funding is available and how they could properly plan. My last thing, and Mr. Bial, please answer that question about the unmet needs, because my last comment, although I have more comments, the Division of Community Development, they need, by Navajo Nation law, to develop a 5-year capital infrastructure plan. We have to waive that at council because that's not being developed. And that is another executive program. So when I read these Office of the President, Vice President line item veto memos, I always think, don't throw rocks at a glass house, because the majority of failures that are happening on Navajo Nation are within the executive branch. And this council continuously has to have reports, have to have meetings, have to get people together, have to have leadership meetings so that we could do the work of the nation. But yet when we allocate funding that will meet the needs of the nation, the President's office, Office of the President, and their staff, in a non-transparent way, no one hears their discussion. No one has an opportunity to provide updates, comments, or corrections. We just get these memos. And so I'll ask staff, Office of Legislative Staff, please combine or please identify all the line item vetoes from 2018 to present. We need to understand the policy impact and how chapters and communities have not been able to reach their full potential because of these line item vetoes. And I'm thinking about that roads funding. In addition to the road in Delegate Yellowhair's community, there was going to be $4.3 million for each region to help maintain our dirt roads in our community. There was a line item veto of water projects last August, and those are critical water projects that we know our community members need. And when we have these discussions on Arizona water rights, we need to build up this infrastructure so that we have a stronger stance in court that we're going to be using this water. And you have to have this broad idea of what's happening. And that's why I appreciate Delegate Eugene. So we need to be planning here. What is the plan? And then how do we move forward with it? And that's the allocation of those are the funding and those are the dollars. And then how do we keep folks accountable when they're putting it into motion? And then going back to CEJASIN again, okay, what do we do for the next round? And Speaker, that's how your office can help delegates visualize and see all of the challenges that we hear at committees. There should be an action or a solution, or someone should be identified to provide that support. Or if we need our LDA to get involved, then let us know. We're at capacity. We can't provide that support now. We've asked our offices, they can't provide that support, then let us know. It takes this communication. And we have to have these hard conversations with the Office of President and Vice President. I think, and I will stand on the record, I don't think the 3-branch chief works because although the Chief Justice, and I respect her position, but I'm also uneasy as a Supreme Court Justice. What happens then if any of these discussions go into a court setting? If any of these ideas are challenged? And so I think we could do better if maybe it's the court administrator and it's not the 3-branch chief, but it's a team of individuals like a domestic policy team that are working for the benefit of the Navajo people. And what's the outcome? The outcome is that we improve public safety, we improve education, we improve social services, we improve government, we improve opportunities for economic development. But we're showing that along the way. And that will help leadership prioritize what needs to get done. We have this this domestic policy team that has that open line of communication. I don't think that the three branch chiefs right now are organized to do that for us. I also have issues in terms of the transparency. And now we're delayed with the budget process. This agreement was supposed to be made a few weeks ago. And so who's accountable for that? And I would say as delegates of this committee, I would want to hear from Legislative Council. So this is my second, a few requests, but I'm writing this all down. From Legislative Council, how can we move forward with or without the three branch agreement? And what legal weight does that agreement have? Because at Budget and Finance, we make amendments. And if the three branch do not take into consideration some major issues, we make amendments to deal with that. And I have heard Delegate Chair Ottoso mentioned like elections office and judicial. Maybe they just need a set aside. Maybe they just need something off the top. And what does that number mean? And of course, I would advocate also for, public safety and DOLTEC, but what does that unmet need look like right now for the budget, and how are we making decisions? So those are policy decisions, and that's what, as a committee, we need to have those conversations. And maybe that's where we bring back opportunities and have support for agency caucus meetings with our chapters, because who is advising the president when he's speaking on behalf of executives? Is he going back to chapters, chapter officials? Are they negotiating their budget? Is there a clear understanding of what are the needs there when it comes to funding? And if we have this surplus now of 20 million, I don't know if we could call it a surplus, but an increase in our revenue, then what happens to the permanent trust fund that we set aside for 5 years? What is going to happen then in that permanent trust fund where we waived provisions that 50% of that should go to LGA certified chapters so that they can move forward? And that could be the plan for let's say communities like Chinle, communities like Tuba City. I have 5 certified chapters out of my 7, but they don't get additional funding, yet they're complying with the law. And I think these are the questions that should be asked before budget, because Senator Lujan had asked his constituents and leadership, please provide, a proposal for direct services. As delegates, we should have that opportunity. Is there a chapter or regional project that will benefit our community that should be considered for the budget? And that's not discretionary money. That is providing direct services to our people and in line with how the region is planning for itself. Because we could see the disconnect of what is being planned in Winter Rock and when there's a call and a need for service out in like the community of Cove or the community of White Rock. They're waiting, and we have the ability as a delegates to change this. And so I wanted to make sure I said this as the three branch chiefs meet. But there is no dictator on Navajo Nation. That is not how we were raised. That's not how our government is formulated. You cannot put restrictions on how, as the councils collectively allocate funding. You cannot issue memos and memorandums from the president's office saying we can't, or not to allocate money until the ARPAs. That is an overreach of powers. That's like when my daughter says, stay in your lane. Fix what's in your house. Add your experience to the conversations and to the solutions. And let's keep everybody accountable. So as legislative, what can we do? I think we need to amend this 3 branch where it's referenced in our laws or in the BIM. I think we need to look at how are we going to prioritize funding and bring back or make sure that we have this 5-year capital outlay plan to help with planning and so forth. How are we gonna look at UUFB with our unmet needs for the nation? And then how are we gonna be able to provide some direct assistance or direct funding to regional or local projects that are properly vetted and that there's a surplus or additional funding that can be allocated. So those are my recommendations and my questions to Mr. Bial, my question to Legislative Council, and from OLS on the line item veto. Thank you, Speaker. Let me know if there needs to be any clarification as I wrote these down, and I hope those on the line have wrote those down and provide that insight to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you with that, for that information and those questions, Madam Chair. Let me go to back to Mr. Bial. If you have any response, then I'll go over to Office of Legislative Counsel and then Office of Legislative Services. Mr. Bial? And if there's anything that the Controller's Office wants to assist with, or you might have an answer, you're more than welcome to join the discussion. Mr. Bial, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Responding to Delegate Karate. First of all, some of the information that our office generates, for example, in this case, it's the budget process, which involves the revenues and then some of the factors involved in the budget that's coming up. That information is provided, as I said, of course, with the Budget and Finance Committee, and then to the 3 branch chiefs. So they're all duly informed and they have the information they need to make relevant decisions. So the report that we're generating, for example, for tomorrow's meeting, we can subsequently also provide that information to all the delegates, as Ms. Crotty is suggesting, because our information, it's not confidential or privileged. It's just an honest. It just provides the information honestly to leadership on what the factors and issues are involved in the budget on an annual basis. Now, Delegate Crotty was also asking, have the branch chiefs ever sat down as a group and looked at the plans and priorities and therefore unmet needs of the entire Navajo Nation? And of course, annually, when the BNF, or not the BNF, but when the branch chiefs do meet, they have to, of course, be informed and understand what the revenue levels are. That's the beginning point pursuant to the Appropriations Act. We can only budget what monies we're expecting to receive. That's why the controller's revenue projection is so important. In some years in the past, the revenues went down. So we all had to tighten our belts some way, somehow. And every year, there's typically a lot of unmet needs. We never have enough money to meet everything. But there's some certain essential services, such as the operation of the government and the government structure that's mandated by Title II. So those are some of all of the factors that go into these various discussions. Now, back in 2010, I believe, I'd have to go back and look at my records. But back then, there was a decision made by the branch chiefs to work together on developing budget issues, needs, and then again with the available revenues, developing budget plans for the key, critical, and crucial issues that were identified as a group. And so a 3-branch team was formed. There was 3 or 4 individuals from each branch who met together periodically over roughly a 2-month period prior to the budget process and identified some of these needs and priorities and so on, and then fit it into the available revenues that we have. And obviously, everything couldn't be funded. So that would constitute, therefore, what would be a prioritized unmet needs list. So, and that ended up being signed in memorandum form by all 3 branch chiefs. So, in my career, being here for over 40 years now, that was really a first. You see in the budget process that the 3 branches and then the respective chiefs working together in this fashion. But unfortunately, it wasn't maintained. It wasn't the changeover administrations, people, personnel, and so forth. It wasn't maintained, continued, and so on. But as Delegate Crotty is saying, and as mentioned by Delegate So Begay previously, about trying to get more input from the general public, chapters, and so forth, is that approach or something similar to it could be pursued again in the future. But there would need to be some earnest and serious support for it in order for it to work. But that's a new approach that again could be attempted in the future budget processes. Maybe it's a good time to do it again, to start that particular effort. So that's my response on that particular matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pial. With that, we go to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Dana Bobrock, Chief Legislative Counsel. So what I would add to this conversation and attempt to answer Delegate Crotty's question is that very key to the budget process, starting the budget process, is the allocation of the annual revenue projection between the 3 branches. So that is a key component, because we have to get that base planning amount, the annual revenue projections broken up between the 3 branches. Now, ultimately, that is a decision for the Budget and Finance Committee. Since, and I haven't finished my research all the way back, but since the late 2000s, like maybe 2007, 8, right in there, Budget and Finance Committee has gotten a recommendation from the 3 branch chiefs, usually memorialized in the 3 branch chiefs agreement as to how the annual revenue projections should be allocated between the branches. So as Delegate So has pointed out, the 3-branch agreement is not a requirement under the Appropriations Act, and is in fact, the 3-branch agreement is a recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee as to how to distribute the planning amounts between the branches. Back in the early 2000s, the 3-branch chiefs used to actually come before Budget and Finance Committee, do their presentations, and the Budget and Finance Committee would work with the 3-branch chiefs in a meeting format to determine that allocation. At some point in time, it changed into the 3-branch agreement format. And so that is what is really key, and what that allocation is a vital component of the Office of Legislative Counsel being able to finalize the upcoming legislation. That upcoming legislation approves the BIM, and it will set the base planning amounts. So what I should add is that once BNF receives the 3-branch agreement, recommending the planning amounts per branch, the Budget and Finance Committee does have the authority to change those amounts. And as far as, I think very key to the discussion today is probably 12 MNC 830H, which is part of the Appropriations Act, and what 830H states is budget instructions and planning base amounts. The Office of Management and Budget shall prepare budget instructions for each fiscal year, which shall be approved by the Budget and Finance Committee no later than 30 days after the controller releases the annual revenue projections as delineated at 830C. The budget instructions shall include fiscal, operational, policy guidelines, budget development timelines, and planning base amounts for each fiscal year for the executive branch, the judicial branch, and the legislative branch. I have recapped, or actually read directly, 12 NNC 830H, because that is the stage that we're at right now in the budget process. And as Delegate Crowdy indicated, we're already running behind per H38. This should have been, the budget instruction should have been released 30 days after the controller did the annual revenue projection. And I can't remember right offhand, but the revenue projection was done at the end of March. So the budget instructions should be approved sometime at the end of April, early part of May. But we are running behind. But the one thing I would point out is we are about, at least at this point in time, a week, maybe 2 weeks ahead of last year. I'm going to turn it back over to you, Speaker, and whoever's commenting or answering questions next. And if I did not answer what Delegate Crowdy requests, please let me know and I will try again. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. That, let me go to Mr. Rico from Office of Legislative Services.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, and also Madam Chair Crowdy. In regards to the request, we are currently working on that, and we'll try to get something together by the end of the day to send out to the NABI Committee. It's basically just going back and seeing which resolutions were line item vetoed or possible line item vetoes. I know in 2018, we have about 2, and so far I'm looking at 2019 and we have I have 2 so far. So we're working on it, Speaker. We'll get it out. Thank you.
Thank you. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Yellow Hair in the queue. Honorable Yellow Hair? Honorable Yellow Hair.
Speaker, good afternoon, Speaker, and also my colleagues. Excuse me, the branch chief meeting behind in here could over this could budget FY23 by we're talking about recurring on the CT 23rd, I say non-recurring business. Office equipment, this is that the agreement beta admission Naha AI. According to the business, the 3 branch chief agreement need money with 8 of this. It's not Nigoyako. Just case second. The data not his conduct yet negative being the committee. The bond seat in proposed amendment bond seat in FY23 budget instruction manual. About in the Kudo amendment in Dalia, though be not a seat clean. Budget 50-50 formula to ADR seat as not Seniki. Being thoughts of Pista thoughts of the Kudo personally and they will cut only. Before we do split 50-50 formula, is that the best because money to French benefit rate that $8 what are you dollar by seeking a Konakis Kanda Ebanet or and Danhology a cocoa. The hockey could also and legal counsel and you have to have these stipend chapters official 80 thought 80 personal be thought the RGB a cocoa under a chapter's meeting able cart or into start or pesos that's the auto on the thought 9 big vehicle auto liability that's ready to the beginning auto ada physical damage that deductible expense to workers' compensation premium the personnel that it are they are the thoughts there no amendment and how condition of the given Asia are not this hands on they are Naabik'íyáti Argentina or Asia ada AR to card and yapi thought I could could only small chapters that must side. So the starting will be already covered all that before we split the money. Because of personnel that could add 110 chapters. So that it don't matter how big chapter you have, it's still the same equals a personal position they have 110 chapters. I call once about this. It all it all this could only change not Asian at Kengi. But the recurrent the of art was actually every year but and she Elton that Ashnat are non-recurrent every kilo such that saving for me at this equipment of another year kilo non-recurrent for that AS art Ashnat Aaron Zeno had Ensign. None of the press chief agreement, yes, it's not in the law, yeah. It open a husband penny, Peso, all adults, let's see, they don't easily it open a husband. Council can override that one. The 3 branch chiefs arbitrate not to, because the cost need on the sort out. AP, right, council, the branch chief green open a husband, open. Ben hot out 8 up a hot us what all obey domains and just respect one another. What else about this? That also speaker to Mr. Bial, if I'm correct, please correct me and appreciate it for your assistance year after year in reference to a revenue protection for FY23, and at the same time that fringe benefit rates are increase every year too. That we had to understand. Also, each side of the speaker, yes, and go back on mute now. Thank you, Doris. Enough and should the man of sending it all Doris. What aid of the share speaker?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Jamilo here. That let me go on down to Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes.
All right, yeah. Members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. The chairman. Thank you for bringing forth this information pertaining to the upcoming 2020 or 2023 rundown on the comprehensive budget. And I know that Legislative Council indicated that the three-branch council or the three-branch agreement, Chiefs Agreement, is not codified in law. And it's something that is recommended. And Mr. Bial, this for the purposes of our listening audience out there. What are the other avenues that the Budget and Finance Committee can utilize to reach to determine what funds will go to a certain branch, other avenues beside a three-branch Chiefs Agreement? The reason why I say this is that one of my concerns is that Honorable Crotty alluded to if one of the branch chiefs decides to take another branch to the court, and we have the Chief Justice there and as a judicial branch, and it starts in the regular tribal court. In the future, there may be a case that goes to the Supreme Court, which she or the Chief Justice would have to make a decision. And it puts the Chief Justice in a conflict of interest. And I know that we've been practicing this format for many, many years. And one of my thinking of upcoming scenarios to fix this issue is to just to legislate what the normal, by the 10-year ratio of budget each of the branches based off a percentage ratio. That way, you don't have Chief Justice asking for money for the fiscal year, new fiscal year. The judicial branch shouldn't be asking for money and coming before the council saying, we need money, we need money. You look at the U.S. Supreme Court, courts throughout the United States, their budgets are appropriated by Congress. Not them going through a budget hearing and or the federal budget process. So is this appropriated? Another is our election. So the election, Navajo election office, so 3 million budgeted. Papa Latasi, Honorable Wanika, Koni Kad, what the best Ani. Takodoye. Ekodon, Nia Bakai, Jeb, Latasi, near Nahot, that's another program. I mean, that particular legislation was line item vetoed. Talk about a form of democracy, and you have a branch chief striking down that request because the machines and the computers are outdated. You know, you go into the president's office, you have Apple computers up, as your brand new one. As you not, no, they're just trying to create a better election for our Navajo people out there. Record data keeping and so forth. Okay, that's another program that should be asking for money. We should be giving it to them either off the top or legislated by percentage ratio, so that each year, whatever the budget ratio comes in, when the controller determines the funding amount or the budget projection, we have that percentage ratio ready to utilize to administer how much funds, what percentage of a certain fund a program's going to receive or a branch is going to receive, and they can work with that budget. Oh, what up, and in lieu of that, those type of recommendations from the Office of Budget Management, what are the other alternative solutions that could be presented to the council so that future comprehensive budget process can be a lot easier, instead of allowing a three-branch chief to go into a closed-door session and say, hey, you're going to get this much money. Hey, you're going to get that much money. You're going to get that much money. Are you okay? And Honorable Kealan Begay and I think it was Honorable Crotty's right. Where's the Navajo people there? My tenureship in the Navajo Nation Council, I have never seen anything brought forth on those budget discussions publicly between the three-branch chiefs. What recommendations, what else do you have that maybe we could look at to start to change the legislative process? Because the other is your recommendation on unexpended dollars at the end of the year. Earlier, you alluded to programs indicating that it's impossible to expend all these monies by the end of the fiscal year. Is there other alternatives, solutions you have that could maybe, in a way, penalize programs? They don't use all their money at the end of the year. Say we appropriate them $200,000, and they only utilize maybe $140,000, leaving $60,000 in the pot for that program. That tells you that there's two things: that program can operate with less, or there's something wrong with management there. Funding are not being expended. Maybe bills are being paid. I don't know. But those type of recommendations are really needed to the council. So I'm not too sure if it's within your authority. No, you are you are the department head for operation of budget OMB. But the idea is to get these programs to extend these dollars at the end of the year, because all these programs are going to come to us and say, we want this much money, we want this much money. When the council finishes the comprehensive budget, the legislative branch has completed their work. President usually into their line items, and direct services is supposed to begin. But what happens is when you get out to the districts, and then we as delegates, we're the ones that are told, how come direct services are not being provided? Once the budget is completed and approved by the president, the direct service operation should be moving forth, and the executive branch should be moving forth with their duties and responsibilities to provide direct services for the Navajo people. No, you indicated you're there for 40-something years. Within that 40-something years, you should have a couple of solutions that you can provide, and maybe we can move forth with bettering this process. And it gets political. Budget hearings, you hear programs talking about having not much money. Last year's budget hearing, it was on the record. I'm not too sure what program it was, but it was on the record. One of the program managers indicated that this was one of the administration's priority, or I don't want to say favorite, one of their, I think it was sort of like favorite program. And I thought about it. Why are we favoring certain programs at in that branch? As the division, as the manager, what type of solutions do you have to present to this body to change the policies pertaining to the comprehensive budget process? Because what I'm saying, Mr. Bial, you are a valuable asset to the Navajo Nation. You have 40 years of knowledge in the budget process. Even Navajo. So that this not the head Ninan Quahas August. No, I just kid. Alcohol, Jo Shaban, Senke, so the honey. And then Lenin laid Funny Dake ya ad. You see, you see, peso. Not one branch is funded. the Navajo people's funding, and if monies are appropriated for direct services, those direct services are supposed to be provided day after the president signs the bill into law. So what's our best business? So yeah, because Hanan so kon anado ja na aje the never peso has the internal dollars out of the external dollars coded he can take in the but so the kid the house from the Office of Budget Manager from OMB. So you and your staff up there, actually, need one that is. So, need that. So he that is. So, the oil that is. The system ain't there. Go. Just your key asset, your program. You're there for a certain duty and responsibility. I really appreciate your services that you do on behalf of the Navajo people. Nepa, they know this which on Mr. Bial. On so yeah, one mute.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So that, let me go back to Mr. Bial. If there's any response at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the committee, members of the council. First of all, let me say to Delegate Yellowhair, I appreciate his support for the work that we do, OMB, and then the entire government in developing the budget annually and the considerations given to various needs, issues, priorities, and so forth. To Delegate Otoso, part of his question was, what other avenues, I think he used that word, could be used as far as enhancing or increasing public input into the budget process. So one idea that I could mention, of course I'm not on the Budget and Finance Committee, but I recall in prior years, back in the early 2000s, and even before that, the 1990s, there was a time when the Budget and Finance Committee would hold agency meetings. So Delegate, using your situation as the example, there would be a meeting at Tuba City chapter or in that area where the Budget and Finance Committee would meet with the chapters, the surrounding chapters, and then the agency-based programs, or Western Agency as an example. And they would hear from them on what their budget needs are, what issues they have, what shortfalls they have, and so forth. And I recall this particular method was used for a few years under the leadership at the time of Budget and Finance Committee Chair, the late Edward T. Begay, who subsequently later on became the Speaker of the Council. So that's a method that could be used. And again, I'm just explaining that that's how it was done back then. So it allowed some input. But like any public hearing, any public session, there's always an expression of unmet need far greater than the available funds. So you end up in a situation where the base funding amount that's available for Western Agency chapters, programs, and so on is only so much. And the need is perhaps double, sometimes even more than that. But the funds aren't there to do it. So annually, the an unmet need list takes form, shape, and is developed. So the BNF committee back then found that, they can't fund all these things, and they don't want to give false hope either to all the speakers and presenters that, somehow their budget needs would be met at some level or somehow. So that effort wasn't continued or maintained. But it could be done again. I'm just explaining that's one way that prior BNF committees try to enhance public input into the budget process. The comment about unexpended balances and where programs don't spend all their money, and you, Delegate, so you make an excellent point where there are some programs out there that receive funding, and sometimes they argue for that funding, saying they need it, they really need it, and then they get budgeted for it, and yet they don't spend it. So that raises the question, why? And the answers, of course, are probably many. Sometimes it's our internal processes. You're all familiar with that by now. It takes time to get all the paperwork done and then meet the various constraints, rules, regulations, and so on to get moving on expenditures on the budget and other action matters. But in some cases, there's programs that traditionally do not spend, and yet they keep getting funded at the same level. So that could be a basis for looking at either reducing their funding or putting some sanctions on it. That they've got to show better activities aimed at carrying out the activities of the program, their goals and objectives, and so forth. So an example of that is every year now, OMB has a section called the Management and Policy section, where every quarter, pursuant to the BIM, we present a report on the status of plans of operation, on budget balances and expenditures, and then conditions of appropriation, whether they've been met or not. And then the performance assessment scores. All of that is information that's generated for over 400 programs in our government, all three branches. And those reports come out every quarter, and they're provided to all levels of management and leadership, meaning the affected programs, the division directors, the branch chiefs, the members of the council. So that information is provided. Granted, it's raw data. It's raw data in the sense that it gives you all the numbers. But from that point, it's up to leadership to use that information and ask the appropriate and pertinent questions. Mr. Program Director, why are you not doing this and that? Is there a reason for it? What can this committee or council delegate or division director do to correct this or resolve whatever the issue might be? That's the purpose of it. So our office, we're continually looking at ways to enhance that ability to do that. And we'll continue to do so. So, Delegate, I'll respond to you at this point in that way. And I appreciate your comments by raising these questions. I take it positively. It's sort of like positive criticism, not of OMB, but of all of our government as a whole. How do we deal with these issues? These questions that come up from time to time. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my response at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bial. That, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Slater, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the presenters. Speaker, my question was answered in one of the responses, so I'll yield my time and thank you.
Speaker Freeland, can you put me in the queue box, please? Thank you.
Hey, put me back in the queue, Eugene.
Honorable Freeland, I'll put you in the queue. Honorable Eugene, so I'll put you in the queue. Thank you, Honorable Slater. With that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. That was quick. Thank you, Mr. Bial, for the report and update as well on the three branch chiefs agreement as well. Just listening to my colleagues' responses as well to the report. Thank you, colleagues, as well. Mr. Bial, I really thinking towards our future, and of course, thank you for your 40+ years of service to our great Navajo Nation, and just thinking to the future in essence of how we can come together collectively. I'm always still thinking about the financial future of the Navajo Nation. That's still the big question mark. What does that entail? We've got to prepare our funding. We got to, put ourselves in a very viable position for funding, and that of course involves creating new sources of revenue. Hopefully at some point, devising an economic plan, an economic recovery plan, possibly even because of COVID and how it's affected the nation as a whole. With the closure of NGS and Kayenta Mine, plugging up that lost revenue and adding additional revenue on top of it to help, our health and social programs. And, when it's budget season, especially when a lot of programs have unmet needs, how can we start addressing those unmet needs? And of course, it all involves revenue. How are we going to get new sources of revenue? How are we going to fund the future of the Navajo Nation government? How are we going to position the financial position of the Navajo Nation government? These are kind of things that as delegates we think about, and I'm obviously concerned about it. With the high rate of inflation, gas prices, everything is stalemate because of what's going on in Europe with Russia and Ukraine. That's put a bad effect on gas prices, and a carton of eggs is like $5, $5 a gallon, $5 a carton right now, and everything's impacting us financially, and we're feeling the effects as well. But even at the Navajo Nation level, I'm thinking in part of construction, I'm thinking in part of development. With our division community development crew, what they're going through, costs and goods and services are really gone through the roof. And how are we going to fund a lot of these types of situations in the future? It may even double. I don't want to say that, but we gotta start thinking about our financial future as well, and the position. And you're going to be so critical, and your input experience as well. How are we going to position the Navajo Nation as a whole, all three branches, securely and adequately? How are we going to put ourselves in a very stable financial future without relying on a continual UUFP, allocation, or how can we start winging off of that? Not dependent on any sort of other funding, and but how can we start creating our own sources of revenue? So this could be a question to Division of Economic Development. It could be we do have a new economist now, but collectively as OMB, OOC, Division of Economic Development, the council, OPVP, everyone that's involved, we've got to start thinking about our financial future, and what does that entail? We got to start thinking about funding our programs adequately for the future and preparing them at some point. So, just some thoughts and feedback for your report, Mr. Biel, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. We move on down to Honorable Eugene. So,
okay. Peaceful. I'm not campaigning. I'm not running. And I'm going to say something again. You got to go share, Mr. Biel. I got to say, I'm not so pleased because I think you're doing a good job. Decent starts since the day I became council. But they hadn't need all this. I don't know that it's not starting. It's down the screen. That has now done this. I know, that has mentioned it. She never know which meant the word of God. Ari died and she never is on today. They had Nasi Kai, which cannot see at the agency superintendent. At that time, superintendent used to get people together at the agency level. All the elected officials, chapter and the grazing land board and council delegates, and to discuss funds where it's needed, how much it's needed. Roads that a school that natural resource, water that and all other stuff you can get based on the Yorkshire from each chapter. And then the council and the superintendent takes that back and requests for funds to Congress. Based on the being going to other places. Each other chapters. So that way we have enough money for whatever is needed at the ground level. At this time, the way the codification of our eco money and behavior has on it, because of what we're saying, did and at each chapter are the projects within the So when things like that don't know the show, because only the codification, the donors the show, I think it creates based on the dead it opens a lot of even that is to make the law to revisit and to remend certain areas where we can't use the land, which that would put some money or some this money to put any projects on the ground. All. Number one issue is the budget and finance. So sometimes I try to get in there, but certain things that they're told. So we are the council delegate 24, the spa husband, the same report Nadalia, and in the same token with each oversight committee. Sometimes they're all on the same, or you might be having a meeting, or and time is really of essence. I see time, like almost all the 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates, I think always trying to call the controller. But she has her time, man. No, so on it and just not got a part of it. So, yeah, and the great has had a year of a based on them. They thought that net day. Sometimes we took up her time asking this and that or the reports. But then those at her table, at her desk, it's in now we're taking up her time. Well, she should be working. If we all listened, all 24, to report it would have been really good. Like I said, send something to all oversight committees. The questions that they have to go, division has to go to this committee, and then to that committee, and then to that committee, and then they wait. Those hours should be put on the ground. Yeah, it's never in the Hayilan, but in the house, it's a kid or the case, and it's no them in the house. So it seems like that's where that problem is. So if we're going to put something on the ground for the people out there that elected us, and then you guys we saw it. You see that okay. I don't know. Sometimes I'll try to help with my own money. Not the account. Questa. Account out of it. Yes, it. Account sin. Put that that's three sign on nursing homes. What are they? Quite all they become young there at the hospital. My appointment is in this nursing homes. Also, she had us. I'm not so Christian. It's not on hold. They start all the arts. They start at and know that. These are some of the issues that we have out there. Wish we could have a right for them so they can take them out there back to their family and see the situation there. Hotel, the house. That's what I found out. That's what I see out there. And a lot of things there that are here. The credit in the hotel. The baker she busy then. Other baby don't see the ten. But other yet outcome. And yet another outcome. So in order for us to put something on the ground with this law, the codification need on us, Mr. Not really going to the ground over there to the people. It's already over here because then she did not hold at it. She did couldn't need the mask. But yeah, it's all for hold at all that holds. I don't know how long we're going to prolong these kind of situations. The help that people need out there. Same token with the ORPA funds. I think you know what you eat now. What the your base of? When are we going to use it? And the whole all year on cargo in as council. So every now what I should this I did the con because honest if it's not working for the people, the rules we need to reamend it and make where we can make the money to be on the ground that I said a better so they don't we need to reamend it where they can really help the people out there instead of over here our government. But you see never you see never face because all you need to that's how I see the government as of now. So that's it is. It really hurts me because I got a lot of people out there in Trinity that ask me this and that. And I wish I could give them the money, have the money for them. But it's over here in Winter Rock, upon the horses and this open it. I don't know if when we're going to use it, but it's just there. 现在定了不要，是不要，而且要你看，那是我的。现在 you know a lot about this situation. 看得好，要被现在定的都是。I don't know. Speaker should say, no, thank you. Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eugene. So, before I go back to Mr. Bial, I do have Honorable Slater in the queue, and then I'll go back to Mr. Bial. Honorable Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shania. Speaker Damon. I have a question regarding IDC and the FRF funding. Is IDC being assessed on the FRF funding? I had a question from someone asking me about that. It was my understanding that the administrative cost set aside, which is almost half of what the IDC rate is handling those matters. Thank you. I'll yield back to you, Speaker.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So, put me in the queue.
Chairman, we have you in the queue. All right, thank you. With that, let me go back to Mr. Bial. Any response at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, council. Oh, let me see. I appreciate the remarks by Delegate Freeland. He, of course, is a former member, executive member of the President's office in a prior administration. So he has a good knowledge and a sense of what goes on at the OPVP office and hearing all of these needs and so forth. So, and of course, the funding levels and how is it going to be best used, how can it be maintained and kept stable and so forth. One of the things I could say about this is I think just by the dialogue so far, the discussion over the last hour and a half, I think you're beginning to see that the three branches, in fact, really need to work together more. There needs to be more collaboration, consultation on all of these various issues. And what I would say and see in my experience is we as a government, as the branches, as the committees, as divisions and so on, we're pretty good at doing laundry lists. I mean, we can put together a list of all our needs, wants, and wishes, and so forth. And that price tag is going to be huge. And again, we never have enough money to cover all of it, maybe not even half of it. So what's lacking, in my opinion, is we don't have a real strong planning mechanism. By planning mechanism, I mean, okay, all of these lists of unmet budget needs and so forth, services, operations, activities, and so on. what's the priority? That really needs to be determined somehow, some way. And if we're ever able to do it, then we would have a really good tool to use when funding allocations come out, whether it be in the regular budget or all of these supplementals. So I think that's a feature that we're lacking. And if we were able to address that, it would really help. Another example of that is in prior budget resolutions from the council. There used to be a paragraph in there that read, the branch chiefs shall provide prioritized listing of all their unmet needs for consideration during the budget process, including supplemental appropriation budget process. But it was never really done. It wasn't done. So because that's not done, again, there's no overall plan that we can use as a guide. So individual delegates, individual programs can push and promote their own needs, whether it's a priority or not. And that's how things have been going. Now, that paragraph in the budget resolution hasn't been there for about 3 years now. And I think it was probably just because it was leadership saw that it wasn't working. So why do we keep putting it in there? Anyway, that again was an attempt to try to promote that sort of planning and prioritization of all of our needs. Delegate Eugene So, I would take his remarks as, again, going in the same direction. How can we do a better job of developing our plans and priorities so as to, when budget time comes, when funding allocation time comes, all of those things can be considered. And again, I think it would require a 3-branch effort to address that. And Delegate Slater, your question on, are the FRF budgets, ARPA budgets, charging IDC, or is IDC applying to them? It's my understanding that IDC is not an eligible cost in FRF, ARPA funding. Mr. Speaker, that's my response at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bial. With that, let me go ahead and go down. I do have Chairman Daniel So and then Honorable Yellow Hair in the queue. Chairman, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Okay, Chair of Naabik'íyáti Autos and colleagues of the Naabik'íyáti legislative staff and all the folks on the call. Mr. Bial, thank you for your presentation. And I guess the main thing, we're dealing with a second amendment to the plan of operations for Division of Social Services. The second one since 2019, and in addressing that, I asked for a review of general fund balances. And it was reported that since 2017 to 2022, there is $10 million of general funds in the executive director's budget. And that causes me to ask this and would request that you provide a system-wide report on each of the divisions. The reason I'm saying that is it's almost carte blanche action that council just, without really looking at the items, the needs, we just approve carryovers. That's what I saw occurred with the executive director's budget with Division of Social Services. Carryovers that were put in place since 2017 and up to and including 2021. So, and when we do carryovers, those items don't go into the UUFB. And that, I think, really gives a false picture. It also gives, in effect, what that means is services weren't delivered at the budgeted amount. And so that's why I'm asking that your office and OOC develop a report based on all those carryovers from 2017 to 2021. And as we get to the end of 2022, then we'll see what that effect is. And that would be my thoughts, because there are many methodologies throughout the years on how the budget is prepared. So we just think, our budget review is only over the general fund. That's not even looking at the federal funds that are unexpended but are reverted. That would be another item of critique, critical review that needs to happen. That basically would show the effectiveness and the efficiency of the Navajo Nation government to utilize state and federal funds, contracted funds. So that would be my input to this discussion, and I appreciate what colleagues have said. And it's not in a matter of, critiquing employees and saying, but it's the overall systematic review I think needs to happen. And from there, then policies would have to be also reviewed, as well as amended and updated. Mr. Speaker, that would be the extent of my questions and requests and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That, let me go back to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yeah, non-speaker. The delegate yell here, not it. Kuro, priority, na hot priority, kuro, FY23 general fund revenue projection. Kuro, yeah, he needs $198,918,000. Shukro, by us, Francis, case, let's have a budget allocated. Name the 3 branch chief hunted just based on the percentage last year or this year comparison. What the Lord hunted does need don't know about yesterday. It's going to take some work to give a good allocation for the branch chief. But need see no he gave 110 chapters. Such what in 2000. They're always short on staffing on their budget operations. What that's such a conta has it all because on the election also about he had all legislative office. So it's our operations. So couldn't deep on to the kids as your budget on to the kids area. And just the recurring the never life position is that it our people fair to husband. It out as your key not inflation. They are the 110 chapters because at these starting is always shorted because of 50-50 formula and his spells and councilmen. The need the amendment the passage being a committee. It's all starting out of it. Out of formula. You're going to take the money off the top. But all of the deep budget not so just that 50-50 formula is old formula that don't fit us anymore. I think I was just thinking to have a legislation that I'd like to process through a 164, but it turned out I need only to begin. Has you don't review this list of whatever comes. Joy pito to aro leben that on she acquired aba husband a larger priority but net pito has so they be a condemned the 3 branch chief so it has on spouse and how much is actually need a cohort 110 chapter they what is has on his quotation so Ajo nicht Eliot, and the very still no epiga. But the branch chief are 3 of like it or Diga what Ela had no. The other what and yes, especially when there's 110 chapter, we need money for this important for Sunday. The nepit has on a biopsy. 110 chapters that they love they on this other. They don't grant on that's especially the judicial branch, they get money. I'm pretty sure that they're not spending money right now. Judicial, they've got to bring forth for us. At the $30 million by return underfunded that was requested by judicial a year back in 2012, way before too. $5 million now, nothing. But not need so. Out of they get 638 funds. I think it was $1 million for those are like recurring. Some money left over that goes to capital, especially for computer. What out on the up there about so Navajo Nation General Fund goes to judicial branch. But the only money that we're going to look for every year, judicial branch is for a building, judicial detention. Administration, additional money, it on of sati, base katichipe on the recurring, they are people spare the husband, okay, zogi, deep budget, not little to hard, I just need a better direction from Mr. Piyal. Next year, I thought of that's only a quota, they are beginning that all this summary will come before the 3 branch. She thought on this case, I was out on here, no either. He was just talking up in the air, or by your ticket, or by your ticket, pushing legislation escapes. And she thought with this thing, Mr. Bayala, support you and bring a better solution next year if you're going to stay on. Congratulations, 40 years. Here, one son. This is not you the thought in Neon, the open here. Out of speaker and the dog here, out on the president now, so Vice President Liza, he don't out on the kudo, Madam Chief Justice and Jane, so she's not on the collaboration. This what we need. Others say, "Oh, by not hit on this." Kajol now, Joti lit. Others behind that, he being KD. Let them do the job before the branch chief decided to split the money. And I said, it's not until law, yes. Those are just recommendations by the three branch chief when they make these agreements in total amount. They're all by entire case, based off your budget balance. Say that, Mr. Bial, can you answer this? Because I request I bring it to your attention already. And earlier, Daben, Hassan, Equia, Shabana, evening, and so on, since the Bial, Ayaba here, since I want to have speed only. I could have got it all. He's not only. Now, bedins, thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Wheeler. With that, I'm go back to Mr. Bial and anybody else has any response from Office of Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Services, Department of Justice, Controller's Office. More welcome to chime in too as well. No, but let me go to Mr. Bial at this time. Mr. Bial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, starting off with the request by Delegate Daniel So, asking for a carryover report for each division, and for that matter, I would include the branches. Every year when carryovers are authorized, this is regarding the Navajo funds, the Office of the Controller, as part of their closeout activity at year end, fiscal year end, they do prepare a report by business unit in each program, and they provide that information to us, to OMB, and that's what we use to inform the various programs and business units that you have this available fund balance as carryover. So in that same notice, we would advise them that they need to prepare a budget so that budget can be put into their annual budget. So that's the carryover budget activity. That information is available. We might have to tailor it to the audience because at the moment it's pretty much just numbers and figures, amounts. But anyway, I'm just saying that that information is available and we can do it. And for that matter, that would include federal funds. I don't know if the contracting officer, Mr. Shorty, is listening to the discussion, but I think I can go ahead and say this. You know, one of his frustrations is that committees, divisions, branch chiefs, and so forth, every now and then will ask for information on how are the expenditures going for various grants, contracts, and so forth. So he and his staff will spend a lot of time preparing information. The latest comprehensive report that I saw, if I remember right, it's like 10 pages long. Nothing but columns and columns of numbers, amounts, expenditures, and then unspent balances. And in some cases, these balances go back years, and they're still there. And that hasn't been resolved yet. So I'm glad that Delegate So is raising this. So perhaps with that interest, and then with the BNF committee as well, maybe this can be addressed better, more, well, in a proactive manner to deal with it. And Delegate Yellow Hair, he's correct when he says that the chapter needs, and for that matter, I would include all unmet needs and issues, again, whatever is prioritized, ought to form the basis for budgeting in the future and allocations that are made accordingly. We, and as I explained earlier in some of my remarks and comments, I think that's a shortfall or flaw we have in our system, is that we don't do that very well. And so we kept running into that particular dilemma. So my office, we can work on ways to address that and speak to it and try to improve our government as far as dealing with those sorts of matters, budgeting issues, needs, priorities, and how to speak to them, address them in a better way, form, and fashion. Mr. Speaker, that's my response at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response, Mr. Bial. At this time, colleagues and everyone listening in, joining in, we are on receiving a report and update from the Office of Management and Budget on the three-branch chiefs meeting to be held regarding the fiscal year 2023 budget allocation. Mr. Bial has been fortunate to give us a background and update and lay out what is presently working on between all the different parties. Not just the three-branch chiefs, but most importantly, the staff from Controller's Office, OMB, all the different areas, whether that be the Minerals Department, tax offices, just trying to make sure that we get correct numbers in order for us to get a right revenue projection for FY 2023. So with that, colleagues, we were asking questions. Is there any further questions at this time? Because we don't have anybody in the queue.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So my question actually, in hearing Mr. Bial, another consideration that the council and committee should be aware of is the Office of Management and Budget. They do not have a permanent location. They're working out of the side corridor of the museum, and that has in the past been a challenge during budget season. They have to conform to or rely on the museum staff to open up their facility. So we do need to have a plan on how to properly provide adequate workplace for the OMB workers and how they're going to modernize their system. I appreciate the reports that are given to OMB, but there's also an easier way when we're pulling down data. We should have a robust data system that could filter out the information and provide that. So it shouldn't be individuals using a number of man hours to do that manually, and that's also one of the big things. But Speaker, my final question is to you. So representing the legislative branch and what you've heard from the delegates here, what is going to be your approach tomorrow for the three-branch chief to make the discussion as public and transparent as possible? And in terms of the concerns and issues raised, how are you going to provide that information in those discussions and deliberations? I think at this point, Speaker, the best or my recommendation as a delegate, I would ask at that meeting that the three branch chiefs refrain from entering into an agreement so that we don't have the conflict of interest that have been identified through these discussions, that as a committee or a council as a whole, we're provided the information, with the oversight committees and on Naabik'íyáti in response to delegates who want to know the full picture, and that could be provided to the public. And how then, either through this committee or through budget and finance, how we could host hybrid discussions for each agency and have that planning, so we could at least make steps to hear from our communities, and that information be down the line. Right now we're making a top-down approach, and the last thing is there was no discussion for this report of that 2-year budget recommendation, but that also should be considered, or the committee and council should know that we get as a council, and this is the concern, so if we're delayed by the three-branch agreement, that shortens the time for all of the committees to hear the budget. And I believe it was 2 years ago, there was a conversation that if the oversight committee should have budget hearings, and if it should just go to BNF, then not be in council. And so I'm concerned because there should be as much public information as possible, and those who are delaying the process up front should not try to expedite the public process, because we have timelines, and then programs have to transition from one fiscal year to another, and that also hurts with like insurance for our senior center vans or any Navajo Nation vans, or not vans, vehicles. Like there's challenges when we switch from fiscal year to fiscal year, and we don't have those budgets in place. So what then are the recommendations? And whoever side on the call, the only thing is that's a reflection of you. We're here as leadership to have these conversations for the benefit of our people. And if this is beyond you and you have to sigh about it, I would just invite you to get off the call, because we need to be able to have these conversations and work for the best interests of our people. So I wanted to ask you those questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to first go back to the creation of the three-branch chief agreement. I really, when I was the chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee on the 23rd Council, I was one of the ones who tried to challenge the three-branch chief agreement as much as I possibly could, and in some ways we did. But I think it was if you remember, Mr. Bial's was 2017 when we didn't take the recommendation from the three-branch chiefs, and the Budget and Finance Committee at that time changed the recommendations. I remember that was something that was Department of Justice at that time. I think Miss Sheree Espinoza, Mr. Mel Rodas, and Jenna Warner corrected and tried to state that couldn't be done due to 830 or 12 NNC subsection 830 on the branch chief's allocation to the individual planning base amount. So when with what Office of Legislative Counsel Ms. Dana Barboff indicated, stating that the three-branch chiefs agreement does not or is not required, I was told multiple different times by Department of Justice, Mr. LaVon Henry, former Office of Chief Legislative Counsel, that was a requirement due to 12 NNC subsection 830 H and I. And that was something, but now it seems like there's a different path moving forward. And you're asking me the questions about tomorrow. I will bring up for sure the transparency of having asking both Madam Chief Justice and Mr. President, Jonathan Nez, to have this three branch chiefs meeting on Zoom and televised, and I have no problem with that. As transparency is something I think that's definitely coming to fruition, especially now. And I have no problem with asking that of the other two branch chiefs. In the recommendation moving forward, I think you heard what two things that are coming up. One is that there's a possible recommendation for additional revenue that might be funded, whether that be the $20 million. But one thing I don't think was mentioned too is, if you remember last year, colleagues, there was a move to save another 20 million from the UUFB. And I think that's something that needs to be discussed tomorrow too, as well, from the three branch chiefs. That $20 million that was saved in last year's budget moved forward towards the recommendation into this year's budget. One thing that is highly critical, if you can hear from Mr. Bial's presentation, that is formulated into the recommendation this year, is the increase of the fixed costs and increase of capital projects. But most importantly, the increase, the highest impact that we will have looking forward is the increase in the fringe benefits. That 8% might not be seeming like that much, but that 8% is going to be huge increase on the fringe benefits when you're talking about millions and millions of dollars. I think we're sitting at, I do believe it's 49% now. That's almost 50%. If you colleagues, what that literally means is if you have a staff member or employee who's earning $50,000 a year annually, they have to pay another $50,000 for the fringe benefits, roughly probably $48,000 more for their fringe benefit. So it's almost going to be, actually half the price of that. So it's going to be about $25,000. So it's going to be half the price of whatever is the current cost for each and every single employee that's a full-time employee of the Navajo Nation, or elected officials, or political appointees, and even higher for the judges. And I think that's where the most important critical role is, when you're asking what we need to do to keep an operational function of this Navajo Nation government. And if the operation is to not lay off anybody, then the increase of funds for the 20 million is definitely going to go to the increase of that overall 8% of the increase towards the Navajo Nation's fiscal responsibility and human responsibility to keep all Navajo Nation employees employed. And that's going to be, I think that's priority number one. If that's the case, if there is shortfalls there, whether they be at Daltex or they be at local level where Honorable Keon is talking about, whether they be any one of the programs, you have to identify first, are we going to keep all 100% of our current employees on board and with no layoffs this year? And I think that's a priority that's going to be presented tomorrow in their structure of what kind of options Mr. Bial is going to be presented. Now, asking if there was going to be no formal presentation or no formal move to be advocating on getting a three branch chiefs agreement, I think that would be needed to be waived then in the original budget legislation or even Budget and Finance Committee would need to talk about that waiver due to the fact that I do believe that that allocation specifically is outlaid in 12 NNC subsection 830I when it's talking about the budget planning, or actually, but HNI, when it's talking about the development timelines and planning base amounts for each of the fiscal years for executive, judicial, and the legislative branch. So if there's going to be a formality to waive the three branch chiefs agreement, now again, you just heard it, it's a recommendation, but that recommendation, once those three branch chiefs agreement, once it's been approved by BNF, then that recommendation becomes law of the land. In order for these budget base amounts to not be increased or decreased from each one of the branches. And that's a critical action I think Budget and Finance could be talking about. And again, it goes back to the representation of what does the Budget Finance Committee, through working through the past couple of years, how we have created the dialogue in order for us to be here today. How has the Budget and Finance Committee of this 24th Navajo Nation Council helped assist to create this avenue and asking to create new regulations? I think the 12 NNC 830, which is the budget planning and preparation of the annual appropriation budget, I think that's something where if there is going to be any changes, that would be the first place that we would have to look to make these changes. So again, that's the way to answer that question, Madam Chair Crotty. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions? And twice. And 3 times. Let's go to the board, accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Kiel, what's green? Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati, how do you vote?
Sabeja, this is Delegate Amber Canes-Bacrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes-Bacrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not
I
vote.
vote green.
Excuse me, Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote.
I vote green.
Excuse me, Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote? Honorable Thomas Walker.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Once more, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 19 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Bial, for your work and your dedication and your well-knowledge history of the nation's fiscal management. And thank you, Dana, and to Office of Legislative Services too as well for providing those answers. With that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down to item number B. It's an update report by the Office of the President and Vice President, Navajo Nation Division of Community Development, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds Office on the status of projects of the projects listing, particularly too as well to on the FRF or Mr. Tim Wolf answering the question if there's assistance that is going to be provided to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. If the FRF office is working together with Division of Community Development and also the Department of Justice on the update on how many projects from the chapters have been reviewed, or how many chapter projects through the DCD portal have been reviewed and accepted or rejected from being recommended for any ARPA funding. So with that, I don't know, Office of President, Vice President, Division of Community Development, FRF Office, DOJ, who would like to speak? Or do we just go in order?
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom with the FRF office.
Good afternoon, Mr. Botero.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. We have information that we emailed to the 23rd Council or 24th Council. I can go over that, sir.
Okay, but did you email that just now or
No, I emailed it earlier today.
what time was that? Did you guys get it? Let me just make sure. 11:20, colleagues, was sent over by Mr. Tom Patero. Mr. Patero, go ahead. If you need to share your screen, you're more than welcome to as well.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, we'll just go ahead and get the report really quickly. Hope it doesn't take 4 hours with us as well. The first one that I sent you is the summary for the ARPA and FRF business units for central support and regulatory support services. There are 21 programs underneath that summary report, which starts with the U.S. Treasury, OPVP, FRF office, broadband office, human resources, water resources, EPA administration, business regulatory, heritage and history preservation, general land development, community development, FRF, CDC chapters, FRF, AMLLR, FRF, forestry, minerals, office of the controller, Navajo Land Department, Attorney General, Fish and Wildlife, Economic Development, Navajo Nation Washington Office, Department of Health, FRF, Office of Management and Budget. Out of that, authorized was original budget, $130,526,474. Revised budget, $130,526,474. Actual expenses is $2,018,131.85. Encumbered or committed is $1,830,648,000 or $1,830,648.17 for a balance of $126,677,693.98. The next one that's available is the ARPA and then FRF business units for former CARES Act defunded projects. There's 21 of those projects as well. The first is economic development, cybersecurity, judicial branch cistern systems, EMS services, COVID-19 food, COVID-19 PPE, into a electricity, into a wastewater, into a septic tank system, septic systems, into a water distribution, into a drinking water, into a cistern systems, into a broadband last mile, into a broadband other projects, COVID-19 Deltec, COVID-19 mobile unit, COVID-19 testing, division water resources, water trans and distribution, water treatment for a total of $167,648,553.76. Revised budget is also $167,648,553.76. Actual expended is $61,980,179.91. Encumbered is $32,858,638.66 with a balance of $72,809,735.19. Percentage expended underneath there is 43%. And then the last one is the ARPA and FRF business units for approved expenditure plans. There's only one underneath here, which is the hardship assistance. The original budget was $557 million. Revised budget is $557 million. Actual expenses as of May 31st is $525,786,900 for a balance of $31,213,100. Those are all the approved projects up to this point. FRF office is still working with Office of the Controller to finalize the budgets for the authorization for citizen funding. Controller's office has been extremely busy, devoting the majority of their resources to disbursement of the hardship money. So that's been taking priority to them. Once all of that is in order, then we will go back and work with them to set those ones up. And those ones basically just need to have the accounts set up. And once they're set up, then we would need to go through the expenditure authorization forms, set those ones up. And then Controller would then submit a request to JV those expenses from the citizen funds into the ARPA and FRF funds. We did provide all of the reports by email, and then there was a subsequent request that came from Delegate Crotty. Lisa Jim from our office has been assigned to work with the submissions of expenditure approval, what information has been sent to NDOJ. So she got a report back from them. I believe the 26th or 28th of May. I emailed that to all of the delegates. We simplified the sheet so that it's now, this is as, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, May 26, 2022, which is a 6-page document that has all of the projects that have been reviewed by and in DOJ, and there's 247 as of May 26, 2022. That information has been emailed to all of the delegates and also to the Speaker, Legislative Chief of Staff, Legislative Counsel, Ms. Bobroff, and also Mr. Rico with the Office of Legislative Services. There are a couple of questions that were emailed back by Delegate Elmer Begay and Delegate Key Allen Begay. Our office is still in the process of setting up the approved projects that are underneath this first batches of approved ARPA and FRF projects, and those will be set up on our website. Our staff are still reviewing it. It's kind of a post-process undertaking. I'll give you an example. The report that was provided by Madam Controller on June 6, 2022 on the the ARPA Hardship Assistance Program Status Report from June 6, 2022. In her report, she indicated that they assisted 345,000 adults, minors, and seniors that were negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. In her report, she breaks it down to ARPA recipients that are on reservation. There was 181,328 of those for a total of $300,571,600 that have been dispersed. And then the ARPA recipients off reservation breakdown by state was provided. There was 136,566 individuals assisted for a total of 230,825,600. So this is the part where when we're going to start separating them out and then saying these are within the states. I believe these are addresses that are outside of chapters. So again, there was 138,566 individuals on that list for a total of $230,825,600. Those, I'm not sure how we would break those down so that we can make that listing by chapter. Our staff is still pursuing that information. We'll get that together. So for Mr. Shana, Delegate Elmer Begay, will get that information worked on by our staff, and we'll post the reports onto the NNFRF website. Again, www.frf.navajo-nsn.gov. The financial reports are all located on there. One of the things that we have heard from delegates in previous presentations is we want to see the contracts that are in place. There are contracts that are posted now, which is primarily the subrecipient contracts. If you go underneath the FRF website and go to information, scroll down to contracts, you can now view all of those contracts on our website, and that information is available to the public. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Patero, are you speaking for everyone at this time?
I'm speaking for FRF and what information we have available. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if anybody wants to add any additional information to that, but I did email the same information that I sent to council. I did send that to all of the division directors as well, so they all have the same information.
Okay, thank you. With that, is there anybody that'd like to, any other further comments, whether it be from Officer President, Vice President, Division of Community Development, Department of Justice?
Got a speaker.
Oh, we got a.
Speaker, I have some information to share.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Yellowman. Good afternoon.
Okay, yeah, Nana. I'm going to try to share my screen. I'm not the best at it, so let me know if you can see that.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Honorable members of Naabik'íyáti, good afternoon, and thank you to I believe it was Delegate Herman Daniels that gave the prayer this morning. Oh, Shana, Delegate Herman Daniels for the prayer this morning. And good afternoon to our leaders, President Jonathan Nez, Vice President, and all of our staff and chapter officials listening in. I do have some information. I have not sent it to the speaker's office, and I'll show you where we're still compiling information, and I'll share where we're still collecting data. I do have a significant amount of information, but I just want to be careful and mindful of time. On my first slide here, we have been working to compile all of the submissions that were originally submitted to DCD through the DCD portal. So I know the question this morning was in regards to the listing. So I'll just give a brief history and lead up to the listings and kind of demonstrate how that's still in raw data form. So again, we collected and solicited for submissions from the chapters last year, April 6, 2021. And just note that the ARPA portal is still open, but I will show you some upgrades that we made to the ARPA portal. If you're looking at your screen, these are a few items that we have solicited for. We solicited for power line projects, house wiring projects, water line projects, bathroom additions, rural addressing, solar, and warehouses. We extended the deadline several times and ultimately left the portal open. We also expanded on the scope of work for these projects. That has been communicated to all chapters and through orientations. Here's a quick timeline from the arrival of the ARPA funds from the month of June and July and half of August in 2021. CJY 41-21 was developed. In late August, BFS 31-21 was developed. And September of 2021, we began putting together what was then 257. We put those 257 together September, October, November. The day before Thanksgiving, the legislation was dropped, and the legislation was discussed and reviewed for almost 4 months. In total, with the DCD ARPA portal, 1.1 billion in estimated cost was submitted. DCD reviewed 447 million, which was 39% of those projects, and roughly 312 of those projects. We did send 1%, which was 11.9 million of projects to DED, 5.2 million of projects to DOTI, 38.9 million of projects to NDOH, 64 million projects that were related to DPS. And then we had 134 million in requests for road projects or some type of road improvement project or bridge project that were related to NDOT. We had projects that were related to Department of Ag, Land Department, and Division of Natural Resources, where we sent those projects to Division of Natural Resources. And then we had a significant amount of projects that were related to NTUA that we've had ongoing discussions with NTUA. In total, we received 1.154 billion through the DCD portal. There was a little over 558 projects. And then I'll show you in the next slide what was not eligible or what was not eligible under the ARPA. So if you can see here on our screen, there's some projects that were related to transportation. Leadership and President's office, they have been explaining or anticipating, I believe it's the Build Back Better, the Jobs Act funds, which would go to NDOT shortly here in the near future. And so we've been sending this information, or sent this information to NDOT for their review. This is the same data, it's just in a different visual. Here are the economic development projects that were submitted from chapters. These projects were sent to DED. DED did review these projects, and DED did have conversations with chapters or delegates, and DED communicated with DCD and Division DOJ, Mr. Melrodas, and Mr. Melrodas may have an update on the listings of the eligibility of these projects. Here's the same data, just in a different format. Here's the U.S. Treasury guidelines that we have been utilizing or that we rely on. So I'll stop there, speaker, and then I'm going to switch to another screen if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead, continue.
Okay. So the next question is how or what methods are we using to receive and review all of the projects that have been submitted, and how are we working with DOJ to have these projects reviewed? So one thing I just want to share that has been a challenge under BFS 31-21 is that DCD is responsible or assists the chapters, certified and non-certified. But then there are other entities outside of the chapters, such as churches, non-government entities, universities, schools, health clinics. So there's other entities outside of the chapters. Interestingly, we have been receiving requests from all over the nation, including health clinics and churches, schools. So our goal was to develop and digitize the BFS 31-21 application, the Appendix A application. I felt that it was important that we communicate through the portal. Without this new portal or upgrade, a lot of the chapters submit their Appendix A applications directly to my email. And I receive hundreds of emails, and their applications are really important that I don't want those applications to get lost in any kind of shuffle. So I just want to share with you that we are trying to go live here shortly with a BFS 31-21 Appendix A application process. This is kind of the first review with leadership, but it's still in the draft form. I'll show you what it looks like. It outlines the purpose and the process of BFS 31-21. Again, it's very similar to the DCD portal. The individual from a chapter, so say we have a chapter that is submitting Kayenta Township. Kayenta Township is submitting an Appendix A application, and we need to make sure that the person submitting the application is going to be the point of contact, and that person needs to register. That way we are communicating with that person. It seems like common knowledge, but with 110 chapters, these are our forms of secure communication. So here's how that person would register to be the point of contact. Here's the information. This all comes from the Appendix A. This is the information that they will be speaking on or submitting. So they are the front users, which would be the chapters. The end users or the receivers is DCD, the FRF office, and DOJ. DOJ would have a view only to review the applications and to work with us on a response time under BFS 31-21. DOJ has some restrictions or time limitations on their review. So our goal is to be able to communicate through a digitized or an upgraded automated BFS application process. So I'll wrap up there, and then I'll go on to another section of my report, Speaker. The other was, it was brought up in the past that the communication from DCD to the chapters, or the communication from DCD in general on ARPA has been limited, but on my screen here, I want to show you, I think we have 9 pages of all of the documented meetings from June 2021 to present that are just ARPA related. The first section is leadership. These are all the meetings that we had with either BIA, OPVP, and Council, and NABI. We've had meetings with 24th Navajo Nation Council, again, OPVP. Then we've had meetings internally, DCD, with all of our departments. We've had internal meetings. We've had meetings with IHS and just DCD. We've had meetings with just NTUA. We've had meetings with just NECA, and we've had meetings with chapters and delegates. We've been on every agency council reporting either on ARPA or some type of ARPA related topic. And we've had, that's noted here on page 7. So in total, we had 35 agency council or type of meetings to council or council delegates. We've also had ARPA core meetings where we were meeting every Thursday of 2021. And these are meetings that are listed here. We also had meetings where we had all of the NABI sessions, and we've had meetings with Navajo Hopi Land Commission and the NOS meetings. We're still generating information on this, but I just want to share that with members of council as well. I'll move on to my last section of my report, Speaker. If you're looking at your screen, you will see that this is kind of raw data. We're still trying to put it in a presentation form. So the goal is to look at what the chapter submitted in the DCD portal, and then compare that or update that information with when those projects were reviewed by DOJ, or when they were submitted for review, or if they have not been submitted. So I'll bring up a delegate here. Here's an example. I have all 24 delegates here. Here's an example of Delegate Halona. These are projects from just his chapters. And I hope it's centered in the middle of your screen. Sorry, this is Delegate Slater. I can do Delegate Slater's. So you can see here that Delegate Slater, just for example, you can see here number 14 Round Rock, the chapter submitted for bathroom addition. for $500,000. That was reviewed by DOJ October 14th, 2021, and the DOJ or the U.S. Treasury eligibility requirement number is 1.12. We often tell chapters at DCD we do not issue these numbers. DOJ issues them when they review them by through the eligibility requirement. Some items have not been reviewed. Some items, and probably the largest or the biggest request has been the warehouse. I have been in communication with Mr. Mel Rodas on how to group all of the 110 requests for warehouses. All of the warehouses are, they vary in differences and they vary in purpose. So they cannot be submitted as one bulk submission like brand new houses. So some of those items have not been reviewed yet or have not. That's something myself and our team here is still trying to work on as far as submissions. Here's Delegate Halona's. So you can see here, Coyote Canyon, they submitted for the Coyote Canyon Regional Water Extension for $5.8 million. It was submitted to DOJ October 6, 2021. The eligibility review requirement was is 5.1 or 5.16, or I'm sorry, 5.15. So you can see our goal is to complete this for every delegate. We, for the most part, have completed all 24. We do need to have DOJ review all of our data and the FRF office for completion so that we can submit or share this in a formal report to leadership. But again, we want this information to funnel through our BFS portal. So all of this information, the reason why I say that is because under 257, there were so many listings. There was hundreds and hundreds of pages of listings of projects. It would be ideal if for the chapters and the chapter officials or even the delegate to be able to generate just one type of report from the portal, the BFS portal, that shows their project, the eligibility requirement, the day it was submitted, DOJ's review. We're really trying hard to incorporate information from IHS, the SDS listing, and N2A's part in these water projects. It's a significant amount of data that we have, and trying to translate the legislation BFS 36-21 into a live portal. It is our goal. We're not quite there yet, but we're almost there, as you can see. So I'll end there, speaker, and I'll be on standby for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellman. That I think is that it on presenters at this time?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Paulson here.
Hey, Mr. Chaco, how are you doing?
Good, Speaker. How are you?
Good. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr.
Floor is
Speaker.
yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and everyone that's on the call and listening in. Appreciate the opportunity for staff to do the presentation and an update on project and project listing. And I do have other division directors that are on the call as well. Hopefully they can address any other issues or concerns that may be come up during our discussion, Mr. Speaker. So that'll conclude our project listing report, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. There's no other comments or questions. I mean, no more. That concludes the presentation. Let me go to the floor at this time. Nobody. I don't have anybody in the queue. Is there any comments or questions, colleagues?
Delegate McGay has a question.
Honorable Elmer Gay, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Motion to accept report from you.
Okay,
Oh, yes, sorry, jumped into it. Thank you very much, Chairman, for reminding me. Chairman Henry, a motion to accept the report. Is there a second?
Second, Wanika.
Second by Wanika. Thank
Freeland.
you. That, Honorable Freeland, do you want me to put you in the queue?
Madam Speaker, Honorable Winika beat me the second. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Well, let me go to Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I wrote Mr. Patero and then Dr. Yelman. Thank you for your report. I have a question to Dr. Yelman we have a question on the home site leases. We wanted to know that if home site lease is eligible under the ARPA fundings, because there's a lot of people that they're living there so long and but they don't have home site leases. So the people are unemployed and I'm sure that they need help, especially with the archaeologists and other clearance that they have to get in order to get their home site lease. So that's one question. The second one is I know that we met before. We had a meeting here requesting you to be on the line back in May 24th. And at that time, we know that we asked some questions regarding the portal. And right now, we're still waiting for that. And I would ask you that what's your appropriate response time? Khalid seems like it's like that with hardship assistance. So this is like that again. So you guys say that this is the process that we go through. Then there's no response. Ever since we asked a question back in May 26, 2022. So these are the questions that we had. And the third one will be what would be the best way to follow up with your and your team on non-response or any requests? Do we have to keep sending emails to you? Because we know that, like I said, we sent separate emails to you and Shaila Draper back in May 26th. For DG, that there's no response from it for different things. This is per your recommendation during that meeting we had on the May 24th of DG. That there's no response. What's your response time? So that will be my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Begay. Anybody else in the queue? Is there any other comments or questions, colleagues? Not this time. Let me go back to Mr. Tom Patero or Dr. Yellman, if you'd like to respond to Mr. or Honorable Elmer Begay's questions there.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe the question was to me. Yeah, Shichai, Delegate Begay, for your question. I do recall the presentation that was set up by your LDA, Chelsea, and I did request for Chelsea and Shayla to communicate and set up a follow-up meeting. So I'll ask Shayla to do the same again, to work through your LDA for a follow-up meeting. I did inquire with DOJ on the home site lease. It can be quite complicating to ask the best question about home site lease. So how I understand it, and in my communication with Mr. Rodas, Mel Rodas, unless he's on the call, would the home site leases be considered as a type of payment to the individual? And if it's a yes, I think my job along with DNR is to argue for its eligibility. I think there was some precedent set if a cash assistance through the hardship was already established, and but I have to continue working with DOJ to seek clarification on this. The other is it tied to a type of housing assistance? Could it be tied to perhaps maybe a type of pre-procurement activity, a PPA for housing? If that's the case, that's something DCD could argue and advocate for. I would have to work with you all leadership that perhaps if deemed eligible by the proper type of request we advocate for, perhaps it could be included in the discussions when the ARPA bills get debated, to be included in either administration. So if a form of assistance, home site lease funds came through the administration, then it could possibly be a form of PPA, pre-procurement activity, possibly. Or could it be a part of our use of administration funds because we are moving towards hiring a right-of-way agent to assist us in some of these pre-procurement activity. Or the other, see what I mean? It can get complicated. The other is, if it's eligible, could it be a form of eligibility under the chapter distribution funds? So if the chapters receive funds, could it be eligible under there? But there would be probably some scrutiny tied to that, to all the chapters, because of this being federal funds and making sure that there's transparency across the board for these funds. So I'll continue to work on the home site lease question. I would be seeking assistance from Mr. Halona, Mike Halona, and DNR as well. So I hope that kind of addresses that. We'll reach back out to your LDA Delegate Begay for a follow-up. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel.
Yes, good afternoon, Mel. Mr. Rodas?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Mel Rodas from
Good
DOJ.
afternoon, Mr. Rodas. Did you like to comment on Honorable Begay's question?
Yes, sir, if I may.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Yellowman really covered the field on that, issues that I would have brought up as well. But the clarification that I think is the most important is whether Honorable Begay intends for this to be cash that's given to people that are applying for home site leases to cover their fees, or if and in which case that would be cash assistance, and it would be similar to hardship assistance. We would have to prove that those individuals were suffered a negative economic impact due to COVID? Or are we talking about the Navajo Nation government waiving fees? If we're talking about waiving fees, then that could potentially be under the category of government services lost revenue. It could potentially even go under category 1 for housing. There are different categories for housing, as Dr. Yeoman mentioned, or potentially it could go under FRF administration costs. So that's just what I wanted to add, sir. Thank you.
Speaker, just Naabik'íyáti again. Follow up.
Thank you for that information. Let me go to Honorable Otto So, and then I can come back. Honorable Otto So.
Speaker Naabik'íyáti,
Thank you very much.
follow up.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I'll put you back in the queue.
Thank you for the report, and definitely these information pertaining to the what has been submitted to portal and what has been actually projected inside legislation 0086-22. And I'm glad that the home site portion has been brought up, because as Mel Rodas alluded, and can some of that existing monies in the housing proposal and legislation be created as a separate line item to help pay for services for archaeological clearances, the land surveys, the fees for the that's associated with fish and wildlife. That way, the homeowners has another avenue to help them pay for those services for obtaining a home site lease. I know that waiving fees we can do, the internal fees, such as the fees to the Fish and Wildlife. It used to be $32.50 for the T&E or the Fish and Wildlife clearances. EPA doesn't have a fee associated to that cost there for their clearance. But I think in the housing, whether it's in the veterans and in the new housing area, I think a line item should be created so that part of that money that's appropriated, the $50 million request, there's a line item set aside for that purpose. Okay, back on again. That way our constituents will have some sort of backup for those constituents that are fortunate enough to really pay for those fees, because at times they have to look at their dollars to think whether should I pay for this or should I pay for this or pay for gas for transporting hauling water, alcohol. I think it should be incorporated in a line item inside those requests so that those fees can be assessed for those purpose or housing. It is very important, because these federal dollars are attached to the federal policies. So remember that any dollars are still stringent to the home site leasing policy. So if a home's going to be built on someone's home site lease and it's coming from federal, you have to have an approved home site lease. So that's that. And you know, with the internal, again, alluding back to the internal waiving of the other fees, I think we can do that internally, have the oversight committee and allow them to, you know, maybe make that waiver request for a certain time period. And that way, you know, our Navajo citizens out there can get that information out there and they can get their home site lease done. So the other is, I guess, the agency breakdown. And I know I had a conversation with Dr. Yellman, the housing portion. I had the breakdown done. That way we know. I know that, for instance, the Veterans Office was saying that indicated some sort of breakdown, and I remember indicating that hearing that out of the 50 million, only 2 homes will be built in my agency or my delegate district. And along with that, you know, how was that portrayed, and how was that formula created? Because dollars was alluded based off of the census, the net.
Brenda,
And you know that
you have a big card, right?
The larger communities have many people living there, and so looking at that, a breakdown. I can say, hey, Veterans Office, I can clearly say the Veterans Office, out of their $50 million proposal in the legislation, my district's only getting 2 homes, and I wasn't part of, council wasn't part of that formula, or was not brought that information on how that was decided. So now with the housing portion, that way we have an information in especially the bathroom addition, the 150 million. What is the breakdown? And because talking with Indian Health Services back in Tuba City, they are waiting for the bathroom additions. These dollars that were appropriated by the federal government through ARPA, I think it was IIJA, it was that infrastructure package acronym, and which infused about 500 million into Indian Health Services across the board, but they are applying for those. Our Indian Health Services out there are writing plan, but the ones are subjected to IHS policies. So those projects have to be feasible. So like 4 homes per mile. If a water line is going to be constructed and it's 2 miles long, you have to have a minimum of 8 homes in order to have a project that is feasible and fully funded by IHS. Those policies are in place, and also, you know, they are waiting for the, and if these projects get funded and the bathroom additions are not appropriated, and again, you know, for instance, out of 150 million, say 2 bathroom addition out of what formula, you know, we weren't at the table on it. But that's just a scenario. Between the chapters has provided a listing on bathroom addition, and I really hope that those listings are part of the formula off the need there from the local area. And again, Indian House Services, once the bathroom addition, once their projects are funded, they're gonna be waiting for the bathroom additions to be built. And that's another area that I think we need to have a conversation on. So, yeah.
Thank you, Anbado. So with that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. So let me go to, actually, Honorable Elmer Begay, let me go back to you. I think there was a follow-up and then I'll come back to the presenters. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Back to Speaker.
Nope.
I appreciate that. I think I heard Mr. Rhodes regarding the cash assistance. I think what we're talking about is I think it could be made direct payment to the contractors. Maybe they will have a lot of archaeologists and biological surveys and things like that. You know, we can do that instead of the cash, and then as a Navajo Nation fee, you know, it can be direct payment for all these. So I don't think cash shouldn't be considered. So that was that's my thought too, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go back to the presenter. Dr. Yellowman, Ms. Patero, Mr. Chaco, Chief.
Speaker, I can comment and respond to Shanella,
Okay.
Delegate Otto on housing.
Okay.
I can follow up with Director Zorline on the veterans, but just a quick response to the housing. The 50 million for housing was intended to be utilized by the 110 chapters. If the 110 chapters equally, so I believe Mr. Mel Rodas and Ms. Barboff have included language in the legislations 86 and I believe 87 about the use of the 50-50 formula. But these being federal funds, we did an equal distribution of the 50 million to the 110 chapters, or its intended distribution to the 110 chapters, which roughly equates to about 454,000 for each region in one of the legislations. But I'll just explain how the formula for 1 to 2 houses, because right now the current going rate of a brand new constructed home is around $210 dollars a square foot, and rising depending on materials cost and supply, or in the supply chain. So that's how those numbers are calculated. It's a reaction to the current markets that we're facing and the current access to some of the materials and supplies. The other is, we did see, for example, with the CARES Act funds, we saw an inflated cost with some of our contractors because they were coming onto the nation and they were having to stage their construction sites during the pandemic. We're in some similar situations, but it's a lot safer, and we hope our numbers continue to go down. So those are just some of the factors that play into the costs of, but however, I do believe that any distribution to the nation for housing will be helpful, and if I'm not mistaken, maybe one of the first distributions of funds internally to the nation to address housing. We do have NHA, but I just want to add that, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That follow-up. That, colleagues, we are on our second report of the day. And just being mindful, colleagues, the time is 3:24 p.m. Have anybody else in the queue at this time? Oh, actually, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker,
Yes.
Thomas Walker.
Yes, Vice Chair Walker, I'll put you in the queue. You'll be right after Honorable Keon Begay. Shay, Honorable Keon Begay.
Yeah, that's true. I don't for council. I think the Kudoa lab on the one thing that I like to bring up, and I need to know what specific the administration is doing. It's all fine and dandy to say that this is what we're going to do, but the ongoing process of regulation still is a problem. For example, cell tower. I've been asking the reason why 29 or something of location of FirstNet has not been in an agreement or has been developed for build out. This internal issue called Kodol the Nepe, but not a chase to go. Yes, it can be done. But the ongoing process that we continue to encounter on a daily basis still exists. Again, CMA 1220, 2 years ago, approved Eliyahu, but yet we just put that aside and say that these are the policy. No. At the cell tower established and then home site lease Light Up Navajo. A lot of our Navajo people were told that they weren't eligible or they won't be ready or they will not get electricity because of the home site lease situation. And I've been asking, and I did drop legislation. Legislation. As of today, I haven't get anything, and no legislation been developed yet. Akoko hazashi kwake peso ni did go kwake say in loud age, but one not it has to be the home site lease has to be in place. Although that electricity into this has to go through the art clearance process. The waterline, this has to go through the art clearance process and then the consent grazing permit. And I've been bringing this up every time we discuss this particular legislation or the opera funding. So what's the difference between what we're doing and what we plan on doing with the opera funding? Speaker. But yet, now so the
na hot ito le na ado di kadin is last so one ban nada do na ninikin that there's a housing policy that was established because it all quacky di hot ego and you qualify for homes without need. And I've been asking just as the last time there was a report this year Ataya Kodo Sadal Sobo Niki Kodo chapter Banan Nahaki Kodo and Chokodo Shadot me. And I responded by email, could you be able to provide me which chapter? Kayla chapter Athago Veterans Home Naabik'íyáti chapters give it your witness to not the Shni Tipa Hanase to Ajikat. According to that, the Nan Linigito other chapter in the kit. I let Ado Hashnet Episode Ado Nidikin Hitchnato Naabik'íyáti Journey Yayaship Nago Nidia Memosa Kodo brother, the sponsor of the legislation announced which specifically outline or list all the 5 chapters that I represent and what projects within each of the chapter and what's the dollar amount of each of the chapters. And I forgot to indicate the timeline that it's going to be done. So Joe that Aki Dohashon Hishan Adnata open hit this just don't nasika the corner article on 9 days yet or Hatni go 8 should not change it. A shape and not to Yego support this even Niki AJ could out of $1 billion. If you do the percentage, it's even less than 1% is the amount that my chapter is going to be receiving. A call package another Niki Kodosha chapter is $119 million worth of projects the key Kodo several months later, in the 80 or data the data ineligible that we didn't know how geez. A coco halet other don't I die Hadanes, they had done your chapters between the horse not good they quack it up on that these projects are not eligible to other that don't need to cover data is count the 80 up if it's get that ship. A co quacky go a job Bahos and Noyati, Quaili, Mandigo, so I did ask a top on Nishla. Did I down Bahata Hotet? At Nigo Bonetza. Although the one thing that I continue and will continue to talk about is the lack of a cell tower at Low Mountain chapter. I think the product of the July being to have the donate at Nigo got at the hotel. So after those are some project that has been going in the process for years and years, but yet we're talking about another $1 billion a project. Will that really be completed within 2 years? But the job was and based on Lindiki, the Nan Lindiki, last at the Chicago, has a job based on Lindiki, Baba Kaheta Holia, J. Pansme, could be the case. That's also what the net art, but I saw you did it, not the base of a chocolate snack of white trade, store it is. I late all night, Okodobe, Kaki, so based on Lindiki, over kid that didn't need it those days. I don't let that, but cut the target, the Nan Lindiki, or so hey, Hanes on the piece of Bedan Sinshaw, Hanan, but in Haninja, Chocolate don't need other. Because a baby natural 80 Kodoya and also Lindiki K. So Ede Kodo, Chairman Adosh Nantano Lindiki, that's one thing that I like to get a response in writing the specific project and the specific dollar amount that is allocated directly for the 5 chapters that I represent out of the 8622. So banana seed or they store auto shinkodo the shinit they process the pre-construction activity needs that Dikabe has on everything that we choose.
home site lease or sign off at all lease in the Hakadatan, the Hakato, Nakidashin, the Hakata, the Hatne. So what they got the whale Chisco, could they have a sheet, peso, and get the Kwaki Asato chairman, so with Ashinkodo, Bahasito, they got the ship and not this, could that out later that the Mobis Kanaman with the Shane that all day. But the chairman, yeah, they could also have
Thank you, Honorable Killenbeck. That we move on down. Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, again.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Although, honorable colleagues, and good afternoon. Although the presenters, also Dr. Yellowman and Mr. Platero, Mr. Rodas, and others that are with you in providing information to the Naabik'íyáti committee here. Yeah. Although the listening audience also that we have today, greetings to everyone. Speaker, though, chair of the Naabik'íyáti committee, I'd like to speak to an issue or a matter that we have to, I guess, consider and discuss and get involved in. As far as infrastructure development here, as our focus is with ARPA funding, although our utility company, NTUA, they have a lot mostly to do with this. However, over in the communities that I represent, is Loop, Tulani Lake, Bird Springs, Cameron, and Coal Mine chapters. With respect to Loop, parts of Loop, although mostly all of Cameron, their utility services is provided by Arizona Public Service. So the service area for that utility company, which is a non-Navajo off-reservation company, ADA. So when we're discussing infrastructure development, especially power line extensions going to homes, the Navajo ARPA funds will not be able to go to APS, nor will it be able to be used by NTUA to construct power lines to our homes, to the families that live in the APS service area in these two communities. Okay, so I would ask for support from Office of the Speaker, although maybe the Resource Development Committee would be able to also be in on this. This would be the nation speaking to the other utility company, and to see how support can be given to our Navajo families in their that reside in their service area. So if we want power lines constructed to their homes, our funding, our ARPA money can't be applied. How can they be served? And then of course housing development, as we are somewhat talking about here for the past year or so, when that becomes reality, housing development in these areas that are situated, that will be situated in the APS service area. If we are to build homes, then the power line, we won't be able to fund or sponsor those projects. So there's a situation there, Speaker. I would ask yourself and staff to provide necessary assistance to myself and to the communities, the chapters that I represent in dealing with this situation here. Of course, it's been like this for years. And my predecessors probably had taken up some of these challenges before, but to this day, the challenges remain. Although during this pandemic, which has not gone away, still existing, and it's still a huge public health threat. Our people need water, people need electricity and housing, and then we have a list of things that we refer to as the needs of the people. This afternoon, I want to put my advocacy on behalf of the communities that I represent and seek support from leadership here, council members, colleagues, speaker, and the staff. The presenters also, I welcome you to chime in on this discussion or this matter here while we're discussing it. I mean, we don't have to discuss everything here today, but like some of my colleagues indicated that, we need to be communicating, communicating frequently. We need to remain informed on all sides, administration and executive and legislative, because people are counting on us. They're looking to us for action here. Jananta, I want to make those statements. Speaker, thank you for this time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Walker. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the presenter of this report, Mr. Patero or Dr. Yellman or Mr. Paulson Chaco, if you have any response at this time.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, the FRF office is working to review a lot of the rules, regulations, policies, procedures, laws as it relates to right-of-way. We haven't transitioned yet, honestly, to home site leases. Our big concern right now is addressing the right-of-way. We did find an RDC resolution that authorized, approved the delegation of authority to the department manager of the Navajo Land Department to grant tribal access for right-of-ways on the Navajo Nation for independent legal entities wholly owned by the Navajo Nation. We did send this information over to Legislative Council to see if they can provide guidance on how we can apply this same provision for all ARPA projects, not only for Navajo Nation projects, but for projects on the Navajo Nation using ARPA funding. We are still waiting for a response. I'm sure that like everybody else, they're pulling double duty, and so they haven't had time to respond back to us. But once they do that, we want to work with this. And then at the same time, we're also working with the task force assigned for the one-stop shop concept. And what they're trying to do is get staff hired for that. So rather than wait for that whole process to be completed, we are making an inquiry to Legislative Council on how we can apply that to everybody. Once that's done, then we will take a look back at the internal process and make sure that staff are hired to complete that process in an expedient manner. At this time, we are mainly focusing on right-of-way. However, Max Big Horse is our lead section for the regulatory technical support. I will let Mr. Big Horse know that we need to expand this to include home site leases. So that's the work that we've been doing. We will continue to work on processes or authorities to streamline the process. Waiving Navajo Nation law could come back to, at some point, become an issue later on if something is discovered. What this provision that we're referring to will allow the right-of-way to be granted with the understanding that the studies would still be completed and on file for that project. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Pacero. With that, is there anybody else in the queue? Honorable Yellow Hair, let me go back to you. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, Nana, Speaker Damon, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Though not asking for councilman in the sitting there. It's not song could have been about anything. Bro, yeah, Sepa, this knee could not eat a song. Home side, little yaki. Did out, being that committee, that's no, this was an RDC agenda, but Kalia, assistant from Mary Ann Collins, helped me out to put this information. Outside in the Ecuador, and how to Ecuador, Miss Khan, did a budget or the RDC, no, outside, but it's so gay, yeah. How many Navajos have an outstanding home site lease application with Navajo nationwide? But Hanalai, all the home site lease Navajo, he did many all that on us and later, Mr. Halon about officer. Now, Kikon the area, how many outstanding homes leased by the chapter of Argo out of our agency? What outstanding, what they leased deeded by chapter home site lease that a door by agency, what they lead to a Halona, they could be an tea. Out of how long, on average, does it take for a home site lease application to be approved by the land department? They tell a Honda in a Huiljish, could on in the Huiljish at the home site lease. Every Lana in lecture, could opportunity did already see a craggy. Out of what are the issues that are preventing home site lease from being approved? Got ila opening up little but approved that no craggy she that already see us on the Kyle with it at the patient that the Tahning Clarogy ila Eva Henson already see committee here put up on it in this is one of the very large concerns that need to complete home site lease applications in a timely fashion to have access to American Rescue Plan Act funding. The based on it in the federal fund. But all Tobate on the store and they cut it on the heap in the year. Because in the best of coin, the hilly nearly based on she even HA crack is this. And the action they could already see it and the cut a level. AI is by hand so the snare not earning a stinky. Although, but if about this thing, yeah, based on the single on that shall not it on the air, but hard is the I just stick to the point, straight to the point, not earning a stinky. Here, all this, I thought, or the gun or kid, 4 clubs, or kid for this not on. Here, speaker, but no hold this on. I'll come back in for AIQ. Here, once the door left back here in so excuse me, speaker. The Benasni in the area questions in the area to Dr. Tom Patero, answer nedotli. Dibanashni, quest it's on a key LDK, declare Alaya, broadband or cell tower, and Latina Stopper, the data. Sean Nita, Daniel Brown, and Nita. Be innovative and be creative. No, not this. What order the artist naughty? Let us establish one purchase order to enter all the Navajo chapters, account numbers, business numbers, and also the after code number, and put it on one purchase order. Use one stone and kill and all 25 birds on this. Seleki Ellen. Aro 80 hut abahansi shisiat eto eskatitja hut aya that it not is saltar. Junos eti nit asacha aton ni akwe aunt any hut ibe not e kudo Dr. Yelman staff in that chapter go it had it all gasi it not eki at phone haki on purchase order on PO. Thank you for your understanding. Dr. Yelman, we need your help. I don't the compliment. What compliment hit off? That deal is none. I don't speaker here. One person in our name. The name of the here should not is enough to although the vision director the president and Liza. Thank you. I hope you understand my concerns so we can get this expedite the purchase order immediately. Let's take care of this business once and for all. Thank you. Speakers, let's chat.
Chairman James, this is Vice Chair Smith. I'm on call. Also put me in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go back to before I go back to the presenter, there's a follow-up question from, I guess there's someone that answered Vice Chair Walker's question about APS. I just got a text message. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, if you want to restate that question.
Yes, Speaker. Oh, yeah, no. I think OPVP, though, the ARPA office, though, DCD, they're on the line, as well as DOJ. So the ARPA funds, Navajo ARPA funds, again, can't be given to APS, Arizona Public Service, to build power lines for Navajo families in the community parts of the loop, then I think all of Cameron. So we can't support infrastructure, utility infrastructure development in those communities because of it being in APS service area. How can we advocate for the families? That's my question. And of course, I would, like I said earlier, I need support from leadership here to address that. APS being a non-Navajo corporation, and that's their service area. So I know that Navajo money can't be given to them to build infrastructure. So I would welcome suggestions, recommendations, and moving forward. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go back to the presenters. Ms. Patero, Dr. Yellowman, and maybe Department of Justice to clarify maybe Vice Chair Walker's question too as well. But I know on Wheel here had a question too. So let me take it, see who wants to go ahead and respond and see where we get from there.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom.
Yes, Mr. Patero, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, on the question for that Delegate Kialan requested as the tower, I believe in Low Mountain. I just got a text from Mr. Charlie with the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. That paperwork is sitting at Department of Justice now. If there's further explanation, Delegate Begay can contact Tico and get that information. One of the things that we need to be very careful of when we get into broadband and towers is the funding that's used from ARPA and in FRF funding. There's a minimum requirement of the speed that that system needs to have. Specifically in the ARPA legislation, it indicates that whatever internet speed or whatever system is set up, it has to run at 100 megabits minimum. So I live in Jamestown, and I'm only able to get 50. We are trying to set up an office in Sabanito through Frontier. And the information that we're getting back is they can only run that broadband at 12. And they're going to try to work with us to get it up to 25. So one of the requirements, again, is that any system that's developed for broadband or to expand it, it has to run at that 100 megabyte speed. It can't be less than that. That's a specific language in the ARPA funding that has to have it at that. So depending on the reach for the towers, if ARPA money is going to be used to connect internet, then that system has to run at that 100 megabits. Mr. Charlie would be the best person to provide feedback on that, but I know that that is a requirement. One of the earlier requests that went in put it at 25, and it should have actually been higher than that, but it was determined eligible. Now, the question on whether APS money or ARPA can be used for APS service on the Navajo Nation, Mr. Speaker, I would prefer to defer that to Navajo Nation Department of Justice because they're part of the eligibility reviewing party that was given that authority by the Budget and Finance Committee resolution. Although Delegate Yellow here, na this kidigi kuja arpa clearance the ninigi yak adeya right away de you see the need the est eliago arona be go na ya nihi kuja engineering hanal nishigi ya home site lease it the nada do daso just at now does need Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is any further response at this time from Dr. Yeoman or from Mr. Paul Chaka?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question on 24th Navajo Nation Council. In response to my Shitai's question, Honorable Delegate Walker, and his question regarding APS, this is similar to what we've been doing in the defunded chairs for those projects that are not within the N2A regions, similar to Continental Divide, Socorro Electric, City of Farmington, City of Gallup, and that's how we're treating APS. So we are, N2A has informed to send the applicants send applications to NTUA, then they will be working with APS to get it cleared, and they will be administering the payment to APS. So that's how we're working some of these non-NTUA power projects. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Chairman Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith. Can you put me in a queue?
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Smith, we have you in the queue. Let me go back. Does that conclude the response to Honorable Thomas Walker and Honorable Jamil O'Hare's questions at this time?
Speaker, I just
Yes,
want to
Mr.
add really
Speaker.
quick.
Okay. Dr. Yellowman?
Thank you, Speaker. To Delegate Walker, DCD, we do work closely with NTUA, and in the past, NTUA has received project listings, like, for example, during the CARES Act funds, and then contracted or facilitated the subrecipient agreements to like HAMUS or Continental Divide, and we've had pre-planning meetings. So I'll work with NTUA to initiate and facilitate a meeting with APS and to work with Delegate Walker on identifying those customers and see how we can facilitate or advance that conversation. So I'll do that with Mr. Knuts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yellowman. That I do have Honorable Otto, so the Vice Chair Smith. Then I'll go back to Honorable Yellowhair. Honorable Otto, so floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker and members of the committee, the Naabik'íyáti committee. And I was thinking about the issue on the bathroom addition. Thinking about the ARPA when it was appropriated to the Navajo Nation, as the nation received and accepted the funds through a formal legislation, accepting the monies from the federal government so that the monies could be deposited into the accounts. But with the dollars backtracking and back up to federal dollars and the federal policies pertaining to ARPA, they're in place. And now thinking about the bathroom addition. So when IHS submits a list of, say a project has 10 bathroom addition. Out of the 10 bathroom addition, let's say only 4 has an approved home site lease. And thinking about how our federal programs such as home improvement operates, they don't consider applicants, any applicant, if they don't have an approved home site lease, because those dollars that are funneled through home improvement program, they're federal dollars, meaning that there's guidelines that we follow. And what will happen to the other 5 home site or that don't have home site leases? And again, it's just going back to what the federal policies require us to do, because inside this lease mechanism, it's law, and Congress did not waive that, because the home site lease document is not a Navajo Nation document. It's a federal document. If you look at it, it's approved Secretary of Interior. But yes, the approval here is done in Winter Rock to streamline the process, but that lease is not a Navajo Nation permit. So meaning that we have to follow the guidelines of the homeowner would have to work on getting their bathroom addition project. If their bathroom project, they would have to have an approved home site. So just thinking about those lines, along those lines there, are we going to be subjecting those homeowners to those policies? Because again, we got an email from the controller that Office of Government Inspection is reaching out to the Navajo Nation to make sure that I guess it's a informal meet and greet type of meeting for now, but they are looking at how we spent the CARES Act. Because those dollars, if we did not spend those dollars in the right areas or did not spend it to the policies, the Navajo Nation is liable to pay those funds back to the federal government. How are we going to address that? Do we have to infuse some UUFB to offset that so that maybe we can utilize that as a recoup costs later? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable. So now let me go to Honorable Vice Chair Smith at this time. Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, Chairman Damon, for the time to speak on this report. Just got on board and I'm hearing about the right-of-ways and those that are listening on board. I don't know if this was brought up or if it was answered or if it was a concern. But right-of-way is very important in order to get any infrastructure across to families that need services, especially with this ARPA bill that we have right now. My concern is allotted lands. It seems to be an issue where that when it's crossing allotted lands, you have to get 51%. And I know that the Navajo Nation at one point in time did land buyback. Is that being exercised on behalf of the percentage? That was supposed to alleviate most of the gathering of consents. And when you talk to Bureau of Indian Affairs to assist in that, they point the finger at another entity or another, for instance, Navajo Department of Transportation now has funding from BIA, and they're pointing the finger saying, well, Navajo Department of Transportation needs to get the consent. At one point in time, they were saying they would help out, but it seems to be, it's like what Vice Chair Otto So said. The Department of Interior has provided these allotments and things of that nature, and I think it's time to solicit the federal government on that, because more and more the allottees are not living within the area, and it's hard to decipher who's who, because they gave us a list and those names are and you start asking, and people will say, so, Chairman, how do we address this to the Department of Interior to help us to expedite this so that we could get these right away utilize the funding so that we can get infrastructure across from point A to point B. I was here at the Bureau of Reclamation at this Cutter Lateral Commemoration in the Navajo Water Supply Project. They worked diligently to get the right-of-way. And I'm sure they encountered various things such as a lot of lands and BLM lands and all that. How did they accomplish that? And now we have the funding to do that. And one thing that was brought up too is a grazing permit holder. Some may agree and one may say "Tota," and that puts a stop on everything to run infrastructure, to get a right-of-way. Because that's the very first step, is to make sure that the right-of-way is completed. The other one too is how do we streamline the fish and wildlife aspects of it. They're also looking at the endangered species, also the Anasaza and the Kage. How do we get them all together so that they could just study that one right-of-way and get it completed so that infrastructure can be put in place? It seems to be time-consuming because one will do one, and then they'll wait for the other one, and then the other one will finish that up, and then they have to wait for another one, rather than just sending a team out there and saying, right away, but yeah. I think that should be done. I don't know if Tom Platero's looking at that. I know he said he was looking at some of the regulations and laws. He said he's a one-stop shop. Would he just get a team and say, okay, this is ready to go. From this point to that point, we're going to get that right away within less than 30 days or 45 days. And once we get that, then we can do construction. Without that, we're just sitting there waiting for one entity to complete that, or another entity, or another department, or getting consent. That's the big holdup. I don't know, Finnegy. I see this because I'm in an area where I thought I was all on trust land, and trust land is a little different. But I'm experiencing there's a lot of allottees in my area too. I spoke with the BIA, Mr. Sosi over here. I said, how did you guys do that? I know that you guys have a lot of allottees within New Mexico. He goes, well, we call it the Manilito Bridge Road team. And this is how we do it. Get in touch with me, and I'll help you along with getting consents and stuff like that. And it seems like BIA on his side, he's wanting to push that along. And those are the kind of people we need to push on a team. And I spoke to a lady too that she was there. Her name was Tanya Trujillo. She's the Department of Interior Assistant Secretary regarding for the Office of excuse me, in Washington, and she's willing to help on behalf of this right-of-way issue. And those are the things that we need to network with because this is important. We need to, first of all, pass the legislation to get funding, and then start working alongside with the right-of-way and things of that nature. So I'm just thinking outside the box. Chairman Damon, DOJ, we got a one-stop shop. I'm hoping that they can get a team going, because I'm looking at the way the federal government had purchased that 400,000 acres in new lands, and they were tasked to get water, electricity, and stretch it out so many miles from Sanders all the way down to Hardscrabble. That's like about 25 miles one way. And how did they get that accomplished? And how did they get all that cattle out there? How did they get those right-of-ways? How did they get that infrastructure in there within a certain time frame and utilizing that funding? I think we need to do something like that. to get together and call all resources and saying we need to get this accomplished, because we only got 2 years to encumber our money, and another 2 years the project's got to be 100% complete. Like they took a picture of that lateral of the cutter lateral commemorative in OMNR. They had a key and they gave it to the NTOA, and they said, now you are the ownership of that water project, that transfer ceremony station right there. So these are the things I'm thinking about, Chairman. For letting me speak. I hope that we can move this along and get some answers and make a team that can get this completed. And that's what NECA was saying. If we can get the right-of-ways done and get it completed, we can get in there and do construction and without any hesitation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith. With that, colleagues, I'm gonna go ahead and move on down to Honorable Yellow Hair, and then I'll go back to the sponsors, actually presenters, sorry. Honorable Yellow Hair. Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, Speaker.
Oh.
My question was, if you could, that is still IST that I mentioned it, Naabik'íyáti, that is going to get all the broadband and also cell towers. I think this responsibility should be given to Dr. Yellman to use a one PO for all 110 chapters, to use their business unit number and after code number for each 110 chapters where we need to put up the broadband and also cell tower. And that's what I wanted from Dr. Yellman. And that's probably it for me, Speaker. I'd like to hear from Dr. Yellman and doing our best to get this money to be used. I'm very, very desperate to start using the fund immediately. Get out the NEPA and lynch it now. Water is also very important. Water is life. At my place, Black Mesa, the only hard to seeing a twice in at the cocoa. I would like to also use American Rescue Plan Act funds to build a reservoir like a dam at that ordinary. For you, your inland lake is on a Kaya. We need to look this water to put up a reservoir that desperately really needed for the people. Could they hold this? The windmill to be in that data that we need water. Very important for Alaska. The near at the end. As you clean up because the best at the and so depends on one of the main source of livestock in Black Mesa area. So we'd like to get this project on here. Once about seat on the speaker here, not an only here about Hanson. Korea speaker.
Thank you very much for that comment and question, Honorable Yellow Hair. Let me go back to go back to Dr. Yellowman first, and then if there's anything else, Ms. Patero, if you'd like to add on. Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. The question from Shanella Delgado. So I will ask if I can also defer to Mr. Kuntz, Rex Kuntz. We are working with him on the we're working with N2A on the bathroom additions. So the coordination between N2A and IHS regarding the home site lease and the internal and external criterias, Navajo Nation criteria and federal criteria. Mr. Kuntz can speak a little bit more to the N2A requirements when they go out and do the home assessments and the criteria for the bathroom additions. So Speaker and Chief of Staff Chaco, if I can call on Mr. Kuntz to assist with that question. I did note the comments from Delegate Raymond Smith, Delegate Yellow Hair. And I'll also defer those back to Chief of Staff in coordinating advanced conversations on some of the larger issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further response from any of the presenters on the report?
Speaker, this is Rex Kuntz. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Mr. Kuntz.
I just joined the call a while ago, but I understand there was some questions about what's required to get these projects underground, and I heard comments about the home site lease requirements, and we had a right-of-way scoping meeting trying to determine, planning ahead what we could do, and on that in that meeting, on that call, we did have individuals from Bureau of Indian Affairs, and there was some clarifications provided. And one of the things that we heard was that the home site lease itself is not a BIA requirement. And my understanding of that is that the trust properties are granted to tribes, and the tribes are allowed the liberty to determine how to assign the trust property to their members. So they each have the ability to determine how land uses would be assigned and to provide those sub leases from the overall oversight of the trust property. And in addition to those local requirements, there are additional requirements that the nation has included. Having a history of delivering water and wastewater projects for some time, both here at N2A and also I worked as a project manager within the OEH program for about 8 years. And so back in those days, customers were allowed to occupy property as long as they met the federal requirements, and those federal requirements required tribal consent and landowner consent. So those were the basic requirements at the federal level. And what that meant was if someone had title to property, whether it was a grazing permittee or whether it was a home site, if they consented, you could serve individuals on that property. So as an example, family may have additional family members that would occupy the home site with them. And as long as the home site owner signed off on it, according to federal standard, you could still serve the second home. And so on and so forth. So more recently over the years, Navajo Nation has included requirements that require each individual to have their own home site lease in their name. So those are kind of local requirements, and it does make it more difficult to address those needs out there in determining who has land ownership and then who has authority by local regulation, whether you can serve them or not. So
I heard, what is Intua's requirement? It's not Intua's requirement, it's the Navajo Nation's requirement. If I'm going to run a water line to a home, the Navajo Nation requires me or any other provider to verify land ownership. So when we describe the legal description to submit it, it has to include the customer's land. So if it's a home site lease required, we are required to collect that from the homeowner and supply it with our application for right of way. And that's a Navajo Nation requirement. That's not an Intua requirement. It's not a federal requirement. The description to get to the property is the legal description for the line itself outside the home site. That does require right of way, and that is based on federal requirement. The requirement to have a home site in your name specifically is a Navajo Nation requirement. So those are areas where there's been discussion about possibly relaxing some of those additional requirements so that more of these individuals could be qualified to get served. And with that, anyone that is doing utilities outside the home site, we have to get the right of way, and it requires that we provide the home site with it. So that kind of will help you understand why we ask for those home site leases, and we're just complying. We're trying to comply. And with the bathroom additions, if that's within the home site lease and the landowner signs off on it, my understanding is that you can build on that property because the landowner and the federal requirements is the home site owner. So that doesn't go through additional clearance process for the bathroom additions. So I hope that kind of clarifies what the requirements are, and whoever builds it has to meet those Navajo Nation requirements at the moment. Thank you.
While we were outside.
Thank you very much for the clarification there. Colleagues, go back to the floor. Yes. Honorable Eugene So.
Good say.
Yes.
Anita residence last night. On a word a condition. These I thought Nasis us on Saturday or so large and I thought we make laws to discriminate our people after doing something. And she eats a bear on the as the same again, I see it's uncomfortable to change these laws that's affecting people. That's not working for our people on the ground. So I don't know when we're going to stop, but we kept doing that. Has anything been not all set on that big high shit and on the Yana Kai. I lost the side of some of the Yana Kai. It been not Yakuris. When your right hand, that's your Title I Constitution. They are the pen and let it be and so on. The whole and let it be you cut. They are the never has it you shake hands. That's Title I. I just oh, could you left hand? There has on the you could you her right hand, you don't know, Nisoko, or has all those roaches to its uncle. I didn't they could you left hand, you has on it. The law, they are the being children. But then I know I had it. But if we can go start working on our right hand again, things should be better. So that's who we are, the Title I, A business we can't buy that has some case in the hot up. But a in a other but had it You grow up with it. You don't just learn it. So Badati creating the home site has increased consumption when people ask for wood for a house. Then they bring the wood from Window Rock. Then they start building. Then somebody's neighbor, so a lot of wood, a lot of lumber has been wasted because of that. A lot of money. Over in das kind of over it does me or ye. That all it's not in does or one. Pasa has the hot all hot egg. Even now, go halet or Misa no every home side hatilia. Thousand a guaranteed land, did of us all no. Even now, I hope not so a. I don't know a base on the dog. Also, on the result because there's no dispute in that area. Is that even yeah? Because on the shears to someone no. So I eat Abbey has on at a day. So it is on Shihati Yado on Shinashati out there. So hope you guys help me during the summer session. They are in Shitashi all day. Because on it, I said, it began hard. Another bayat got English on. And also we waive a lot of sections. I don't know why we're waiving it. Every time we waive it again. So why is it there? Might just get rid of it, get it out of the way. Hey, that's my job for summer session and spring. So that's a speaker, the home side, maybe quite a speak all this. So let's work with our right hand cabinet, our constitution, not with the left hand where the laws has on it, order that has on it, the Ghana that has on it. A big is not. So they say that you need we complain against one another on our own neighborhood. And shit, it's like J, they say that you need. When are we going to stop that? That's your speaker. Your should is our character. Thank you, Rex. It is right. Thank you.
You. Eugene, so with that, we go to Honorable Otto. So Honorable Otto. So
can you hear me, Speaker?
yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that clarification, Mr. Kuntz. So the way I get your response is that if I were a homeowner that didn't have a home site lease and I went to NTUA for services, you would provide service to me and would look over the requirement of a home site lease. Because when you go to NTUA for any type of services, that's one thing that the sub-offices require. That's what they request. And it's the only way that they can do things. And that's the reason why I brought this question up. I used to work for Indian Health Services. And Indian Health Services had a clause in there pertaining to their 1-to-1 program policy where they could serve a home if it had a permanent foundation. And that was an exception without a home site lease. But like a mobile home, they would require a home site lease. So that's how I comprehend your question from NTUA. So when these bathroom addition dollars are allocated, you won't require much of the permitting, and you'll just go ahead and move forth with building out these additions and so forth. So that's how I could get your answer. But looking at this, any dollars pertaining to that's coming from a federal source requires all the necessary documents to comply. And that's the reason why I reference housing improvement program. You have to have your application. You have to have your home site approved document. You have to have your art clearances and all those services. clearances that are required. Hey, what's that? But if you're expending Navajo Nation dollars, UUSB money, you don't need these clearances because it's not tied to any form of federal dollars. And that's what I'm saying. So if you got water line or power line project money, you have to go through the permitting process relating to right of ways. And that's a requirement by federal law. There's nothing that was wavered. So now, but it sounds like that once you guys get these bathroom addition dollars, you're just going to start building. So I appreciate what you're going to be doing for the Navajo people. I'm going to go on mute, speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me do one more last of our colleagues. Honorable Yellow Hair has a follow-up again. Then I'll go back to the presenter if there's a response.
Yeah, speaker nan ba hen super question. Sanalia yeah. Here others on the top three element about to establish a one purchase orders, put all the chapters, 110 chapters they needed, these broadband and also cell tower. Just establish one that will be 10,500 business number and up to code in auto response. I want to go to this Australia 3D gene. So one of gene so thought $8. There's a reason for home site legislation and it's enough. This is going to go back to probate case into court. Possession of our property out and that. If there is no home site legislation, that's going to be even worse. The urban area home site lease out of hate on the power line they go by these numbers who location urban area so slity home site lease. Say I could already the process the resolution passed a arcade or list. Arcade it all home site lease. They not the clear thought me. The con probably will provide name. It arcade or list thought me. My concern was NTA have a policy. They have to do by a resolution. Otherwise, they will violate the law. The law that was approved by the Navajo Nation Council. Okay, but the Mr. Kosia Hanaki, what I did even in what I already see that in Arto. Don't let Mrs. Stanley and very it is with a community development. Beauty and Sister has on it. Has on in Leo Dalias in Washington go. David out at there. No, look what that means. They have a policy without any right with about it. Any RC, which is really out of the Wataba. So, that 3-year-old man, though, Mr. Count Patero. I don't know if there's any question. Sister from DOJ, 8 or so. Yahanat Tito, Yat 8 or listen song. But not Tito, I don't hear that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, no. On to the
Thank you, we all here. Let me go back to presenters on the report. If there's any response at this time.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rex Kuntz. I just want to respond real quick.
Yes.
Governor's comments.
Go ahead, Ms. Coontz.
He mentioned into a policy, and again, it's not our policy, it's what's required for us to submit to get right away. So, there's a service line agreement, there's a TAA, those were efforts the nation made to try to streamline those processes. One of them still requires a chapter resolution and the other one doesn't. So they did streamline some things. But again, if it's required by the nation to have a chapter resolution, then we have to get one and we have to submit it with our right-of-way application. And again, we can't build without right-of-way. And the requirements to get right-of-way are defined by the Navajo Nation. So, yes, our offices do ask for them, but they ask for those documents because that's what's required of us to get right-of-way. So just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
All right, thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Are there any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues? I don't have anybody else in the queue. On a report on the status of projects and project listings from Division Community Development, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds Office, Office of President, Vice President.
Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. I asked a question about team to do it right away. And I heard earlier that there's going to be a one-stop shop. I didn't hear no response on that. I guess there's not going to be a team. It's just going to be sporadically assigned, and we'll be waiting for one to complete that and another one pending, and it's going to be chaotic. I think what should be thought out is get a team together and get that right away completed for set A project or set B project and move on to another project, just like construction needs that completed so that they can run the water line or run the power line or run the broadband or any kind of right-of-way that is necessary to utilize these ARPA funds. If we don't coordinate that, I know that we had sent money over there for the one-stop shop, but I don't hear anything like that. I don't hear no plans like that. I think it would be wise to do it that way. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. That, I'm going to go to Honorable Keelan MBA.
Speaker, earlier there was a response saying that a document that was over at DOJ should only. Now, that's the other question that needs to be clarified as far as the 164 process and the surnames of all these documents that's needed. Is there any section within the Department of Justice to say that these needs to be pushed out sooner than the other document that comes before us? I mean, the legal review of it. So to some extent, it all determines if it's going to be approved or not, where DOJ is in the position to be the granting authority to say that yes, it's okay and no, it's not okay. DOJ in terms of a lot of these right-of-way process. I mean, what is the timeline that this particular document needs to be sent back? I mean, I always say that I'm available to walk through a lot of these documents. So I think that's where we always try to have ourselves be available to walk through a lot of these documents that needs to be reviewed. Akoko o the sigihani. Akoko date o Georgie Shahalae at those photo Halae to review at those next. Jordat Ego Akoko Ake Halae DOJ and maybe Mr. Patero maybe hire several the capacity of Department of Justice in your shop to get these type of process that to go through for legal review. Establish and I know a lot of these documents goes through the OPVP's office as well. Again, case in point of the FirstNet issue. Then, of course, some other areas such as the uranium commissioners. Plan of operation so that heki koto beta inishiki minhate and other openata because it's an executive branch area konhe koto to nice on I see count koto sat open he get after all that or offset all that or offset on it no but yet these are documents that are within the executive branch now so then the net deck konhe it's what I need to know. Slowness as the pace of a turtle, but then how long Ecuador, Dikat, not so net day. So I'd like to ask the Department of Justice what is the status of a lot of these documents that are that needs to be reviewed and needs to move forward. Quite keeping specifically for the Department of for the chapter of Low Mountain. Look at Koba Nachaban Huitnaito, Kodo, Nabana by Yake, Kode Shotanizito, I think at the Adash, the Donation, going also Kodan up and I think that she's a don. I mean, it's easy for me to do that. But what they say is how they will respond to me. I mean, I'm able to respond back to the community. On record, detail what is the response to get the Department of Justice or down here or Shina the Snigo. So it could up and I speaker response from the Department of Justice.
Thank you very much, Untitled. With that, let me go back to the presenters. Any formal response? I think there was a direct question to the Department of Justice as well.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom.
Yes, Tom.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, one of the things that has really been challenging for us is to get people hired into the positions that were funded under the Administrative Regulatory Support Cost Budget. I'll give you an example. The FRF office had 18 positions in their budget. We've only been able to fill 13 of those. One position has a referral that's going through the process now of getting the background check completed. We just got another referral for the associate accountant, but we still have 3 positions open. So some of the challenges that we're all facing is getting people into these positions that were in additional positions that were added in. We did hire an individual that started on Monday, and we are coordinating with personnel to get a listing, updated listing. And when we get that information, I'll make sure to forward it on to council so you understand what positions are there, what positions have been classified, what positions have referrals. And so I'll share that information with council, and the division directors, so they all know what's going on with it. The other part that we're running into an issue with is space. We have these additional positions that are funded, but no place to put them. Several of the programs that receive supplemental funding. In fact, we were on a call this morning with one of the divisions, and they're like, we have referrals, but we have no place to put them. And so it's taking time to do all of that stuff. The other part of it is we can get people on board, and then it takes a while to get the working tools needed for them. I know at FRF that our process to get computers took 6 to 8 weeks, and the procurement process didn't take very long because we have enough 6B certified people on staff. But for the departments that don't have that, it's going to take them longer. And then once you order the computers, they were on back order. So even right now with the FRF office, we're having difficulty buying a printer from a vendor that the Navajo that will take purchase orders from the Navajo Nation. So everything is taking longer to receive. There's a shortage of available resources, including materials. So that takes some time. And as I said, a lot of the staff that were going to be hired in the review process, as far as the one-stop shop, we will share the information with council as soon as we receive it. So you'll also understand where we are in the process of trying to hire for those individuals. The question on DOJ, will defer to DOJ to respond on that one, because each of the individual programs that receive administrative support funds, they administer their own budgets. All we do is just kind of monitor the expenditures. Mr. Speaker.
That Department of Justice.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Mel Rodas.
Hey, Mel, how you doing again?
Good, thank you, sir. In response to Honorable Kealan Begay's question regarding timing for DOJ reviews, it depends on what type of a review it is. So if it's an FRF eligibility determination review, that's a 5-day deadline. And we have about a four-day average turnaround on those. If it's a 164 review, let's say of a services contract or subrecipient agreement or something of that type, that's a 7-day deadline. But often there's a faster turnaround time. It's often completed before the 7 days. If it's a request for services, just a general legal question, the timing of the response has to do with how complicated the issue is and whether the requesting party has provided all of the necessary information and documentation for the assigned attorney to make, to do the legal analysis and give a response. So sometimes there's back and forth between the requester and the assigned attorney to obtain additional information and documentation. But if Honorable Kealan Begay, I can reach out to you to get more information about what the request was, and I can find out who the assigned attorney was and communicate with them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that follow-up, Mr. Rodas. That, colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions right now? I don't have anybody in the queue.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellow here.
Honorable Yellowhair, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay, this is my third time. My question was never answered. I said let's put up one purchase order to be established. So I use one as I use their business unit number and object code number and take care of this rope then, and also maybe I'll sell a tire too. Then that's the element. I don't see the Tom Patel Silo, Auto answer she la la la. Oyaba Yanson que not kill. Yeah, speaker.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I can respond.
All right, thank you, Dr. Yellowman. I'll go back to you.
Okay. Sorry, Samantha, Delegate Jimmy Yellow Hair. I understand and see the benefits of one business unit number, but sometimes I've learned, for example, on other items, when there's a change in just one purchase or a change in just one chapter, it impacts all of the other chapters. So we'll work closely with OMB on the fastest and best way to incorporate one or a bulk type of business unit. So I acknowledge Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair's concern and request for to look into the business unit number process. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I add on to that, please? This is Tom.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Patero.
Shana, Delegate Yellow Hair. Ayon one business unit in Noya.
So what era? Question privilege. I mean, I'm sorry. So what question answer? Let me repeat, Speaker.
Mr. Patero, hold on real quick. Mr. Honorable Yellowhair, go ahead.
Okay, one purchase order. Out of there's 110 chapters. Each one they have their business unit number, and then their object code number. Business unit number. There will be 110 different business unit numbers under the 110 chapters. I'm not talking about just one business unit number. I'm talking about use one purchase order and establish each one for their business unit number and object code number. They're the same. Now I'll share all answer in this year. Yeah, hope you understand, Mr. Terrell and Dr. Yellowman.
For clarity, I don't know. Still want to respond at this time, Mr. Patero, or you want me to go back to Dr. Yellowman?
I can answer, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Mr. Yellowhair. ARPA has the way ARPA is set up is they're driven by categories. For the broadband, again, there's two sections, the middle mile and other projects, and then there's the match money. So there would need to be at least three of them. Purchase order for all of those. No, setting up these broadband connections is going to be a service. The way the procurement laws are set up, you can't do a service through a purchase order. They responded back to us that we can't do services under a purchase order. Their interpretation of it is that the Navajo Nation procurement law won't allow for that. The next part of it is there isn't one vendor that will cover the entire Navajo Nation. NTUA, electricity, you have NTUA that can service certain sites. You have Continental Divide, you have APS, and I'm sure there's other utility services. So there isn't one company that will cover the entire Navajo Nation. The other part of it is, just so you are aware, Adeya Broadband Office, just Sonia Nesdash, the planning for it is taking place now for that. So to try to fit all of it into just one business unit and one object code, so each eligibility project that comes out and is approved, each project that's proposed and receives a eligibility determination will then go through the process of approval. That's the basis for creating a business unit. I'm hoping I'm not confusing more than we already are, but those are the challenges from an implementation standpoint that make it difficult to say just one purchase order for the entire Navajo Nation. There isn't one vendor by itself that can do the entire Navajo Nation. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Yellowhair.
Thank you. Thank you, Stella. Just for example, that I'm talking about blanket purchase order. There's different vendors in the our vendors, maybe 4 vendors probably doesn't involve. You could just get one or 2 or 3, 4 related to that. It can be recapped and do one blanket purchase order. He can't do that. The county can't do that. I've been probably just 3 vendors out there use it. Then I'll quit it. And then plus each one they're going to have a business unit number, but the object code will be the same with our auction. You can't do it. We're with the county department. They take care of each. Don't know. You have to know one vendor. Maybe 10 or 20. They can do the job at once. That will be given accountant the business unit number, each one for chapters. But I know object code number will be the same. What Navajo Nation account is the new system now. The vendors, no, but no. Oh, no, you had it all. It only, yeah, also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellowhair. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, this is Melinda Shirley. I can respond to the one-stop shop briefly.
What? Shirley, I don't know. Well, I'll just go to you if you have anything more to add on at this time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much. Just to provide a brief summary of the one-stop shop, there have been several of the Navajo Nation departments and programs that have been meeting, and we are the Regulatory Review Working Group. The members of the group include people from the General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Navajo Land Department, Historic and Heritage and Historic Preservation Department, Minerals Department, and the Forestry Department. And with the members there, we do meet regularly, and we've been engaged with our oversight committee, the honorable members of the Resource Development Committee. We've had several work sessions with them, and from these work sessions, there were several recommendations that the Regulatory Review Working Group provided to RDC. Some of that is being drafted into legislation from what I understand. And then Shana Tom Platero also mentioned that he also has some some legislation that he's looking to kind of help expedite a lot of these review of TSAs and home site leases. So with the home site lease, for instance, I know that we are working on a matrix. What that means is that we are looking at ways in which, if there are areas that are disturbed, or if there's areas that if they're looking at home site leases within a certain area, if it's already been disturbed, for instance, we want to put this matrix in place so that we're able to approve these home site leases in an expedited manner. So that's some of the things that we are looking at. And then recently we've engaged the Bureau of Indian Affairs and then also the Bureau of Land Management. So we're going to meet with the BIA and Bureau of Land Management again next month, early next month. So there are a lot of behind the scene work that's being done to ensure that these projects are going to expedite it as far as the review within the nation. And then now engaging with our federal partners, we're looking to again expedite is what we're trying to do here. So I just wanted to add on those few comments to the presenters and hope that answers Shanat's Honorable Raymond Smith's questions, and certainly willing to reach out to Honorable Smith as well too. So thank you, Kahab.
Thank you very much. Right, colleagues, does that conclude the report? Do we have any more questions, comments at this time?
Sure.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
Dahannet on Zunno Bayan, the greater 3 years at Tape Hawayan. I hit up by red since on yet. Oh, Koto isn't last at the nation. So it is like I always said, federal money. When it's given to us, there's a lot of regulations. Like if you're going to buy a jacket to wear in the winter time, the regulation would say that you had to wear it during July and August, or else they take it back. That's how federal money is. And then to make it harder, we got our own legislative code again, Navajo Nation. Oh, yeah, but not us. I heard about the whole story, but I can't today again. I don't know how long we're going to go to the midnight down in today. But they had all seasons, what that seems like a never-ending laws that we have to keep on making so we don't get any money on the fund. That's all I see, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, colleagues, at this time on the report? Going twice.
Speaker, Delegate James.
Well, Vince James, good afternoon. Good evening. What's yours?
Okay, another speaker. Ado Naabik'íyáti committee. Beshbasa amini planiki. Quite a Kodo na adikit planiki. Ebe Nakana ho at Selene ko. Akoshikodo Halit Nahabik edit Ishkin so the Hisens ako Monday yata ita Nihicha ha zi short staff no Akot au Untitled Sling Ado Nana at the Conado Nin Lako. Akot au ba Yanana Ako sort staff no. Ako Odo on Jano Ado Le Ben Hilnahan now. Nihil oil just leko. Nache human resource because anje Department of Personnel Management because anje ako leda the kui she baseball sa ane ni kliniki pa na deal kido. Njano shaman linigin hilchehit ako Dr. Fowler ako ado le njano ala abe bala kaneb Betjitli na halo lokot njono lakano naka alzeno kunzaten hilhol jishako ako de dik at bahay kaido huste nihilta hotel jij de bahna adil kid ikila itmite saat linigi ilchedol nilbe khaz in linigi highlight na khapo hanetza jokot akok at kunza ta hol justet atit alla igi ba yana hiltietot alla igi na anna hallo hot an hilch eta ho ako njono na hapena nils it's a lean bananas ido leaf bekin kin linigi atten jokot ibananils it's a lean ako ikila kodo bishpan sa anani linigi ado le nak sto ado le etahla ho anal nilbehas anigi ade nihichen olle ako do hot nihilch eta ho ta ako at the kui the she hot beha or zi sli ako referrals achoto needn't ado under hiring Kadan betask has ananas betask has aniki kadan ya hone the na had the ben il ne chokot ada be hada at the oko konza the at honati nesi clean ako it's edala ha akila sad leni na ha ya na hais nask ans das ha akila Jokwaike shizin do kodoba na dishkid ako atats ekonadi ni do le a jean kodo beson lini bella as leo ach nanit ado le ach be yana nail to le ako ad abahat de ako ani o huge na nishin liniki betask has anle ako dik adla anachai o what hilhol jishoko ako ha ikila teacher base on a range and ako benachin so case la that's the plan hitcher do what are your recommendations to make any modifications or amendments to the policies that needs to happen in order for a reason or an excuse to say, we're having a hard time because we're short-staffed. That was what we heard on Monday, and then as of today, that's what we're hearing again. What is it that you guys can recommend to Naabik'íyáti committee to address that issue? The Bayajita Yichi Hoda Adonde here il kid I that but my story I that but my the ya konezi ako ni he di hat ishi bane kagodo da ich nata huil now bane kain le ako ad also na neshmetask has ani gilak at also hat de be dog at jono ya kodo na nesh ido liki do bete hoyeta Sunday John de ati da sa de ne ako hot kodo ba na adesh kido le khalet do hajo ben hil hosne da la he chokot ako di base no tak at ade base on hil chena ako di beja da lia do di na so hot ada bakha do no ako at the question that hot ako hahoshi I se chito in chokot ako o that's na kina khite that's it all hanati need or oko the reason why we're in the status of not utilizing the funds is because we didn't have a full staff. We didn't have a facility to house these individuals. We didn't have equipments to accommodate our temporary staff. That's what Abba Yananil hit on left on so. Oko don hisens oko yego idil ahigi by yashki in launch ekodon haban sus case adon shen notes do later his nata hos now ponta baka or yinsta or kohola kot aben his na hon net and so did all hot not so baka dish like it danish on do yinsta or kot ani ni hisens ako acquiring he caught do what le ako Mr. Botero ko aje na el tiendo large kot edo lecture kot ben be na hat so stle ako ado nanak at kodo hait na so do le hait na nish na ta hodo nish na hat neo to DOJ to opkaiki ajinana banahun jokanana ako to DOJ agat dit ahish kehas anje do benadet oko nache beso nada test egi OMB OOC aje hot do hot tskinlo nalsos ado la beso chito ligi don tskinlo hanas na yon nelta jokananat elto oko ado aje na hotel na hota departments leniki nalsos ato kot ado hlilpedi ni ne bi kwaigi do kot laubeni na aje be bohol ni the department be bohol ni hegi bananil sos jokot out o hot in hil hol jishin leko ako yego that dis ahit ako ha late out na hat anlenigi na soslat alla do bakaut ayat jo kot be sha ako sendo be shin itashito sha na sos ni hinske do yadela kanal sos na jo ke yadela kot al ke da hona ado la bakat das so hina jo ke chishet dot net ko akonte joti kwaiki kot ahik at ba yashtki gibts ko hot do ni libeni na hot on lede hine ka hol ji jo hot anal sos leni yinske do shil hol ji ko that ado nedit al ke hona ado al ke hona hodil ni jo do hot anal sos na bakat da do ko ado wasle be nal sosti de be baka da stotit ado le non hot anda annesto le na no ado sa be hana atse kwaiki jo to benia dinil zendant hat ila di ta kosen sana hast it's at the higin hit ratol no yinia atol zend adenda nan hines tank adenda ya khote ben hik hol ji shin benina kohot jo khot be hana atze do khote o nan sisen le ko quite ye go shisen do bashin net do khalid di shwala jokot ko dodge is in the stoko do dash do need a hardship office hot is la do di shwala konieta dashi nal sos na habe dash in do li hot volunteer at the shli job the personnel policy manual hot the baka volunteer dan so hot answers case ne ande dan DOJ do dana ne no ko ado hot aje hot an nicht na hot na hot ko 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 tsedala khait na hot iki alchelia wala ban so case jon he lache kuiche aje na neshleni ko do shin beni na shin laten hana hat do lata shi do hat do ze ko be sa be hana da zikla ko hota hot ho coach ko hana nest kuiche just on ha shin business long ko donald sausage di lan shita hat yot ilne jini ze ade not nal sauce leni ki hwana kesh ko ado ohana ha kai ya de la kha najn zo hot nal sauce najn inla ko kwa gi na has ani gi la ye ko kwa gi ben hije na hot gi don hil do nal sauce ba kha o leta chakot in khaban sas case ko ohlia go dat ayat kot an hi ke do dat ayat kot be has an hat hi gi de kuishi policies that they need ja ko la hon das so on orange hoyel go shot ndo aspen ya dishna ko oya na orange di base on khai nel don hiche holia gi benna put di be has an hatat hi ging das so shit ayat jo qaden na khat ahlahi di no ko ahlahi be hilna hasne ha do besh ma sa anne clinic don habanet in da ko hot out in hitchen na oshkat or lehnan sos leni baka do leheit you guys have the expertise, the knowledge, because you do the work every day. You know what kind of feedback you get back from departments to departments, from within the executive branch. So what is it that you guys can make and put in writing to council? That way we can move forward to try to help make those accommodations by modifying or making amendments to the policies just for the temporary time period to purchase a lot of these items that are needed, even to fill a position to hire an individual. Kwade do here shahwin aishinale speaker do kodo beshma sa anne Naabik'íyáti hot tanahasi thaniki hot ishahol leniki here hidini do to da isnol tsaki kwade do thank you speaker.
Mr. Chair, put me in the queue to some Daniel.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. Let me, with those comments, let me go to Honorable Daniels at this time. And then from Honorable Daniels, if there's any response from the presenters of the report. So Honorable Daniels, at this time, floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, yeah, kudo tarunana kudo ish nana kudo. They are on that every day. But kudo na great with I yego or ish I can't yego was just with over yeg kid or nana over mate ego and the halves so and the il kid could they and that ego. So kudo all my habits. He could the test can't kudo speaker. The way he could be so kudo and the Aruna Sashi with this. All that should have now the door those a meta. So the one test case cut. Yan get the niche cut speaker. Make it a mandatory in-person meeting. Special session or the other night the kayes at these niche. Not so I couldn't comment Nico. Here that was the house Nico. You don't matter that. Matter things that would have the car and the razor or over the itself. A crocodile that we could have based on the hate Miliki. The sad shit that these niche sheet and some that case could have speaker could also die. So you have that on the band that case you hadn't get the niche crash. Because all it's in a lot, all that's it in a lot, all on his wall, just because it are side by Yana, the milk, not kid, not play, harder than that play. So, Craig, yes, it is other dice kid, or none. I don't know the morning is there. I see the queen then with the stock at. We need to approve these, these two legislation really see that these so now the quite on the down and the super plateau could not have a big kitty so it are quite not a deal kid. Instead of the nation sheet, I could have a day or two that in person should have to meet the it been get a bit like these place. So you don't have to this case. The chambers gonna a could not let you cut that all in there. So a bag or are you up even some could not in person. I see that let's go. So it is all that I would like to make that recommendation for those Mr. Chair for those that should die as I wish that these nations can be there. Could hold this or all that not cut a knot either. Oh yeah the here go. Yeah all the way should be but that case on that's case go. So it is for those oh but not us consider for those Mr. Speaker for the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniels, Honorable Daniels. The request to have that, as you know, even when we have ARPA meetings on, and those requests have gone out to see if everybody can come in. It's very hard to get everyone together. As indicated, there was a recommendation to sponsor legislation to move back to in-person meetings. That legislation is actually withdrawn, and I don't know if anybody else is wanting to move forward with that legislation. But we're pushing forward with the Navajo Nation government and the legislative branch. I think that we're giving as much resources as we can to each one of members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and council to make these current decisions or recommendations. Everything can't be done over Zoom as indicated, but we try to make sure that you have all the information as you possibly can from the staff working as much as they can in order to get everything together. So again, that can go out as a formal request, but again, I can't mandatorily make everyone come in to have any kind of meetings. It would just be a request, and we have requested those over the past couple of years due to the fact that we can continue moving forward out of this pandemic that we know how that we continue to thrive and run the Navajo Nation at this time. Is there any other further comments or questions before I go back to the presenters at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Others and I, committee members. Sato Salbi Hai Sigi. I see when there. So the out a Hada see those a hashing so the Egisi hot eggy. But don't need any quaggy. It all has only Hada see. For consent. Very hot Leda il begi hot na. Hinant hot yada heto hot then hot is she hot this is a quaggy sato. Sato hazo be that one is in the lake. Right she says right young lady quaggy projects. Into was the net. She has sent DDBG, CIP, General Obligation Funds. She ate in over 213 projects. Tanas can get auto quaggy. Nas nil nahlen hook agi khagisi the kodo ARP no CARES Act no ARP oh no with the khagisi hot mr Wilgis so even I did kid the question so in the either in the plateau nijin hulia quite but then Appropriations Act to quite 164 review. She the 164 does it in late has come the quite art projects. So Nasudan Negita art national. The Cordon executive branch, legislative branch, Chukwagi 164 review Delia. One later SAS approval had nota. In the Asnish. 10 days to review. We didn't get it done. They went to the next office. But in the at the I say you see 164 review geek days in but on the area Dr. Yellman to James Adekai basically the Hemis Mountains Electric 6 projects though 3 are completed. Funded. There's outstanding bill. Projects are completed. Invoice submitted. The final payment. Invoices are dated pre-COVID. Your COVID age on it. Ni kachu hunne hata e kwagi na sosia ya de shan ela ko kwagi this 164 the quote one of the staffers says yeah over on the BIM system there's a 164 You can track your project. When was the last time it was updated? Wala. So the update ni ita. So kwagi. Ato. Nahot ila. Oko president, vice president. Sato. The administrator asked me to appoint somebody to track those. Only Yakota Tibeta is Niho. Contract number, whatever number, Sigi, but then in the end, there's several reviewers. In the end, we end up accusing or saying DOJ does it, OOC does it, it doesn't stop. But they're part of the last part of the review. So the baseball and the is unigi appropriate. So there's many projects. No progress. Out of cares. Naabik'íyáti ARP. The Asati. ARP and CARES Asati. So it's a special appropriation from the Congress. Asati under ARP office. The executive branch by in the ARP Shajaya Amplitero Naswa da Dilli. What else sad? Nastazo Adeliago. That's 18 Nasajo Mhakedato Wolf. One song Sato or she got the inside of her late. Because that way they could just have been at the niche. We heard Vital Record Office had to go to different hours. Air conditioning system don't work. Lattice Administration Building 1. Also, no, go. Mkhalchin, Handal Nishigi, Arjun Tahaz Nala. The regular operating budget, Igi Benachin, so there's 2 buildings that have HVAC systems not working. And then I'm not even including all the others where we've heard complaints. Honorable Yellow Hair, yes, invoice, Asati, say under one contractor to fix all these buildings. We're trying to fix each building with a different vendor. A blanket invoice blanket purchase order. And that way some of our people can work as the mother government was supposed to provide a safe working environment. But what it's not safe when they're having to work in 80-degree, 90-degree temperature office spaces. Either that or we modify their hours. Come to work at 7. Tabadi no shot. So Joe Quaggy, just executive branch Quaggy, oh you. Oh, she hot nice there. Think outside the box. But let's think inside the Hogan, yeah. Right out in has three the ilad und his on right out yeah. She after had that is hard und Quaggy. So she be his on at the yeah la. The right arm doesn't know what the left arm is doing. Quaggy Sato, Honorable Eugene Silver had the NASA could add machine update in the evening. Quaggy executive direction. Zodo, nothing. What a Lana Hunson, even a ticket on each and see and I. Zodo, the art Quaggy Asati. That what Alban says case, so let's set up a separate office team meeting on the executive branch. Chateau Yotkan. Which the office, the ARPA office, FRFE Asati. As your project is in what door later, Yeti Jato later, Bessie Jato later. Quaggy. Oil on here, that means Quaggy. Sato Quaggy, and how Eggy be connected, I don't know how so I want to one daily. Quaggy Sato Zoto listen and I gave us the necessities and today, yeah, the Mobis can 00860087. A Joe Handadi Nesto Haiki. On this case, Igi Kujeshamaya's legislation 0087. Igi be Stohiki. Tato. Certified chapter to be the project manager. Which I see 0086 but the North Nago with the Tele Slater's amendment. I'd be that's with D Kwaji amendment ebita date so only the Ashi Heki certified chapters that have no audit findings or not under cap. A Gilna is a big project manager than Lido. So without a empowerment. Let them do the bid openings themselves. Let them do the RFPs themselves. Idaho afterward. That's a benefit. And so yeah, they could open each and has seat or listen and I. Also, each and has seat chair and speaker person and I. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you. With that, are there any, is there a response from any of the presenters on the report at this time?
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Fowler here.
Yes. Good evening.
Oh, Yad Yaj, if I can provide a brief response.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, man, it is, yeah, I don't know, Masani. Then, that is not Ido, Bayasti, Ido, Naabik'íyáti. Others, yes, not that kid, others trade or had the Hanachana, Sato, Labed, the Chelsea, Satobe. Ya hot you say this nation lini finish lido finish anson sato sinanis a shabahonosen a cocodor recommendation ha ila be deal with do ha ilan dog so qua sato be de ani message the question is tapedi nini do na nishes apetito pa no sini di edo it's need ada ani honi so atin chikish so hashine la na nis banda de ande ada te atan de only asa na khit na nis pe holno ado oit aga ako to she has jot na benit hinda asto so hashit eshi doit ha olnida di nanish walyeni aho wadona antin khataha laniki jo eshi sato beteni tle esto nanish walyeni khama atahne khaje atahne ako sato pe na ni hindo nimzo datolia da ADHR matters, but no a webinar that sees clean. Na kidneza tino ashla tindo ashla aje hatat illa akonde asad neza tino ashla tindo ba nihit ya akhedo dabenet virtually. Ako aje banta sit dido Naabik'íyáti TAAD na nishpo ol kato non-Nishiki Qualification Assessment, PAS, Dolia, Rate Bikit Oti, Nakata Initiative, Japanas Nishi, Jo ADHR Division, that Dolia Niji, Jo Aja, Bayil, Halate Ebe, Ikikatija, the recruitment, or Yeni Nanishpo or Kahi, to Asad Ebedeta. We, as a Navajo Nation employee, we are all part of the recruitment. Ado dibe has ani nanel idonda nini ajito hashine lati kodo oversight head committees nini ajito besinta huilne ashon ko epidil neshe ado kode nan ta kode hanata okes kode esla halle jo ajo ota hinne nanatle. So I'm not making an excuse, but one of the recommendations I like to see is that you limit me and as a division limit my attendance to a lot of these meetings so I can get more done. Oh, you I think we're on June 9th Goyos class and I attended over 12 meetings and some of them are oversight, some of them you get called upon Ishin is the Nesha Okinaja Kas, a coado or the Aquata Onachi, in Ocoton Jonda, Ane Banda Atos Keto, not so Saturday, Ada, the Saturday of nonsense, Sata. Ado, it's on. Ada, the show you cut a whole lot, Nahadnetta, Senatan, since I could Hishi, the Ahota, a Koshido Kodo, what yes, stop and not a recommendation. And this is an person to know because they see yards, I don't know, and hit them what they sleep. Then a hot day in the sheet on the stay okay. Hashina la in the thought and you need the be need the anil. A coach had thought he at his night or shortly. Nihin took his night or shortly. Betonye Hala Nishin Hatasi or you in his aunt became a hasti. Kodosa Asahalet Shana Honorable Elmer Begeya Hanatsi. How do we do this? How do we help fix this? You know, Jonna had just large and long at Carly Jelon Shay, a quiet to the Zinda Behatozi. So the Zinda Baistos as that Nishi, a chin a talk another cat than Lenny. So a quiet bench and Nahot, the other Kodoshi Che hold Nei, deep building beat the in the Shiki. Oh, you the Christian better, beating Dave Nishi. Say, betting double better, a cody maintenance will Yenny, a seen Naha because a death either had a other watch on La no she not ashy the English there a call Frances case. A dash a not only hate us kept the English there cook at the quiet and not it has leon that could the schedule benefit the judge. So a hate other Frances case and the Jonna what was Hanna. So big a had and the Jot Codona Ani Nitle. Not only need no a solution by a because but Kachananson. How late are a deal or how late are is that and not this was. Then I want to look at the positive side. There's a lot of positive things that you, as Navajo Nation employee, as leaders, we've done so many positive things. And those are some of the things that we need to acknowledge and talk about. Oh, you the whole njono ata osa njono nikina at these just es kahinelo. Kwajo opi sahoti ita to ata ida chino. Ka ito ni eche sasobe es na huilneto. Ado ani initiative kodo ye hatsi. There only Linny or the Adelia, Hashina La Obican that seat. Saton they did, I saw a job at his dealness. Ashi in Ni Ahona, Dishna, joy his dealness. The Kanoshina, Kanana, street in the Josani, though has twish a instant or less, a shindan hit at nest, his dance since left. Or Saton City, Cassie, Ashnat, Arno Slenny. Or she wants to hope banana adole so recommendation the initiate if you have Kodoshi a cat nation so Sasobe his cat teacher Quansago Aya Hanana seat or less ona he has not honestly Najonon here that or us. Thank you, Speaker.
Nobody else. Thank you very much for that, for those response. Let me go back to the floor at this time, colleagues. It's 5:51 p.m. We are on our second report. I don't have anybody in the queue right now. Are we ready to move on and go to legislations?
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, good evening. Floor is yours on the report.
Thank you very much again. We're talking about the job vacancy. I'd like to maybe make my recommendations to you, Dr. Fowler. Just hire summer students, these college students, some that have a degree now, and they're waiting to get a job. But you all say, give them a job. And they can do the job because they're really good in their computer literacy. That's why I don't know to put it up. Evan, some kids in Jonas Stage. I want to I don't know it. Awesome, though. Yeah. Get to work now. Thanks a lot. Yes. Hello, Speaker.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, colleagues?
Speaker, just I'll give a gay.
I'm Begay. Floor is yours.
Yeah, Speaker. Other members of the Untitled, other people that are on the line. I have one question really quickly. I know that we're talking about the hiring and then the employment part of it with the Navajo Nation. I think right now that over here at the DALCON, I've been asking Division of Health or Department of Health regarding when the recovery is going to start because of the finally that they opened it for about a week now with wellness center. So I appreciate that. But the only thing, there's 2 positions that are available, and understand that the slow process that we're having is that the background check. I don't know how we're going to do that. I think background checks under the public safety, and it falls under the law and order committee. And right now, that a lot of people that applied for that, they waited for a long time to get their background check to be respond back to them. So they left for another job, and we are taking it too long. How we're going to fix that? I think we need to do that because there's wellness centers. It's open, but there's some vacant there. But they're looking for people but the people apply for it, but they take another job because of the background check. So has executive dog. But I don't know who will be looking into that to enhance that, to improve that, the process there. That's be my question. Fikr, thank you.
Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Smith, communicate.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, and then I'll go back to the presenter.
Thank you, Chairman David and Naabik'íyáti members. The stage for present the information on the personnel matters. My concern and my question is some of the employees.
The background employees.
Some of the employees are only making $9, $10, and $12. Yet McDonald's is hiring folks at $16 an hour, and there's a lot of vacancies. Why can't we remove some of those vacancies and increase the pay for some of these full-time employees and increase the wages? So that way we get a pool of folks that want to come to work for the Navajo Nation. We always have that personal lapse one. I was talking to the OOC the other day about that. So how can we solicit more folks? And I heard my Che talk about college students. Yes, it's good to get college students on board. I support that. However, looking at the personal lapse, we always have a lot of funds left over. Is there a way we could shave some of that off and put that into folks that are been on board for 10, 15 years? And I went to a chapter meeting the other day, and I heard one of my constituents saying she worked for X number of years and never got a raise. And I was thinking to myself, my goodness, what is going on? What do they mean by never getting a raise? And that's sad to hear that. They should be getting raises, and they should be getting some kind of incentive to, especially if they're longevity. How do we do that, Asia? How do we increase that for our Navajo folks to come back and get a job and work here and have means? Because right now, gas is at $5 a gallon. I was up in Northern Agency and I saw the prices, and like $5 for regular gas, 86 octane. And it took $50 just to put in $10 of gas. And I was like, what the heck? And I know that the folks are wanting at least some sort of pay that will be able to have them live comfortably. $8, $10, $12, the one ain't done. So that's my concern on that part. Maybe drop legislation to change that, and we need to expedite the background checks and get these background done as soon as possible. I always hear on the radio too, ZipRecruiter. Could we use the ZipRecruiter to put people on job? Is that us pulling? It's us, no, because I always hear that on the radio. ZipRecruiter will get you an employee as soon as possible. We'll have them put to work. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Fowler here. I can provide a response.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to you then, Dr. Fowler, and then if there's anybody else. Dr. Fowler, floor is yours.
No, I can't see us. Auto and I don't kiddy. Shana, need the need or you know, he talk head on him, Nalikan Hashin and that is AD internship, but they neto, but Hata's net. A corridor workforce development, Argent and Lenny Teat Art that only say beat art that Arger or you in that is nil. A codi quite is Napa Nossen. Hashine Latin that initial gogi, Teat Art that those can't at the better Hegi, Adon Hata Nesset and Hisne. Benny Naniki, Edo that the at the door mass that at the benda Hetabedi no on Hitahia hit done. Of course, can't at that lay said so at that so take a better hate a yabitini Clinton Hisne. Of course, RGT message to AD what the whole in the yeast. She yard or Shamados at but Yahan de Snet a whole one that's in a hata hollow. Asati dan hiranot a betanel den datan a housing infrastructure yaniki ba bebe and nahot ado ni neseko dan nishi e hatan za da is khai den tabati no kwa na nishpaholo anan flesh no of course e kha e pagantole try quebe and nahot ado is a bit not to hata nisi a background check nini na kis at the recommendation shake di be so DIMS nini na chhuilia go tia at edge the office of background ana kitchen asad do as do de na kitchen quite ado such a hint de IMS a criminal history report Ajana de ke AJO you ikeden that the nestlin a quande a quadoshan nan lini jesse downmarket let's see lo ni Ajasa a canal Ajasabani teen that at the ikeden that the nestlin ko is be not the details ado the Navajo Nation minimum wage adi needing the store Eda the special cut those was not so think it's not what they sleep to a quarter peso is any nico yet ado at a yardinas a peso is on here is kede a nature wheel now bane the cut at the so that got a nal kidjo a DG that human resource matters but the no webinar that the a other band the seal net other just than hina to a salary 2018-2019 ban as the to a sato kajo indo ni to other but that is nista a do sato be in the deed in ne to a question non linear baby na the other shana honorable Smith oh biga the vacancy will yeni peso but the whole yago biga a donant at the jo you peso sa on that le but the hotel yan the chuti evaluation they slini yego yi there's in Hashina Lashia need a hopat the hotel net that a performance because not na nistan zuno is ido at the skins all the and she is into edo binana so a the nanel in or the she is the performance evaluation ni o you got calling his out that this kid should have been taught that other hago that to cast the peso is not a quante so has job not this into job has only the sato be is so hoshin ado eta ot she a sato then he said hanana street or lesi human resource management system they na e kwato benadil ne sto ko e aja contraction hanadilne jo e hadil yado shin e dinas so o snaha de chi e ne donni jo e di going paperless adi na khona odin trap and take kesi be el yado e tilo do les e do that na nishi to bena il kanta do les so what I ko nzona shi to nis o ko ta e behana street do les that will be my brief response speaker na ha.
Thank you very much. Fowler. Colleagues, that concludes the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee in the queue. Are there any further comments or questions?
Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Smith, I have one more.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Okay, Chair, with the Naabik'íyáti committee members, say last stage behind the door, for Chicago, what see the vacancies that they need not be behind the scenes needed. The shade can always need the yard and in $9 an hour to be like that. So Chicago was they that the legal the Jaga and employees they raised by Dolly and Lana needs in the chapters so she's not being able to buy that and it's got the other machine hospital now there's no increase, there's no incentive nothing. So even that equal vacancies and even that sponsors the money is just enough. We have millions of dollars over this and then so a smaller stage can't deal with other legislation and that's a very issue. So it would have the chair.
Thank you. Let me go back to Ms. Fowler. If you have a response.
Yes, I can help on cut this question.
Oh.
Yeah.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yell here.
Thank you. Dr. Fowler, were you wanting to respond?
Oh yes, I thought you I responded. Shana, Nakades was we'll put something together for you and we can work on this together. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Yellow Hair, then Honorable Eugene. So
yeah, non-speaker, I don't stage Dr. Fowler here for bring this very important Navajo Nation's job vacancy, which we need to fulfill because of we're going to have a very short term on these federal funds. We need to fill this in. One thing, everybody have an excuse. There's a background check can be done within a day or 2 or 3. Without all excuses. Somebody's not doing the job. I tell you, this can be done. Background check now study. They're all in the computer system too. I don't know. They're not bring it out. I don't know. That's crazy. Because research it or see. According to excuses, let's get away from it. Let's take care of this business. We need a hard and very smart artists, college students. They need a job, and like we said, increase their salaries too, and also develop. They probably have their own computer too, and they can work from home. Some work chapters with other things. want to announce that, yeah, speaker, those are not announced, yeah.
Thank you. That moving on down, Honorable Eugene So.
I tell you, this don't know what that is. That's a big that all awesome. So, as so yeah, shared the distance. I would like to be very thankful to all of you to try to understand our situation in regards to these bylaws and the code for all these. Some are really in the way. We don't really need it. It's just in the way of putting something on the ground, all these funds. So I think it's time that you guys buy us kit right now to change those laws. That's in our way of putting something on the ground. Like I always say, we don't put nothing on the ground for the people down here at the grassroots level because of those laws that we made almost or something for so many years, but they're just there to be in the way. These rules, in order for us to apply it on a situation, we can't conclude, but then if we change it how we can conclude it, it would be good to make something done. Even I hope we keep going and change some of these laws. We really need to look into it, and we need the division directors and the department so they can look into what is really in the way, and then start bringing these recommendations to us so we can change those things. That we also need to have the bylaws beyond that. So you don't have that base about that. They need to look at. I would like to make a directive that we are a speaker to make director, the division director, to look into the bylaws and how a lot of the bylaws are in the way of our progress. And those things don't really effective to the Navajo Nation. We live differently over here. And now I'm doing with a home site list. So we'll be discussing during the summer or the fall session because it's in our way of life. So, Speaker, the share of this, if I could make a director, I would make a director to the division directors to look into the bylaws. Whatever is in there that's not for our people, and it's in the way of our people to get some of these funds on the ground for us, it needs to be gotten rid of. It is for the speaker should say. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. If you could work together with Office Legislative Council to develop that, then we can go ahead and prepare that whenever you want to present it. The director.
As soon as possible, Speaker.
I know, but if staff, someone can reach out to Honorable Eugene So and clarify that directive. Then we can go from there. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Ellen Begay, how do you vote?
Thank you.
Honorable Key Ellen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knez Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Ember Kanaz Bakrati votes red via text. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote?
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back
Delegate
up,
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, no, there's the show.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 16 delegates who voted in favor, 2 delegates who oppose, and presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, with 16 in favor, 2 opposed. And you're not voting, motion carries. Now, colleagues, moving on down on our agenda. Receiving reports. Moving on to old business, there's none. Moving on to new business, item number 7. Our 7A consent agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, consent agenda, tracking number 0062-22, and act relating to the Resource and Development and Naabik'íyáti Committees amending CJA-01-21 and NABIS-36-21 to extend the deadlines for the expenditure of citizen funds for chapter heavy equipment purchases for the Department of Water Resource Emergency Projects. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti per Nomination Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into a record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0097-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti committees, approving the Telecommu Medical Center transfer agreement between the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Indian Health Service, and the Winslow Indian Health Care Center Incorporated, and authorizing the Winslow Indian Health Care Center Incorporated to assume operation and maintenance of the Telecommu Medical Center after Winslow Indian Health Care Center Incorporated acceptance. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So this legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti. Per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Rule 9, legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0040-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti committees, and the Navajo Nation Council establishing the San Juan River Mitigation Fund, directing that monies received from the Gold King mine release in San Juan County, Colorado on August 5th, 2015, number 118-MD-02824 DNM, and underlying and related actions be deposited in the San Juan River Mitigation Fund after reimbursement of litigation costs. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairman Ricky Nance, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0074-22, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee and the Naabik'íyáti Committee, opposing the United States Secretary of the Interior's efforts to assess operations and maintenance user fees on the Navajo agricultural products industry, NAPI, and water users for the Navajo Indian Irrigation Project, NIP. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr. This legislation is final authority at Naabik'íyáti per Navajo Nation Council. Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0083-22, an action relating to the Naabik'íyáti Committee, requesting the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Region Division of Transportation to change the name of Navajo Route in 110 in 45th Chapter, Arizona, from Kit Carson Road to Pete Price Road. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 0088-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti committees, opposing Secretary of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs recommendation and closing several Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinics near the Navajo Nation, including the Gallup community-based outpatient clinic. Request the Air and Infrastructure Review Commission to review and recommend a community-based outpatient clinic or similar VA healthcare facility to be established within the Navajo Nation. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So this legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti per Navajo Nation Council Rules, Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into record by electronic voice recording. Tracking number 090-22, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naabik'íyáti committees, recognizing Utah Navajo Health System Incorporated as a Navajo Nation authorized designee for the purpose of applying for the Office for Victims of Crime Tribal Victim Services Set Aside Formula Program. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Madam Chair Amber Knazba Krati, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, co-sponsored by Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So legislation is final authority here at Naabik'íyáti per Navajo Nation Council Standing Committee Rules of Order Rule 9. Legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate James.
Thank you. With the motion by Honorable James, is there a second?
Second, Halona.
Second by Honorable Halona. With that, colleagues, let's go to the board on our consent agenda items.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Kealan was great. Thank you.
Honorable Kialan Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote?
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati votes green. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels.
Green.
Honorable Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 1 delegate who opposes, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much. 17 in favor, 1 opposed. Chair not voting, motion carries. That, colleagues, continuing on down. Item number B, under new business, legislation 0067-22, sponsored by Honorable Stewart. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0067-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and to Navajo Nation Council, allocating $4,100,000 from the Citizen Fund for a proposed apartment / multi-purpose complex in Navajo, New Mexico, approving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC section 2501 to 2508. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. There is a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a do pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, is there a motion?
Motion, Wanika.
Delegate Yellowhair.
Motion by Honorable Wanika, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there comments, questions? This legislation is destined for council. Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
I'm
Your
sorry,
question.
Speaker, I don't have a question specific to this legislation. But I do, is the sponsor on the line? Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Stewart. Honorable Stewart. For the record, there's nobody who has co-sponsored this legislation, correct? Honorable Stewart going twice. Stewart going 3 times. That, colleagues, there's no sponsor on legislation 0067-22. That, moving on down. Item number C, legislation 0060-22. Mr. Rico.
Point of privilege, Vice Chair.
Yes, point of privilege.
The legislation was called. Thank you, Chair. The legislation was called. There was a motion and a second. However, there's no sponsor. So where does that put this in relation to rules of order?
Because there was a motion and second, Vice Chair Smith, this legislation 0067-22 automatically will be on the next agenda under old business. Moving on down. Mr. Rico, legislation 0060-22. Into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Tracking number 0060-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council approving $4 million from the Unreserved Undesignated Fund Balance UUFB for the 110 Navajo Nation Chapter Summer 2022 Youth Employment Programs, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L to allow use of UUFB funds for recurring chapter expenses. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Honorable Mark A. Freeland, Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Vice Chair Carl R. Slater, Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., and Honorable Chairman Daniel E. So. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Resources and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation will move on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, this
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion, Daniel So. Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you. That motion by Chairman Daniel So, second by Honorable Yellowhair. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Yeah,
You have questions?
yes, Speaker, I do have question. I was hoping to catch you before you recognize the motion from my colleagues. Speaker, we have several legislations that are being sponsored by Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Those legislations, if we don't have the sponsor present, there's B, which we just now got through. Then there's also F, G, H. Speaker, is it, I know that you just now called for a motion in a second, but at what point can we motion to suspend the floor rules to amend the agenda to have those legislations removed from the agenda and then put onto the next NABI? And I think that way we can move on to the legislations where we do have sponsors. Speaker, if I can get your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That can be done at any time after we conclude with this motion that I currently have in place on legislation 0060-22. But I do want to let you know that Honorable Stewart has texted in and said he will be on the call here shortly.
Thank you, Speaker.
That, colleagues, Honorable Eugene So is on the line for this legislation 0060-22. This legislation, like Mr. Rico indicated, it's ready to go to count, or it's distant for council. Is there any comments or questions? Went twice.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
That, Honorable Eugene So, you got 20 minutes on the board. Honorable Eugene So.
This one is also so they husband go unique carry a carrot net we usually have it by February or January, so we can have these things ready for our young generation and not our Western summer. But Dr. Yellowman is my agent. She's on the floor. Maybe I can give it to her too. Thank you.
Dr. Yeoman is your agent. Dr. Yeoman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Yeoman, floor's yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Eugene So for the legislation and to the mini co-sponsors. Speaker, I respectfully ask that Ms. Sanlatsta Jim Martin also serve as an agent. She will be closely administering the funds and has done so over the last couple summers. So if I could turn the time over to Ms. Jim Martin, she'll be assisting Delegate Eugene. So yeah.
On Eugene So.
Oh.
Is Ms. Jim Martin your agent as well?
Oh, Edo in place of Dr. Yellowman. Oh, Edo.
Yeah. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. This is Sanlatsa Jim Martin. I'm the ASC department manager, working with all 110 chapters with our ASC offices in all 8 of our service areas. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Delegate Eugene So for presenting this legislation. I've been on the call all day and I appreciate the dialogue, and I am encouraged with the efforts that the Council has been making today. I am hopeful that we can share some of the work that we've been doing with the Navajo Nation Summer Youth Employment Program. But before I do that, let me go ahead and introduce myself. Untitled Chapter, Andane Bashichin, Andane Dashinalado Ashihitashache. Currently, I work with Dr. Pearl Yellowman and our leadership team at DCD, as well as our SPPS that are assigned at all 8 of our service areas. Our Summer Youth Employment Program has been around for many, many years. We do have probably many of our council delegates, as well as our Navajo Nation leaders who have served in some capacity under the Summer Youth Employment Program at all of our chapters. Right now, we do have full support from our chapters in continuing the Summer Youth Employment Program. Many chapters did want to submit their support resolutions. Several did. We do have a great need for our Navajo Nation youth to participate in the Chapter Summer Youth Employment Program this summer. We do have a decrease compared to last summer for COVID exposures, and we do see alternatives and additional opportunities for our high school students and college students to participate in work experience and job readiness activities during the summer. Many of our chapters are gearing up, getting prepared, and as you heard early on, some of our delegates have been interacting with some of the youth already. The Summer Youth Employment Program is available for chapter members, youth who are registered with each chapter. Each chapter develops their own Summer Youth Employment Program policy. Their internal policies and procedures are approved by their elected chapter officials during their official meetings, and they continue to follow their Summer Youth Employment Programs, policies, and procedures as they select, advertise, hire, and implement activities for the summer high school students and college students. Many activities include, again, work experience, job readiness, career exploration, post-secondary options, guidance from elders, community leaders, knowledge and awareness of local governance from chapter staff, chapter officials, also volunteer and help. There's also opportunities for community engagement, public speaking, problem solving, financial literacy, teamwork, learning about attendance and punctuality on a job, and also workplace behavior. And we do partner with many of the Navajo Nation programs, a lot of health programs, public health entities, also work closely with the chapters during this time to provide physical fitness activities, first aid, CPR, mentoring, and also community cleanup. So there's various activities, including cultural activities that each chapter designs and implements for the summer youth employees. We also work closely with many school districts, colleges, and universities to provide information to the summer youth employees. And each chapter does it differently depending on their situation. We know some chapters are monitoring their COVID numbers. And so in the past, we have had some chapters that have done virtual work activities. As the cases went down, we had hybrid types of sessions with the youth. And then now we're seeing more youth getting active and requesting for work sites. So it is different at each chapter depending on their current situation. The youth are typically supervised by the CSC or the chapter manager or the assigned supervisor. We also have a large request for youth employment each year, and there's never enough funds to cover every single youth that wants to participate in employment. Although due to COVID, our numbers were low, now that we're getting more active around our communities, we're going to see a lot more applications coming in for college students and high school students. And we also have work sites that many of the college students are able to participate in and work for other Navajo Nation programs as their work sites. And so we are seeing a huge request from Navajo Nation programs for college youth or high school seniors to come and work at their offices due to the large vacancies that we have across the Navajo Nation. And so we are looking forward to getting some of our chapter youth assigned to Navajo Nation programs that really need some help with temporary employees. We also work closely with the insurance office, and we do have all of our chapters making sure they are in compliance with workplace safety and insurance. So we do work closely with our SPPS at each agency office to cover the insurance for the Summer Youth Employment Program. At this time, that's one of the main updates I'd like to share. We do know that our Navajo Nation youth at this time are really needing funds to offset inflation. The families are experiencing financial hardship. And so many of our young people are looking at ways to help get some income to cover their academic expenses, their school clothes, school books, and just to have some funds during the summer to help with their own immediate needs. So we do want to ask the council for your support. We are thankful for the co-sponsors and the sponsors for providing this legislation, and we will stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jean So. Did you say so? Honorable Jean So, does that conclude your presentation?
Oh, you say a question? Oh.
Okay. Oh, that then we do have a motion second. Colleagues, we go to Chairman Daniel So.
Kehela tatele aroshanan Becky Sato Halchin de Bacadicha Nanish base open Nanish Sato Yeta Hodo Art right out a Danishigi so quacky Sato Ado Hat is a two Sunlaster. Thank you for giving a very pleasant preview of the program. With this, the reason I said I would like to hear the presentation, mainly one is to have Office of Legislative Counsel prepare a directive to when I'd like and most likely like to add this during the special session on Monday. But the directive would be to all the players in the financial system. Department of Justice, OMB, Office of Contracts and Grants, OOC, and even the President to basically get these funds out in short order. In other words, ASAP, so that and just today I found out that some of the groups, their second groups of summer employees, this was their final group, and we still have the summer. So in that case, and then if they don't use it, then it's usually used at the Christmas break. So and that's the reason I would like to ask Legislative Council to do a directive within those parameters that I outlined. Honorable Eugene So, those of us that also are tagging along as co-sponsors, each and every one. We know the importance of this legislation. I am voting green for this legislation.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So if there's any way you can maybe email that request to Office of Legislative Counsel so that directive can be put into be ready for council session. That I do believe the language is probably already ready because that has been done and added on to a couple of legislations of the past already as well. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions on the yellow hair?
Okay, Don, to the speaker. For councilman. This question is going to be to Mrs. Jean Martin. Eugene, so thank you very much, and the other co-sponsor too. I support this 100% to our future leaders on college. So yeah, I support it. But I'd like to ask, this $4 million, is this enough, and how did you come up with the figures to Mrs. Jean Martin? Could you also?
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, Chairman Henio, good evening. The floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening to the Chairman of Naabik'íyáti and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This question here quickly is there a way that we could make this expenditure ARPA eligible? Because of COVID, our children haven't been able to work for the past 2 years, so they've been affected. So I was wondering, is there a way that it could be made ARPA eligible, and then we could make an amendment to the legislations that are coming before the council in the future? Thank you.
Thank you. That, we'll go back to the sponsor, Eugene So, and maybe a question to Department of Justice.
But ARPA funds. I don't know how long that will take again, but we need the money right away for our young kids, so they can at least up to date. They need things. They need something that they for the coming year. Not off top of it now. Just I down this. So even now I go. Even now it seems that I shouldn't need on this, but it takes time to. We've been on this ARPA fund for I don't know over a year now. So I would like to go separately with this one. Thank you. And also, you need a DOJ there.
Thank you. Department of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel. I'm on the line.
Good afternoon, Mel. Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I don't know if if you might have an answer readily available at this time.
Mr. Speaker and members of the committee, and thank you, Chair Henio, for the question. I think that the FRF eligibility of this funding for summer youth employment really depends on what the youth are going to be doing. So I would need more information about that and how it's related to the pandemic. So if the argument is just that the youth have been negatively impacted by the pandemic, then that would be more of a cash assistance category as opposed to employment. So if it's really an employment situation, it would depend on the work that they're doing. So I would really need to see the proposed expenditure plan to be able to make that determination. And the other complicating factor is that I imagine that each chapter is going to be using their youth employees to work on different types of matters. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That can go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions on legislation 0060-2?
Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Herman Daniels, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naabik'íyáti members of Senegi. Thank you for bringing this legislation before Naabik'íyáti this evening. Emergency legislation going to deal with on John Dole. They I later that in the day I was at Naabik'íyáti chapter. I don't know the English. I don't know basically. Not in Dole. I call it a lay it house. Nan, could also say I had Ziggy. My favorite chief without Chairman Daniel So without I don't let Nanish. Ye down the I don't know could on him and yeah, all it. As has in so ye down go. So it is a could cut in the whole days la hodo. I don't know. I feel it. I feel over in national. John Doyle so Iba Band, that's case now. A cocoa, special sessions should change in the Nigita. I see the special sessions that they last it later. They last it later on a great Hunan Jashibina Hot Nato, less than a great across the street and a great Chanel of Dodge. Asian year, but not it all less ago. So 8 years, Papa, or your the great that initiative, the great chapter managers, chapter CSC, summer youth employment. A base of 4 million and high gosh got that's not a lot of everything that has meant that ended all I did had all so Karin Tahodo at Hello Nasa the nation for one that's kids at Chinapa 8 Arunana Quado Shunaya had Ziggy Stokado Asian to Hajin Sobaban Saha Cave don't agree ARPA funds Ajustin Miliki to Hajin so a ultragi or ya favorite one made that the Rena Kina Hedoste or that Eldaban Saha Cave Nicodo and in the Quado Shuna Quado Chairman Henio. The you go that the Ecuador. So it is Ecuador, but I support this legislation without that. Special session. So it is also about thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. Is there any other comments or questions, colleagues?
Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Henio, then Honorable Otto So. Chairman Henio?
Chairman. When I made that comment, I was not thinking about this legislation, but the future. Nasadigi, because I'm sure this is a 2-year cycle that we're looking at ARPA. So Kadigeya and even now move it forward with the designated funding source. In the future, if we could move on an application to where we can make it ARPA eligible for next year. On this case, and I should have clarified myself. But for next year, then yeah, if we can get set aside ARPA money for the next 2 years to fund this type of activity, we can all put our heads together, I'm sure we can make it work. I mean, I've seen on the listing, there are some projects that I thought weren't going to be ARPA eligible. I knew I was eligible, the DOJ determining that they're eligible. So I figured that there's a way we could do it. So I thought they about this case auditioning for the speaker, audition 24th Navajo Nation Council. Shana, Delegate Eugene Soybean cases on the Anin Sodi Etai, Sido Hello.
Thank you very much. Let me go on to Honorable Otterso, and then I'll go back to the sponsor for response. Honorable Otterso?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Phone is acting up here. But see there's only so you get I see things lead. So only could nothing so then that inside the summer youth students. They're working out there and we need a special council session, and I think that we have a special council session slated for Monday, and we can try to add this on as an emergency legislation or add this on to that council session so we can move this forth. Larger than that is tough. For instance, these students, or you, I don't know, things, I don't mother jet and then it so but Kayara hot but shouldn't die I don't the chin yet so yeah can the dog in the I call hot egg hot over has three, and I think that's what we should do. This is legislation that I think on upcoming Monday's special session we should add this on and move this legislation first out of all the businesses that we're going to be working on Monday, because Monday is going to be a long day and I don't think there's no amendments that happen. If there's no amendments on Monday, maybe we could get the certification signed that day and then just send it across. So I think I just and Hina Shina I just die here ego then yan to the course and then in that day the summer the youth workers I think yan things throughout the Navajo Nation, and I do support this legislation.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mel.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rodas, do you have a response?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reviewing the Treasury's final rule on FRF, I did find a provision that might be helpful in this instance. And it states that you can use FRF for government employment in order to bolster the government's ability to effectively administer services. And it allows for use of FRF for payroll and benefits associated with the nation increasing its employees up to 7.5% above its pre-pandemic baseline. So we could take a look at what the employment levels were for chapters before the pandemic hit. And then we could use the funds to the extent of staffing up 7.5% above that pre-pandemic baseline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go back to Honorable Eugene So. Any further response?
There's a particular night. I don't see what my agent has.
What did he say?
Speaker, he's basically saying, let his agent have the floor.
We didn't hear what he said. On Eugene So, I'm just gonna go to your agent.
Oh, Ashon, thank you.
Okay. That Dr. Yellowman or Mr. Martin?
This is Samatsa Jim Martin again. To our honorable delegates for your questions and your support. We do really appreciate that. We agree it is a urgent request, and we do appreciate Delegate Eugene So for expediting this and getting it through the legislative process. To Shache, Honorable Delegate Daniel So, thank you for your support. I do agree we do need to expedite the financial turnaround to the chapters. I will manage that at my level at the Division of Community Development with our ASC staff and expedite those budgets just as soon as we can get them through the DOJ, OMB, OOC process. So I do appreciate that directive. Jimmy Yellowhair, thank you for your question about the amount. We did get that amount from the sponsor. Delegate Eugene So recommended 4 million. That is the average based on what the chapters had expended up to this point and where the need base was at. So of course, we could always use more. There are always more high school students and college students that we do not have enough funds for. And we also can stretch out the funds to cover the holiday breaks during the winter breaks from college and high school, as well as spring breaks. So we always can stretch out the funds to cover more young people. And that is at the discretion of the council. Jamie Yella Hino, thank you for bringing up the question on ARPA. We'll do what we can to work with DOJ and looking at future options for ARPA funds. We are here to assist in any way possible. Herman Daniels, again, thank you for supporting the legislation. Again, we do agree we need to expedite this. And to Honorable Otto So, Shenandoah, we agree. We do see many parents that are very proud of the young people who participate in youth employment. They do really feel honored that their young students are helping their community, learning about the chapter, and getting some money to put in their pockets. So we do hope that it can be expedited on Monday as well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman. Add me to the queue, please.
Yeah. Who is that? In the queue? Thank you very much. Let me go back to the floor then. Madam Chair Charles Newton, you're up in the queue. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the the legislation. Recently, I had a lot of parents reaching out to me in the Shiprock community. Apparently, you went several months without paying our students, many of them who gave up their spring break to work for, I guess it was ODY, or to work, I think it's for the summer youth employment or the youth employment. Can I ask what happened and why did it take months to pay our students? I asked that question because one thing that I learned in juvenile law is that children have a different concept of time. Their time is actually stretched out much longer. That's why you have, when you put kids in timeout, or when you ask them, to sit still even for 5 minutes, that to them is an eternity. So the fact that we had many of our kids going without being paid several months, if you can explain to me how that happened and how we can avoid that, I think that that's important for all of us to know. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is there any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues? So what? If there's not, let me go back to Honorable Eugene So. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Yeoman or Ms. Jim Martin?
Good evening. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton. Thank you for the question. I looked at the records we have for Shiprock chapter, and according to our budget, the complete drawdown did take place for our summer youth employment funds, so there should not have been a delay, and it doesn't look like that in our system. Perhaps this might be confused with a situation that did come up with the Office of Diné Youth under Doty. I do understand there was a delay with the payment for those youth. So that might be the situation with Shiprock chapter. But if you do send me additional information, I can research it further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and move on back. Colleagues, is there any other further comments on legislation 0060-22 at this time? Again, this legislation is destined for council. It seems like it might be brought up this coming Monday if it passes here out of the committee. Going twice.
Speaker Freeland.
Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Good evening. Good evening, Speaker. Colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee members and staff. Good evening. Just a comment in regards to what my Honorable Henyo brought up, eligibility for FRF. If this legislation or if the funds are, of course, they're coming out of UUFB, and this might be a question for DOJ. Would this be eligible under a FEMA reimbursement? I guess is my question. Would it be eligible for a FEMA reimbursement if the FEMA reimbursements are still if FEMA, of course, is still taking these reimbursements. So that's my question to DOJ, if it would be deemed as reimbursable by FEMA from the UAFB potentially. And I'm not sure if they are still allowing that. I know they extended their submissions, but if anything, I'm not too sure what the requirements would be too. But we are still in an emergency declaration, so we have to keep that in mind. It's good to talk about relaxing some potential legislations or things of that nature, but just keep in mind, colleagues and everyone out there, we're still in an emergency declaration, and until it goes away or the emergency declaration is lifted, then we can start thinking about other things. But we are still in this declaration, and seeing our daily numbers on the rise continually is another. It's a different. It feels like it's a different type of numbers this time, because a lot of our people are vaccinated, but yes, we do still get some fatalities, unfortunately. But the numbers are on the rise again, and these are because of the variants. So I guess my question to DOJ is, would this legislation be eligible for FEMA reimbursement? Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker?
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. Colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time?
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, then I'll go back to the sponsor, and then anyone that can answer, help assist. With that, Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Yes, in regard to my Chase question, with the aspect that we are still in the declared emergency, we have certain chapters that still have emergency funds, but they're not expending or putting plans together for the emergency recovery. And I'd like to get clarification from the Department of Justice, as well as the Division of Community Development, on whether the chapters can, with their action at the chapter levels, still use the emergency funds. And that way, we have a good direction to the chapters on the usage of these funds. And then I'd request it in the form of a memorandum or through the email system to all the chapters regarding an answer to my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker, can the DOJ answer those two questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Justice.
Good
Mr.
evening,
Speaker.
Speaker. Go ahead, Mel.
Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy. Mr. Speaker, this is Mel. I'm going to have to look into the issue of FEMA reimbursement. To tell you the truth, I don't normally deal with FEMA, and so it's not familiar to me. But I can work with some of my DOJ colleagues on that, and we can get a response. And then in terms of whether chapters can use emergency funds, could I just get clarification from Honorable So? Is that question whether they can use emergency funds to pay for summer youth employment, or just in general? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Going back to Honorable Chairman Daniel So.
Okay, I'd answer to the chair. and Speaker. Mr. Rodas, thank you. Well, in certain aspects, the emergency declaration was declared in the winter, but right now we're having drought. So direction on whether to use it for water hauling or for the purchase of hay. We have a lot of our people that have backyard pens where they have sheep, goats, maybe even pigs. And I know like chickens and ducks. Chickens are a source of eggs. They're a source of meat. And so assistance to the families so that, they don't have to go to town to buy a dozen eggs or 2 dozen eggs. Those types of, and right now there was pictures being circulated that the Bernalillo Walmart meat shelves are empty. And the certainly backyard sheep or goats are a protein source for our people. And if we could get feed to them, hay to them, chicken scratch, those types of items would really help our people deal with the suspected food shortages that appear to be coming. And so that's the reason I'm focused in that aspect. I know that certain of the chapters didn't use their original allocation, and they still have balances. And they're basically like perhaps being counseled they can't access it. But I'd like to see how we can free up access to those emergency funds. That's the basis of my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me go back to Mr. Rodas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I can communicate this request for a memo or an email to all chapters to my colleague, Assistant AG Rod Begay, who leads the DOJ chapter unit. And I'll talk to him about this, and if he has any follow-up questions, I'm sure that he'll reach out to you for more specifics, but I'll certainly relay what you've stated here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodas. That, colleagues, is there any other comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Again, this legislation is destined for council. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board. On the main motion with no amendments.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kealan Begay. Votes green. Beatrice.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay and Honorable Kealan Begay both vote green. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you
Paul
vote?
Begay votes green.
Excuse me, Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Once more, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Cap.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not vote. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote? Honorable Mark
Green.
Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Any votes green?
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
Thomas Walker votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 17 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you. That, colleagues. Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy will.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati votes green. Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 18 delegates in favor, 0. Oh, excuse me. Honorable Wilson Stewart also votes green via text. Honorable Speaker, that changes the vote to 19 delegates in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
That 19 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. With that, moving on down. Under new business, item number D, legislation 0063-22, sponsored by Honorable Vince James. That, Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0063-22, an act relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $1,600,000 out of the Citizen Fund to cover the funding shortfall for the Ganado Chapter Senior and Veteran Center project, reapproving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to 2508. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Vince James. There are committee reports from the Resource and Development Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. A committee report from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. And a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that recommend a due pass with no amendment. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Rico. That, colleagues, on legislation 0063-22. Is there a motion?
Motion by Charles Newton.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Okay, yellow here. Second.
Second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0063-22?
Question.
Okay, with that, Honorable Vince James. Floor is yours. 20 minutes on the board.
Shinade, Speaker, Ado, Shinat Arnold Liniki, members of Naabik'íyáti, Bishma Sa'anani Liniki, Ado Shet Kahasi, to Ismal Tsagi, Ado Kodo, Be Keno Ajiki, Shinale, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Dosh Ash, Honorable Dan Jimmy. Yeah, here, I call Quaiki AAD legislation 0063-22. Untitled down his lot so look on here has Ando AARJ based on the Nigi what plateau Naka Yidi Kit Jokot Visha or Z Jo Quatza Ado what are based on Lenin Hitch Adado so lots on the Nigi look on here look after this article. Ako agent chita of any in his lot so what are based on the Niki ba lanta si leo what are hati client ado not so the Niki jono ni not the Niki lines as a tahiki to kill that's a tahiki the president Nes the vice president lies or what are the Niki kaila ado general not the Kaya had under added what agent Lini that Liado ni his last on the name Hatlas Lini do the Conil Asian what he Kaisani ko Kaya Lini Bakaki ko Bakaki kin and dot Atligi Pastuido Sani by Kindo Atni dot is a lot so begin jokot out how one the neighbor can't dot that no quite kaya the neighbor can't see leo jo other what the she other the legislation this only under exhibit B put out how G so leo Exhibit B quite bananas the contract the bidding process what which what the sheets quite na halji shodo bananas kin bananas big exhibit C hana hoji yen ya the question has it at the higi in the country ado hayuna linigi net kodalia sili according ni hibini na ado onorange to le when ni jo ikonzade ni hit position le quite akwatza benina ya di be da hodoni dot in the street be da hodoni be kendo atne jo akwata hot ego not for 80,000 hits at that this kids lean ad unda nanak at chete betor dort chete soft betor lini kita ajita that this kids lean on it for 80,000 arts for the ni hits at that this kid quite benina ya kodo peso attended anegin hits up also lean quite 1.6 million ni hit funny lap also lean ado to hit ahoda the exhibit B the square footage quite baka le to sa hot atsa na habe la so le do hit ahoda to hotcha go hadne to quite to benya base unique shade at the ahun so do at the akot ben hitting the hasil ne at the ahun so can leaning dot chokot ko adonana base of the quill the quill that she hit that the nello what can the niki ben dot chokot beha or z selene ko the legislation but now has only the exhibit A put out a K on the article based on it hit that hit out neligi or put out a bit K on the a Naabik'íyáti put out a based on linigi senet Naabik'íyáti arting but ja daliado arting a based on linigi had out na hasan net ado ya na had na for a source lini the exhibit A get your 1.6 million but for quite so ya had net and need the kodoben because then hit na hasas na for coach art in which not any can let space bounce on no thinking not no thinking or had out then he can't not jokot hajoba in zendo benya so zendo benya sen linigi hot archita on kwanza then hit for position level ado san linigi quite kaya linigi aje ye hajos but don't bakai street sani bikindo so lot so bikin atla igi sa atla igi bakai da has ango adult need no kaya linigi quite ye hat zi Shimon linigi Miss Caroline Holmes ado unda dan Shima Isabel Shandi hot ayan seke so Nihiman Lenigi, Miss Isabel Sean, the Gold Star Mother, Kopiyaj, the quiz conduct sheet not the Salah son law, hits aunt, Care Hastin, Celine, put out the Bahon Sin Lenko, hot out yen, Seki sto, ye, but ye, hot out Beninat, has tweedo san, do Salah son Lenigi. Bikindo the chokot beha out z selene Yego Kojo Button Linigi Bay, or on hot so hot as case, dot art in Baho, arts for the ya a ba art edo left arts for the ya a begin at edo left chokot out a not so lini da baka and leco, and lay a harder that ahis are there, the night got no Kodon, the Nabik'íyáti hot so, and lay that and at ahata has stone has for a harder by God or a RJH chokot echo, Joe hot ado a bayat hits a lay. Ado hashin so dilak anti lini gifto kasta nishid ada ahni in halo hot ada quick shid a hatnas nilim hinaus in maligi benna age hot ada but so hot as case do bayat hits a leko yego a benna hast ado bayat hot ana so lini if you kasit out in hitato need asli pushpeshma sa an no shinigi shinat an no shinigi kodoshi hajo pa linigi be na ini ka hoshi ben hike na do ka ko hot out ya in sisna has net only additional speaker thank you a year for time for questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation there, Honorable James. So let me go ahead and go to Honorable Aruso. Honorable Aruso.
Yeah. Adi sunok agi. To adi kunza the nikin sunok sonigi. Tunant to adi isun ado. Ano kurosh nale ke kuro de has ani dati nin so by ke nitsin. Ado dide si hisin chida dist ane ta da shin so peso ya ahit ko le bishwa sa an bishda hust so ya o ta ya and dide da shin so yal ya so ego. I believe majority of the projects are in the shortfall that have been listed. And the bigger picture, instead of piecemealing it by one legislation at a time, Lego na dintingo basanada hustago the shortfall liki that's it hadit egota which that di kaho they then here khate ade see sede beso chidahist ane 4.1 million the shortfalls liki that's it ya liki zita but proposed that di ni sen akoko we have a legislation that will benefit the other 24 region or the other 23 region. For instance, Shahado the Tibu City senior citizen halit ala yaligi yat bohnet zango do benek ango do ni no the senior building proposal now ati dashin so khaida khanena la ba hilchik adalla ye go ba listening akoko collectively I think that we have to move forth with funding the shortfalls for the other delegate region. We know that the shortfall for Mr. James' project is 1.6 million. And if we can, maybe go back to the drawing table and infuse another 1.6 million into each delegate region so that their project that was funded under CHISN could be fully funded, because we are in the shortfall about 1.5 million. And to fund those shortfall projects. And I think that that's very, very suitable. And Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, we know we have these citizen projects out there, and majority of them, all of them, they're all under shortfall funding. And we could go back to the drawing table on this to fund, if an agreement could happen to fund the shortfalls, I think that would be very beneficial for all the other delegate regions throughout the nation, because like I indicated, they're all under shortfall status due to the price increase of materials, the fuel, and so forth. And I think that that would be a really good dialogue to have with the president and community development, so that we know that we could try to get those projects funded. Because, for instance, the delegates that utilize their monies for the senior program projects, they're, it's some that is Tuidosani. It's very unfortunate that COVID happened and it put all these projects on hold. We couldn't move any projects during the tenureship when COVID started. So that means that projects due to COVID. And I think that right now we have chapters out there reevaluating their projects and try to downscale some of their projects, but they're still at a shortfall. If we could go and go back to the drawing table, and maybe have a dialogue among the delegates. Maybe the speaker's office can allow this conversation to happen, and we could our chapters a project said so on CHISN to get the I guess the budget forms and the shortfall amounts in place, so that we could have a collective CHISN legislation, maybe utilizing Honorable James legislation, and amend this legislation to include the other 23 regions of the delegates. Projects that shortfall fund we do face that. And like I indicated, with COVID happening, it really impacted these projects and impacted them on the costs of materials. And and utilizing this particular legislation as the engine so that we could amend this legislation to include the other 23 region of the delegates to fund their shortfalls for their projects. Under the CHISN 100 million appropriated yeah ABAS net the 4.1 million 4.1 Bishmas unbekada who so we hoda yanda akoko jobe that net peno and maybe even using this number of 1.6 million for that purpose for each delegate region. I think that would be very, very instrumental and very, very important for the individuals that are or the individual projects that are out there pertaining to citizen. And APEC or did 1.6 million and if we fund the other add in the other 23 delegate region, we can appropriate an additional $38,400,000 from citizen to fund the shortfall for these projects out there. And I think it's just the fairness and across the board, because that's about the price tag of the increase of the cost of materials and delivery at this time and for at this time of COVID. I don't show but did ban kisto that is that's in John Doe listen addition and then the speaker's office, if you can, maybe let's have that conversation and let's get a legislation in place, and we're gonna have to work with the president's office. Sir President Nez or Vice President Lizer, all these projects out there that was funded, they're on a shortfall, and I think 1.6 million is about the average shortfall amount. And if we could have that discussion and try to infuse dollars to these projects so that the projects could be adequately funded so that these projects can be completed out there.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't think it's stand so good. And then here I was trying to get here. I don't it's a liaison. Delegate James. Sabe dan I couldn't get that main for. Missouri peso. Okay, could on rate says in France we get 1.6 million. Missouri for last for Bagan Hotel Lesh. Aronan I apagacha a street of funny as a Bagan door Lesh and forcing each real eat or less. What I ban husband's neck. Coco Hanana, Zico. The Dasher Spohanet, Zanagita, Yaha, Zico, Delegate, Otto So, German So. A cocoa and hot and a great The Dash, Hogodazi, what and it's in the and a hotty. Mazay the Dash Hogos the last so. So I Tabagan the Halnod. Mazay at their regions or chapters. What Aronanas Twitter funny. Aja the Kennedy, Astobaganiki, senior centers. Ego. I think so, yeah, and the house. So Aja. Kato, the student, the house link with the Mazay what Ada, Donana, Haita, or the National Hashneti with the Nagay Oljeto Senior Center. But Eda Shingo, Shin each name, those one that do those one, no, Katadal Kat that Nasi Wetish Besh. The co is a Halita of Kaito, was that you had a baban, that's case. I don't hate that man, this cargo. Not a niche, Fanny, a day niche or Triadish, and what had a cargita. I don't know his committee, or ya had read. I see Carlos and ADG. I Diego, Senior Centers, which end has the Kohalita at the Nation Savantas case of Kokodosha Chea had Zigodo. That he host ego, Jot and Aloya had Zigodo, delegate regions. A co Annie Hutzan Redam, says in France, Sabaka Yado, Ibella, see clean. I don't have his honest link. I can read with Argo chapters. I knew what that's a shortfall that link. I can read materials. I yoda illa that link should be taught. Many get what I join at all. I yoda illa. A cocoa Baban just case of it. So Nana Kodo should say I had read a land me, Jota Baban just case of that. Not a neat, what they be that has in the hall. I hit the shield in the show. I don't know what on a great president or now vice president. I hit the shield in the show they be to cover a lot of these shortfalls. In my region, what in a great power line shortfalls that does legal. So what that elder public another how these nation a cocoa there's legislation for so Yinigi I Donna can Lego if the case has been the Bakodo Aki host ego. I said, we can have a deal nation from your Ivan this case of all. So I do Yego Ebe Ahwin either ho. I call idiot on Sobaha State or this Kodo, Adonana Kodo Nagadam. Nagay says in France, Donna and Nagay UFB, Pesos and Navigate, Edo, or yeah, tell you about Bahanos. Pujo Basin Hay, Niligi Arpa Fancy, ADG Kodo, it's Hilo, the Ecuador National Hashin Sonal Society Lana, so President, Araquides Kanda. So that Oyaban case of home. So even sort of a $3. I totally agree with the delegate out of Sokodo Yahazi. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, with that, thank you, Honorable Herman Daniels. Now let me go back to Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, Speaker, just a follow up. Chinale, Dr. Pearl Yellowman, if you can, on the citizen legislation, the $100 million that it, can you provide us a shortfall listing of all the projects under that citizen legislation, so that we could so planning could begin pertaining to fund these projects? Because onash ego on is good na halindodle alcohol. I know that it's it's good to have to try to well, I really want these projects to be completed with citizen for those communities, but allow these allow those projects to be built how they were originally planned. And I think our Navajo people really deserves that. And if we can get a shortfall listing and even the budget forms to be put together That way, we can try to get the legislation drafted from here, so that we can fund these projects. They are very important projects out there. There were power line extension projects. They were community development projects, infrastructure projects, and so on. If you could provide us that information, that would be very, very instrumental for us, so that we as a council could appropriate these funds out there, so that our Navajo people projects fund. This is not any new projects or anything. It's just looking at the shortfall of the project that was proposed, and all the projects in the 24 delegate regions face a certain amount of shortfall, and maybe we could come to a middle to agree to a certain amount, maybe 1.7 million or something like that, and we could make that the cap and to fund the shortfall for all those projects that are listed on that citizen legislation. I'm going on mute.
Thank you, Honorable Otto. So that we'll go back to Honorable Vince James. Honorable James, floor is yours at this time.
Shinale speaker. Ado nana shel kahasi lo. Shinat no sleniki yat nana. Ado kodo shinale. Honorable Ado so. Kodo behind zi ko. Ado shina honorable Herman Daniels ako. Ako kodo ani kot bohanet za o. Nde kwaige don ni. Di de ya ben dat don nishigi ya do ya danet de lenko. Do di nishik at nishik kwajid lak antil has tweedo san it also lot so the kindot atli I that's one so dalia. Ako o dik at ani kodo base of dead ado ejo had egita adi nile. As cardo bejida ade jita don nish it on nish. Jo hiki kot echo. Ako need ya lead see has sent or hayuba projects in the art able to well jishin ako projects in lini. Hashint designed at the things and Ado Nana Hashint ya Quador Bananish Edo Lihigi contractor Jo acquiring that Abahata then Oko Aspedition Anas Ned Late Ado Sato do Bohonet Zadan so Okot Al Sto Ad Okot National Ola do Ashwanda Jokonana Echo. All of the shortfall CSM project are at a different phase. They're not all at the phase that Ganado Veterans and Senior Center is at. We are at the point, literally at the tail end to where we just need this funds, and then the project will begin. The construction will begin. That's where we are at. And if you look at the exhibits, as Exhibit B, it specifies the whole detail. And some of the CSM projects throughout the nation are not at that point yet. I think that question would need to be answered by Dr. Yellerman. Ako quite a base hot echo ado the hundred base the national honorable ado so behind the oko Hanesh and the nil is Okodats in the hit quadget on Hasi Tad or less. Hansa will and Hasi Tad on hip or less. Oko Jo quite geek is a highlight out a deal Nathan song by Untitled in Naban's case. I know that if we go back to the drawing table, that will make our project go even behind. And then at the same time, we just don't know if the materials are going to increase again. And at that point, Ganado Senior and Veterans Construction Project shortfall budget might not be 1.6 million at the time. It might be more again. O nahaban sa nasa case ako ani behost out baha zito ke no aj ako ado anid by yel ti ako dio jane has anje ako the 164 ado the bidding process and the hot ben da anesh ako hot nahanesh ako ado nana Nihie Quado like Antil Nihil has Ando has Twido Sani Bogan Do Agent Shita of Indo Lichiana Indo Lichin that An Haba Hatten He Oko Hot that Ade Din laid that Tartnas Nelinas Nil Hoye is to Taking that Lichi Nazlen Ado under Quajo and say Togdo Kin Til do it be talk. Jo kota hot ego da partners nelinas neloko ako ostada has tweedo sani bikin sa aneda aden handa dahant eko this was like a central location, a central hub for all of the surrounding communities. Jo kota ye hot aden Chita il on hot hinda il da has tweedo sanido the last so begin sa and oko ade hot arbetesk and has oko anijida by yield to eat oko hada she it's on the hadenes krego but ade kahani gata nas mehigi at be the has leon benina obi do hada is now has oko kota hot ego benina asto nahaban so case to leko adonana shisaze do asto kodon haban sananas case ani di kodo sabe dan hadit ahinal sospeto kedigin hitato nest soziki ako she ADI da Resource and Development Committee, ADO Health, Education and Human Service Committee, Do Budget and Finance, I da hot betrahati ya ako did art and the nose so at he dot thought asta gesto lesson no ako hot na betrahnana so that's it on here but nasa start or list do kojibe bekin dot ashen be da hot on nation the nana kisto lesson hits konana zagosha the she had inadi need or less the she had out in his last so don has twin hazani baby china with or less ako quite gila or your an la so stop nahaban says case ako adonana di kodo be ye ko ba yata si sele ako nate has tweedo sani aje banana shite eniki delta stonana no watch veterans stoko ba yata si ako ade anego jo do yo based on hitch and quad ada for operation and maintenance do yo based on hitch and quad ada at based on hitch and not in the angina bagot based on ada that aho hajo bao be be nanish in daily ako ajanto asad nes nothing do ba nes na thought nas nele jo kon to koni la so last so begins in the door has tweet or sunny begins in the door koni la dan den hits up on that le ako based on other quick on jejet ni his no benin not a dit asaj a hitasit asalin ko so tweet or sunny begin also last so asad has taniki a what h hon on what operation and maintenance store what yes this ain't or this yes khaliado this what about so this kezi gibini na what echo so and when we were going through the planning stage we did meet with the department and they've indicated to us even though we don't have 110 veteran centers or 110 senior centers, we still don't get enough funds to operate and maintenance the facilities. So that's the reason why we came to a conclusion to just to have the two senior center and the veteran center under one roof to cost share the operation and maintenance for both entities to operate that facility. So that was another thing that I forgot to mention earlier. But if you can think about how we approve budgets for our adults and then for our veterans, it makes a lot of sense when the departments do come back to us and say, hey, how can we have 110 veterans building and 110 senior centers when we're even having trouble currently with funds and then even hiring individuals to fulfill those positions. So those were some of the things that were shared with us by the department. So that's the reason why we initiated, just to put it all under one roof. Ako kodo ba na oshka ko ye ko ba yata sulti do ye ko the kui the sheet hine kredo ben da hasit ko hot hin da su nashako ako di put ben an shiki ko ani Kodosi has sent 100 million not that adon adalia she what asagi he hit she bohonet zand quite base not echo us but the unished us at the hot ele or a quite or your name what art equador not on each not see dollars she not no seniki shinale honorable auto so doshanan Honorable Herman Daniel. Yeah, thank you. That'll be my response. And if there's any more question, I'll go ahead and yield for that speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Oh, let me go to Dr. Yellowman, actually. Dr. Yellowman?
President, can I put him in the queue?
Yeah, the speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, honorable members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'll speak on the Ganado project first, and then I'll speak second on the shortfall. So one is we do appreciate the support and the concern on the shortfall and addressing this particular legislation for Ganado community. This project was been planned for many years, but was signed into law right at the start of the pandemic. And for this project to come this far during the pandemic, I extend a lot of gratitude to our project managers and to Shiaj Delegate Vince James and the chapter for working together. We do have projects that move, and this is one of them. And so I appreciate all of the efforts to get to this point. Anytime we have projects at CPMD get to construction phase, it's a celebration. So we're really close to this project getting to that point. So your support and your questions on these projects is appreciated. I'll move on to the shortfall. I just want to note, I did hear the comments from Chanela, Delegate Otto Shana, Delegate Herman Daniels on the shortfall and some of the projects we're facing for Sihisin. I'll give you an example of one project that is not so much, does not quite meet the qualifications for a shortfall. Then I'll give you an example of a project that meets the qualification for a shortfall. So for example, many of our projects are usually planned in phases. So you have the planning and design, or you have a planning phase, and then you have a design phase, and then you have the construction phase. And a lot of our chapters or projects plan in those sequences. So for example, a chapter can request for funds just for planning. And the planning might involve the clearances or coordination of the project or studies related to the project. It's the planning phase for just the project. Does not include funding for design and construction. And if a chapter requests for money for the planning phase, say 500,000 for the planning phase, that's all they requested for. If they receive the 500,000 and the planning gets completed, that does not constitute a shortfall for the whole entire project. It just means that they need to plan for the design or the construction. Rarely do our projects have, rarely do our projects get fully funded. We do have projects, if they do get fully funded, that's great. We had a project during the pandemic, and in the last 4 years, for example, the Untitled chapter that was fully funded, that was full completion, and it was during the pandemic. And so there are times and situations where a project is fully funded. So I just want to give you the context of what really constitutes a shortfall. And then an example of a true shortfall, very similar to this project right here, Ganado. You have about 85 to 90% of the project completed for that particular phase. And within that particular phase, there is a unforeseen circumstance, or in this case, we're going to see the cost of materials and supplies increase, and that's going to constitute a shortfall for that particular phase, and that does constitute a real shortfall. And I'm bringing this up because I know we have a lot of chapters. They'll seek the assistance of their leadership, council delegate, as they should do so. But I just want all of us to be knowledgeable of what really is a shortfall. If a chapter requests for a $50 million public safety building, those are large buildings. The expense and the coordination of these are on a grand level, 50 or more thousand, and the chapter secures $1 million. That's not really a shortfall. That's the nation taking on the whole project to fund it. So I just want us to be aware of the context and how some of these costs vary. So I do appreciate the recommendation from Chanela Adoso. I can work on what is a true shortfall for Sihisin. The other third thing, and I'll end with this, is just to caution that if we do start to work on a shortfall listing, a true shortfall listing for Citizen, I would be seeking the support of council that we don't make any changes on projects. Because it could be an opportunity for someone to insert a modification on their project, because we're going to be looking at additional funds to support these projects. The less changes and the better when our chapters and community members agree on the planning and the design of the project. We stick to it without modifications. The project can move. If we make multiple changes in the early phases of the project, we hold it up. So that's going beyond quite a bit, Speaker, but I'll go ahead and end there, and I'll work on the continued data for citizen projects. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yeoman. If there's any other comments or questions at this time, colleagues? I don't have
Speaker,
anybody.
Delegate Aruso.
Honorable Aruso, floor is yours.
Speaker.
Oh, yeah. Did I thank you for expanding that Shinale relating to the shortfalls and getting the information on that, and that's what I was speaking to, and just allowing it to stick to what the project was slated for on that particular legislation. Not, say, and you're right, if they only requested for $500,000 on Citizen pertaining to a design, and and say their shortfall is maybe 50,000, that's I do agree, we just fund that. But there's projects there that are being that are still in the works and planning, and the original scope of work of the project is something that I do stick to, and even I think it's something that could be done collectively, because Mr. Vince James, I think that's how we could get a unison on it about kidney do bohne do show eho and we know that if the we know that this legislation will move forward to council, but when it gets to council, you're going to be looking at that 16 votes, and even na bahshna ahadik ada jo be that so the beyat that way we can fund the shortfalls for that particular project, so that we can whatever that project scope of work was projects beyond that is don't that is called that only an we could fund that, so that we can complete those community projects that were proposed on that particular legislation. And I wasn't alluding to building a senior citizen or other buildings in all in 110 chapters. Each delegate region on the citizen legislation had a project listed, and the shortfall. Just your legislation indicates approving out the citizen to cover the full the funding shortfall, and that's what I'm getting to, the shortfall. nas in planning. So those is just some of my thoughts about it, so that the votes can be there. Each of the other delegate regions, they funded certain projects, and for sure they have shortfalls. Go on mute and turn it back over to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Speaker, good evening. Colleagues and staff. Honorable Vince James, thank you for the legislation, and I do support it. But I also have a legislation potentially in the hopper as well, being drafted by Leg Council for a shortfall for one of my chapters. The Untitled Chapter Veterans Building has a request for citizen. They did garner $500,000 for the project, and there's a shortfall of $2.1 million for the construction. So I'm also in the same predicament as well. They are ready. The design has already been done. The planning and design has already been done. So I'm right there alongside of you, Shana. And if there's when we get to council, if I could ask if I could include this in your legislation as an amendment, that would be so helpful to me. I did drop this legislation a few weeks ago, and it is the OLC. But I do have the Vicente Veterans is ready to go. We just need additional funding for the shortfall and matching the capacity of that. They do deserve, like all of our veterans, they do deserve a nice facility. And I really appreciate this group because they're very organized, and they went out and got some of their money. They got the money themselves, along with the chapter. They've been supportive of that, as well as the community. So I definitely need some help on this. I call with this as well on this request. So that's a potential ask when it gets to council, maybe on Monday, if I could ask maybe for an amendment. Speaker, did you hear all that? I got muted.
We heard you until we were all muted.
Oh, sorry. All right. Thank you so much. I was the only one.
I heard it too, brother. This is Delegate
Honorable
James.
Freeland, you there? Honorable Freeland?
That was my ask. I'm here. I'm sorry. I was muted again. I must be the muting person this evening. But that was my ask. I hope you all caught that. And Vicente veterans, like our veterans organizations, they deserve a new building as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go down to Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty, what is yours?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the legislation. I support this legislation. Delegate James, I know that the community there has worked on this for many years, which also includes a lot of projects in our chapter. Speaker, we'll need the help, again, of Office of the Controller to identify all of the Sehastin projects, and we could look at what could be an equitable distribution. So as leadership, what we can simply do is plug in projects that meet the eligibility and could be funded by Sehastin. And I would ask then for the technical folks from the Division of Community Development to simply share that document with that information. What I keep hearing from the executive side is trying to frame or limit the actions of the committee and the council. That is the role of legislative. That's the role of delegates. If we want to amend projects, if we want to modify, if we want to add, and that comes from our respective chapters and communities. That's our role in our job here. So to keep asking council to not make changes is not in line with what we hear from the community. And I think that is some of the disconnect in terms of communication, because as delegates, we don't receive our requested information because the executive staff continues to want to control what projects move forward, what projects get funding. And if there's a capacity issue, then we can move forward and identifying Navajo businesses, consultants, contractors, developers who can assist so that we're not stuck with this internal mechanism at Window Rock that works for no one. So thank you, Speaker, and I support this legislation. And I hope when we have the opportunity that the shortfall projects are addressed and they receive the adequate funding to help support community development. Navajo Nation, we're sitting on billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. We need to invest in our communities. We need to build buildings where it can accommodate our ADA, it can accommodate to not have mold, have asbestos. We need to provide these facilities so community members can come together and the community has a safe space to organize, to plan. And it's the nation who has to figure out a way to not only approve these projects, and that involves increased communication at the chapter community level, but also internally, what can we do as a council to pull out some of these authorities, like for northern or for eastern communities in Utah or in Arizona. Why are we limited when we have so much need to the capacity of Window Rock, when we know it takes forever to get someone hired, they're not paid right, they're overworked, overstressed? We need a better plan on how to address future community projects. So thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to provide those comments. And I just want to say the legislation, I support this legislation and any of the other shortfalls to meet the needs of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That, let me go back to Honorable Vince James if you have any further comments as a sponsor.
Here Nana National Speaker, other members of the Naabik'íyáti, here you get the additional other than Shina Kodo, Honorable Mark Freeland, you thought you had the not so shin a cut out a tattooed a it is so John a car a lady in the air a hinanish a basebans on Niklini Kieko. I don't hit an a dot asha again hit so doesn't dot asha a the yen lini but not any can leco a court or cut egg or start that you need or let you put on has unleco any but that had a had that state or but that had not so lini hash change. Joe cut a bonet any echo on his last son lini arts for a job at dens and Kaya has ando Kaya tapitochin has ago but out a ahun shade not nasty do here sato shaban so kezo shato yat a sad linigi hatutin sad linigi sato shabo anko shinalet honorable ado so ado under shina honorable Herman Daniel ado shimasane Honorable Amber Crowd here ako hit a here and he didn't do left not so $20.
Thank you. Colleagues, go back to the floor. Is there any other further comments or questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green, just Delegate Gay.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kialan Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Kialan Begay votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Yeah, Delegate Brown votes in favor. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati.
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaz Bakrati votes green via text also. Presiding Chair, Honorable Speaker Damon not voting. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio votes green via text. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez is excused. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. and Honorable Charlene So are excused. Honorable Daniel So, how do you vote? Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Dylan Daniel So.
Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Juanica, how do you vote? Honorable Edison Juanica. Honorable Edison Juanica did not vote. Honorable
I vote
Edmund
green.
Yazzie. Excuse me, Honorable Edison Juanica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote? Honorable Herman
Green.
Daniels votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, how do you vote? Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 18 delegates who voted in favor, 0 delegates who oppose, with presiding chair not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 18 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting on legislation 0063-22. Motion carries. The legislation moves on to council. That we are on new business. Item number E, colleagues. Legislation 0076-22, sponsored by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Vice Chair Smith. That, Mr. Rico, we could read it into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, tracking number 0076-22 in action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Naabik'íyáti Committees and Navajo Nation Council approving $9,910,040 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB to the Department of Personnel Management for 1,500 appreciation rewards to Navajo Nation employees for working throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Raymond Smith Jr., and co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart. There are committee reports from the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee that recommend it do pass with no amendment. There is also a committee report from the Budget and Finance Committee that has it under consideration, reports the same with the recommendation that it table without amendment. Legislation was tabled to allow sponsors to read OMB and OOC memos and provide correct budget forms. This tabling motion was made by Madam Chair Amber Naabik'íyáti, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair with a vote of 2 in favor, 1 opposed. This legislation moves on to the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Speaker.
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion by Honorable Rich James. Is there a second? Second going once. Second going twice.
Delegate
Delegate Brown will second.
Honorable Yellowhair. Colleagues, any comments, questions on legislation 0076-22? This legislation is destined for council.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, was the question?
Yes.
Oh, with that, well, Honorable Freeland, you have 20 minutes on the board.
I can see that. Good evening, colleagues and staff and everyone on this call. It's getting late in the evening, and we just wanted to present this legislation to you and ask for your favorable consideration, Shanta. This legislation pertains to our employees. We have a lot of employees that rendered or who were deemed essential during the pandemic and rendered services, didn't stop to our Navajo people directly. And, you know, they risked their own health, their own lives, without knowing they were actually saving lives during the height of the pandemic. Going through, you know, some timelines as far as what we went through the last 2.5 years, just remembering when the emergency declaration was put forth and put into place. There was essential memorandums that went out, and staff that were having to work and comply with those essential notifications as well. And, you know, we really have to attribute a lot of our services on the ground, whether it was in Winter Rock or here in the agency level, or even at the local chapter level, to all of our staff, our permanent staff, our temporary staff, our PEP staff, our chapter staff,
and especially our Navajo police officers, our Navajo EMS, and I hope Crown Point EMS is listening, Navajo EMS and those folks there. You know, I really, we are so thankful for their service. We're so thankful for what they did, and I had a chance to speak to some of them. And going back to the timeline, Shanta, just thinking about the mad rush for distribution of PPE, because we didn't know at the time what we were dealing with, and this was all prior to the vaccinations, putting our staff in harm's way. You know, I think of what happened early, and of course what happened in Western Agency, and we did unfortunately lose a staff member as well. So we have to give some consideration to our staff, and you know, more importantly, give us a gratitude and thank you to our staff. You know, they're tired, they're fatigued. They did a lot for our Navajo people. But like I said, whether it was at the Navajo Nation police level as they went into unknown situations, on calls, or Navajo Nation EMS, unknown situation as calls, fire, food distribution, CHR, health education, special diabetes, all of the Department of Health staff, Division of Social Services, all of the staff, everyone, including the legislative branch, and you know, the going from the speaker staff all the way down to all of our, and then of course the judicial side as well. So everyone was out there working, and us as delegates were out there, you know, risking ourselves, our own health, and our own lives as well, and you know, not knowing that what we were doing and what we were displaying was really we were trying to save lives, and you know, just thinking about comprehending all the resources that we were able to help provide for our people and bring in to attribute that. So you know, this is a thank you, a mechanism to say thank you to our staff. It's a monetary thank you, yes, but how else can we say thank you in a very proactive way? A lot of our staff gone through a lot. You know, we have a lot of single parents out there that still need help or kind of financially recover. We have a lot of families that are still trying to financially recover. We just got to think of them and the staff, and you know, our staff is the primary reason that we were able to help so much of our people during this pandemic. And I think of, you know, what's going on right now as far as the shortage of staff. We lost some staff to, of course, retirement, but also to not termination, but they resigned. But also other companies in the private and public sector are also offering high dollar incentives to lure people to get hired as well. So nationally, the hiring is an issue as well. I really want to emphasize to my colleagues and to this body, we really need to give some consideration to the current situation of fatigue and what our staff is going through right now. And I hope we can remedy some of this by, you know, helping relieve some stress. You know, we really need to remedy some of the issues and concerns that they may have. A huge concern has to focus on morale, and morale is a huge concern. You know, we really need to boost our staff's morale, especially with us at that final stage of potentially having a $1 billion legislation set forth. We really need to consider that and give them a boost, give them a shot in the arm, and recognize them and say thank you. We also need to really consider their mental health stability and support them in that way. The capacity that they went through, what they endured, what they saw. You know, we really need to really help them as well in that way and support them. There's a lot of factors that they went through. There's a lot of consideration that we need to give to them as well. This is really just a mechanism to help recover, whether it's in a morale way, in a physical, mental way, a spiritual way. It's a form of recovery, and it's a mechanism to help recover our staff. We owe a lot of gratitude and appreciation to our staff, whether they're in executive branch, legislative branch, or even in judicial branch as well. I do have two agents with me this evening. Shantai, Speaker, I do have Dr. Perfilia Fowler, and I also have Ms. Resita Tati with Department of Personnel Management as well. And I want to thank both ladies for helping me with this. We kind of went around the circles with this, as well as language with Ms. Dana Barbaroff and her team over at Office of Legislative Counsel. Colleagues, I ask for your favorable support and consideration of this legislation and for our staff. We as delegates, we will not get this. We're elected officials will not get it. But it's primarily for those staff that do have personal action form. I as a delegate having 8 chapters, all of our like many of my chapters didn't shut down. My chapters stepped up and really did a lot for our people during the pandemic, and that includes the administrative staff, that includes the PEP. This does include 2 PEPs per chapter as well. Unfortunately, we had to use our PEPs in a way to assist with things like burial and operation of backhoes. Some of our chapters were utilizing their backhoes nonstop. Unfortunately, that's something we really don't like to discuss, but I have one chapter that helped 4 different other chapters that didn't have a backhoe at that time. This is before the heavy equipment went up. But, it was really a way that they displayed and stepped up and helped everyone around the region. And we owe a lot of gratitude to our PEP workers. They kept things going to help, the operations continue. One of my chapters kept the doors open with 2 PEP workers, and they stepped up huge, and we owe a lot of gratitude to our PEP workers. So whether it was in food distribution, whether it was wood distribution, whether it was water, helping out other entities like departments, they did a lot, and they all saw a lot, they all experienced a lot, and they all went through a lot. So this is just a form of gratitude and appreciation to our staff. And staff, thank you very much. We're so grateful for you all. We appreciate everything that you did. Navajo police officers, Navajo EMS, Navajo Fire, all the staff that risked huge undertakings and put themselves in harm's way. Thank you. A lot of our staff unfortunately caught COVID. Some of them endured a lot. They went through that situation as well, and we even had departments that had outbreaks within their departments. And this is something we need to really consider as well. So that's kind of the gist of the background of this legislation and its intent. Like I said, Shantai, I asked for a favorable consideration and support of this, and to the 4,000 plus Navajo Nation employees out there that we need to be thankful for and appreciative to at this time. But Idia, I'm going to give some time to Ms. Fowler, Speaker. I don't know how much time I have left. Dr. Fowler and Ms. Resita Tati as well. Speaker, thank you.
Is Dr. Fowler, Ms. Tati?
Good evening. This is Resita Tati. And,
Ms. Tati
good
and
evening.
Mr. Honorable Freeland, you have 10 minutes left.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Speaker Damon and members of the committee. I'd just like to take this opportunity to clarify the role of the Department of Personnel Management in assisting Honorable Delegate Freeland in this with this legislation. Our role was to compile data such as the number of employees for the 3 branches, which we did compile in coordination. We also worked with the Division of Community Development, Administrative Service Center department manager, Somlatsa Jim Martin, who provided us with the information for the certified chapters and the PEP workers. So in collaboration, we were able to assist in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your report or your presentation?
Speaker, thank you, as well as Ms. Toddy. Thank you for joining the call this evening as well. Speaker, I wanted just to add a little bit more to what I spoke to earlier. Just thinking about, you giving the delegates the memo for being out there, the essential memos that you gave to us. As a delegate, we all carried those around in case we got stopped by Navajo police officers because everything was shut down. Seeing the road from Window Rock 264 East completely empty and being the only car on that road, it was very haunting. It was very visible that something really serious was going on at that time. Navajo Nation Rangers were deputized to help the Navajo law enforcement as well. They risked their lives entirely. A lot went down. We had the group kind of put things together as well in Window Rock and shoot out supplies from the Window Rock region out to the point of distribution locations at all 5 agencies. And one of my chapters served as a point of distribution where multiple departments stepped up and helped unload food and water and distribute it to 18 other chapters from that one location. And this was at the height of the pandemic. This was at everything before the vaccinations were out. So just some considerations, Shanta, this evening. I want to say thank you to Mr. Toddy and Dr. Fowler for assisting, and as well as to Dana and Laureline and Ms. Khan and all the staff of Office of Leg Counsel, all the legislative branch employees as well. Thank you all for working during the pandemic. So that does conclude my presentation this evening, Speaker. It's employee focused, employee driven. It's employee morale boosting and hoping that we can incite and help us get back on some ways that we can prepare for the ARPA situation. So thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have a motion and we have a second. So with that, colleagues, let me go to the floor. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Delegate Freeland, thank you for the presentation with your agents from BPM. What I didn't hear, Delegate Freeland, and I appreciate the type of support that our Navajo Nation employees deserve. What I didn't hear, though, was this legislation technically, was it fixed? With the issues that were raised at the Budget and Finance Committee, I'm actually quite surprised to see it here on this committee's agenda, and I'm looking to see if there's an amendment to be made because there's areas that technically, and I don't know, Speaker, if you've reviewed this legislation, that what this legislation is asking for at this time does not exist. If you read the verbiage in the legislation, what the intent of the legislation, there's just not a mechanism to do that on Navajo Nation. And so at Budget and Finance, we did request updated budget forms, and we would need to amend the legislation to conform with Navajo Nation policies and procedures. that would be my question at this point, Speaker, in terms of how we move forward. And this is not, I understand what this legislation is trying to do. There would need some technical amendments to be made to make sure that this legislation is in order. I'm actually not even clear how it went through the internal review process because the budget forms do not match with the legislative language. And I actually call this the amazing legislation. Forms were signed the same day this legislation was produced. And this is a great example of, as delegates, when we submit our legislation, that we could get the same day attention and get our legislations out there. So I would need to know how to move forward. Speaker, if you reviewed it and if there's any recommendations on how to, at this time, make this legislation in order. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Add me to the queue, please.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to what is it? Honorable Freeland, if you want to respond to Manager Crotty's concern, and then from that point, I'll go to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Manager, thank you for that question and those concerns that you had. The budget forms were signed, and we worked collaboratively to get these budget forms situated. And we did hand carry the budget forms to Dr. Fowler and to work with also the Office of the President and Vice President. So being in Window Rock and having these budget forms, having the ability to have them signed the same day really helped out. So that was on that part. In regards to what you had mentioned, relation to there's no mechanism or there's no law because we have not done this before. We have not had to find ourselves in these situations where we could help our staff in this way, in this form or fashion. There was nothing written or no regulations in the personnel policies and procedures that stipulate that, we have any sort of setup or, we're needing to find some language, maybe to update the personnel policies and procedures, if that's the case, because, we didn't find anything that related to not having the ability to do this at all. And, that was a concern that you did bring up at Budget and Finance Committee. Also at Budget and Finance Committee, you did mention that, there was a tabling motion, but, there was a comment that was also made that it would be up to the sponsor. I didn't want to table it, and it was my delegate, my prerogative, but in this case, to move it forward because we do owe it to our employees, and we do owe that gratitude to them. If there's cases, if the budget forms or amendments need to be done, so be it. Let's fix it and let's get it right, and that way we can move it forward if that's the situation that we're in right now. But everything that we did, working with the Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management, I worked collaboratively with them to get this legislation set forth. So I do trust their work and hope that, everything that they did was precise and correct. So that's my response, Speaker, at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if there's anybody on from Office of Legislative Counsel would like to comment on Manager Crotty's question, or if there's somebody that deals with personnel or with DPM from Department of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Dana Bobrock, Chief Legislative Counsel. I can respond. The one thing, let me first address the thought or the suggestion that this legislation was drafted the same day that the budget forms were signed. That's very incorrect. The legislation was drafted probably 2 weeks prior until we got the budget forms. We just don't do the legislative summary sheets or the memos until we have the budget forms. So it wasn't a same day turnaround. Delegate Crotty's and the Budget and Finance Committee's concern was that there's nothing in the Personnel Policies Manual that allows or states anything about employee appreciation rewards. That is correct. The Personnel Policies Manual focuses on bonuses, step increases. This is neither. This is a one-time award, and as Delegate Freeland was explaining, that there is no policy about this. Council is actually making the policy here if they adopt this legislation. Many times, Council does funding legislation when there is not a specific policy allowing it, or a specific policy addressing that type of appropriation. However, because of Council's overarching authorities, if Council adopts it and there is nothing that prohibits it, which there's not, and Council adopts it, Office of Legislative Counsel, and I presume DOJ believes that's correct. The one thing that is missing that was supposed to be provided is we do not have to, this is a UUSB appropriation, and we don't have OMB's letter, and we don't, or OMB's impact statement, and we don't have their controller's memorandum. The legislation does state on page 4, paragraph F on line 7, paragraph G on line 10, that OMB and the controller can satisfy their Appropriations Act requirements by memorandum, telephonically, or in person when the matter is heard by the council. So by the time this gets to council, hopefully OMB and Controller's Office will have produced the memorandums. I think that's it. If I missed something, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton. Good evening, Madam Chair. Floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. I'm sorry, good evening.
Good morning. I mean, good evening, yeah.
I know that you're only saying that to keep me on my toes, Speaker. Speaker, I'm trying. I need your help here, and I might need staff's help on this. So I have currently a crate of all of the CARES documents, as we were going through CARES. And right now I'm looking at CJN-46-20, and this is the legislation that was specific to the special duty pay, the PPE, and then also, to the Naabik'íyáti Association. And I can't remember if this is the legislation that we approved where there was funding given to our employees. Now, I understand that a lot of the boots on the ground did not receive any of the special duty pay or the hazard pay. I think they were just paid out one lump sum. I do recall meeting with Daltech and also the food distribution, the employees there, and and then also social services, because a lot of them did not get special duty pay or hazard pay. However, I also recall that we started hearing rumors that there were some political appointees that were getting around, I believe, about $10,000 for special duty pay and hazard pay. I also recall myself and a few other delegates had asked if we could get a listing of every political appointee who received special duty pay and hazard pay. And we were told that that is confidential information. However, I also recall that we argued that because these are federal funds, that the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation should be made aware of those employees who were receiving special duty pay and hazard pay over, in some cases, $10,000. I know that I was privy to an email where an individual was requesting $22,000 in special duty pay and hazard pay. Now, I'm sharing that information right now because I'm looking at the legislation. I will say that I do commend you for making the effort in making sure that our employees are being taken care of. However, on that same note, I'm concerned that some people received a large amount of special duty pay and hazard pay. And then the boots on the ground, I'm thinking specifically of the food distribution workers that I met with personally, Daltech employees that I met with personally, social service employees that I met with personally, who were out there every single day and, you know, who were doing what they needed to get done. And they didn't get that special duty pay or that hazard pay. And so I'm looking at this number right now, and I'm really concerned because I feel like we're rewarding those who have already gotten a big chunk of change from the CARES, when we should be rewarding those boots on the ground who got that measly lump sum, I believe it was of $1,200, because their paperwork was not submitted by the very same directors and supervisors who received thousands of dollars in special duty pay and hazard pay. So I feel like this is being rushed in a sense that the concerns that Delegate Crotty has brought forward, but also, you know, what we need to be looking at is how many of these employees have already received special duty pay and hazard pay. I'm looking at the Office of the President and Vice President. There's 29 political at-will employees, 99 regular full-time employees, and then you have 15 introductory employees. How many of those 29 political at-will employees received a big chunk of change? And I recall that when we were at Twin Arrows, I brought this up, and the Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco, came back and said, oh, you need to be nice because these employees were out there, you know, on the front lines. And my response was, well, these political at-will employees may have been there on the front lines, but we had nurses, we had doctors, we had CHR employees, we had food distribution employees, we had Daltech employees who were out there on the front lines who didn't receive $5,000. They didn't receive $3,000. They received less than $1,500 for being on the front lines. So, just in terms of this legislation, I can see the good intent of what this legislation would do for those employees who didn't receive, their special duty pay and their hazard pay. And what's really frustrating for me is that there were some of us delegates who tried to hold these directors accountable. And there were delegates who stood up for these directors and said, no way, leave them alone. So I am, looking at this legislation, trying to figure out exactly how is it going to be fair to those who truly deserve to get this funding versus those who have already received funding. And Speaker, I remember a particular Navajo Times reporter who was never nice to council, only certain delegates, but was never nice to council, wrote a very ugly piece of news article, making it sound like council delegates receive special duty pay and hazard pay. And not one mention of the office of the president and vice president, not one mention of the executive directors in that news article. And I remember, Speaker, like the council delegates, we were scrutinized and we were, attacked because of that article. And I know for myself, I never received, nor did I ever apply for any special duty pay or any hazard pay. I don't believe any delegate did. But there were articles there in the Navajo Times that alluded to the idea that we did. So I'm a little bit concerned looking at these numbers, knowing the fact that we have already, through CARES, we already paid special duty pay and hazard pay. And the way that I look at that special duty and that special duty pay and that hazard pay is that the top administrators received it. They never had a problem submitting their documents. But boy, howdy, did they have a problem submitting documents for those boots on the ground. So I really think that this legislation, colleagues, I really think that we really need to send this back to a work session. And we need to find out, and it is public record, we need to know which one of the political appointees received special duty pay and hazard pay and how much they received it. We need to know how many of the directors and supervisors receive special duty pay and hazard pay. And I think that the Navajo people, and especially the employees of the Navajo Nation, they need to know this information. And the reason they need to know this information is because it is not fair if you were a director or a supervisor and you submitted your documents and you received special duty pay and hazard pay, but you made your employees who work below you justify with countless documents, with countless forms of justification in order to receive their special duty pay and their hazard pay. I think because this is federal funds, it should be published which employees with their names receive special duty pay and hazard pay if they're in a supervisory capacity and if they're a director, specifically for the president and the vice president if they are political at-will employees. I think it's only fair to the Navajo people and to the Navajo Nation for them to know who got how much money. And again, it's not to bring shame to them, but it's to put them on the spot that they got this funding when their employees didn't. And that's where I have a problem with this legislation. Again, I understand there is good intent in there. There are some people who do deserve to get this $1,500 reward.
But I also argue that there's a lot who don't deserve that funding. And I also recall, Speaker, that I went toe to toe with the Attorney General, Doreen McCall, because she was requesting, and that's what I need help with, Speaker. I believe it was 5% of the salary of DOJ attorneys, and she argued that they deserve hazard pay. I argued that no attorney was on the front lines handing out food, doing what police officers were doing, triaging like a lot of our nurses were doing, delivering food to the elder like the CHRs were doing, delivering food to the Navajo people who were in need like our food distribution warehouses were doing. And a lot of our DOJ attorneys are making over $100,000 a year. 5% of that 100,000 went into their pocket for hazard pay, not special duty pay, hazard pay. So if we recall, colleagues, if we recall, again, it was a heated debate. And I know, I have the notes of the delegates who argued, to give the money, and just leave them alone, let them, they did what they need to do. When some of us argued that it is not fair. And so what I need to know is specifically for the office of the president and the vice president, for every single one of these divisions, which one of these directors receives special duty pay and hazard pay and how much. And they should not be eligible for this $1,500. Supervisors should not be eligible for this $1,500. They should only be those employees who are actually considered to be boots on the ground, and not the employees who tried to get away with submitting hazard pay, but were sitting at home. Those employees who were really out in the community doing what they said that they were doing. So, Speaker, again, I do need your help. I'm not sure if it's the CJN-46-20, but I have the, I do have the memo that President Nez did send during that time. And I remember, and I'm reading straight from the memo on the third paragraph. He stated, why were the funds to protect our employees removed from the overall plan in CJN-47-20 and placed separately in this resolution? This legislative planning creates an unnecessary step in the process and uses frontline workers as pawns in a political game. The importance of protecting our employees should not be used in this fashion. So with that being said, reading specifically from the memo sent to us on July 4, 2020 regarding CJN-46-20 that was signed by both Jonathan Naz and Myron Lizer, I question, at that time when we were arguing about this legislation, when we were trying to get our boots on the ground, the funding that they truly deserved, how many of his political appointees, how many of his division directors were receiving thousands of dollars, which is what had been brought to our attention. And I remember one council delegate who said, it's just Jeanette, until we actually see it. But when we requested it, we were told, no, we can't, because it's considered to be confidential. So it's Jeanette until we see it in black and white, but they're guarding it, saying that we can't see it, we can't look at it because it's confidential. So which is it? So Delegate Freeland, my question to you is, when you put together this budget, and again, I'm sure your intentions were good, but
You do have here $124,500 for political at-will employees at 83 employees. 83 times 1,500, you do have the breakdown here, $124,500. You also have our judges. Our judges, as I understand, did receive hazard duty pay and special duty pay, and the courts were not even open. I repeat, the courts were not even open. And you have 14 judges here who would be receiving $1,500 at $21,000. I can understand the certified chapters. I can understand, the regular status employees. I can understand, again, the CHRs, the food warehouse employees, the Daltech employees, social services. I can understand them because they really were out there. So did you really put thought into this, or did you just like throw everybody into the mix and say that everybody's going to get 1,500? Because if you are saying that everybody's going to get 1,500, I'm going to vote red for this. And I think that the people, and I really hope Navajo Times is listening, or Gallup Independent is listening, or Daily Times is listening right now, because we need to know which division directors receive special duty pay and hazard pay and how much money they received. If the rumors are not true and they only received $2,000, I would sleep better at night. But if the rumors are true that some were requesting up to $22,000, shame on us for not thinking about our boots on the ground. Shame on the administration for paying out their top level employees before they paid out their boots on the ground. So Delegate Freeland, again, I'm really concerned about this legislation. We did, council did approve CARES money to be paid out to employees. And I do know that some of them just got a lump sum. But at the same time, are we really looking at this legislation? Are we really saying that these people who are listed on this budget form really deserve that $1,500? Or are we just lumping everybody in one group and saying that the entire Navajo Nation employees, regardless of whether you are out there working, regardless of whether you are sitting behind closed doors in a closed office, that you deserve $1,500? So I just need a little bit more clarification into how much time it took for you to put this legislation together. What questions did you ask of those employees who are being considered for this $1,500 payment? I believe that it is termed reward. How many of those employees actually were out in the front line? And how many of these employees stayed home during that time and are going to be rewarded? Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Charles Newton, for that. Let me go back to, let me go to Honorable Jimmy Yellow here, and then I'll go back to Honorable Freeland for response. Honorable Yellow here.
Oh, yes, to the Speaker's name, and thank you very much. I just have the same concern, Madam Chair, Gina Charles Newton. She covers a lot. That's my concern too, because they were called front line on the Navajo Division of Health. They wanted to get paid. Some of them, these hours were cut by administration, and this COVID-19 under a division, Navajo Division of Health. A lot of some not our own employer passed on this COVID-19. And they asked for to get paid, but somewhat even they were beyond 5, they were turning but never been paid. I don't think this administration control it, so they never receive a full pay. and they lost all. They don't want to talk about it anymore. They were afraid they might get fired to bring the subject because administrations will be on their backs. So they've been asking for it during the time. And right now, it's not fair at all. It's not very equal pay, like for special duty pay, hazard pay. And this is not a very share. It's unfair for these managers. Understand they also receive a lot more money than these lower positions, and no equal distribution, no fairness. And some of these already receive a extra money, like for a what do you call that? Bonus pay, even that, and they got paid for these. They get more pay than the standard lower positions. So administration manager, they get big pay, even bonus, not just here, for it pertains to COVID-19 pandemic. I think personnel office needs to do a good job. You need all the lists who already received and total amount. We, as a budget finance committee, that's our responsibility. We should receive the roster list of this who all received the money. All they say is confidential. I think they need to bring this a pay amount who all received this like for special duty pay and hazard pay, how much they got each one. We should have the information. That's my concerns, especially us being the committee. I'm aware of this. I have a concern. This is very important, and I don't know. We should table this until they bring forth who's getting who's getting this 1,500 to be fairness. Also, those employees that have retired September 30, they also were as a front line. Some of these staff they're left and they retire. I think they ought to get some money too. Once Bahastiro, the speaker, the councilman, 24 councilman, out of no stanchion in that. What thank you very much, Speaker.
With that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Freeland as a sponsor.
Thank you, Speaker, as well as my colleagues, and thank you for those concerns. Let me respond first of all to Madam Chair Charles Newton and all the questions that she pertained to. I'm sorry, I can't do anything as far as providing any data or information as to who got paid what. The intent of this legislation was brought forth to me by concerns of staff that did not feel that they received adequate special duty hazard pay. And I'm speaking in regards to our chapter staff. The chapter staff, my 8 chapters, significantly, the staff were out there as well. And they received $200 to $300. And that was it. And that's why I had to do something to make this right. I did what I could to make it right. Working with Department of Personnel Management, the original concept or intent was to look at a 3-tier system, a 3-tier payment system, having the lower grade or the lower salary employees receive the most, having the middle grades or middle salary employees receive kind of less, and then the higher grade or division directors or others that receive a lot receive less. That was the concept behind it, but we don't have that capacity to put that sort of tier system in place. So hence what I did was I just went ahead and changed it for one size fits all kind of concept, I guess. That was the only option we could look at. I don't know who got what. I can't speak for division directors or I can't speak for political appointees, but remember, colleagues, when we received the controller's report, there was something that caught my attention in that report. somebody received $33,000. So we don't know who that is. I'm sure we probably never will. But that's public information right there. So with all due respect to whoever received that, I hope they were out there giving food to our people. I hope they were working a food distribution line. I hope they were delivering food to elders. I hope they were working with Daltex and CXR riding shotgun. I hope they were doing that out here in the field, out here in the local field. I don't know. That was really mind-boggling. But to understand who got that and why, we may never know. I don't know. But that was the intent of what this legislation was about, was because of concerns brought forth to me directly by our chapter administration of the 8 regional chapters that I represent. And I did see them out here. I did see them in this area helping move food, move water, supplies. And some of them were saying that it was literally a slap in the face. And remember the 5% formula that was also used, attributed to possibly what they received as well. And I don't know exactly how that worked out, but they did explain that to me. And, the 5% concept was not a part of our doing, or it was a previous concept that was put forth during the CARES Act. So just kind of take that into consideration. There were several factors that were played out in regards to, things that were looked at and concepts that were put forth, but we don't have that ability to distinguish, I guess, separate who got what. So kind of think of this as a one size fits all, and I'm really doing this for the lower tier staff who will receive the lower tier salary. That's the intent, and I'm sorry I can't do anything about the division directors or others. That's out of my league. And what we do care about are the hourly salary employees, the non-exempt employees. That's what that was the intent of this legislation. Shana, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, thank you for your concerns as well. And knowing that, as a former judicial employee yourself, you do understand the finances and the background of a situation of this. And, I do appreciate your concerns as well. Looking at how you explained, and knowing that you do have some concerns related to equity. And, that's another way to explain it, was that the one size fits all concept again. Think of it that way. And I can't do anything. We couldn't do anything about separating employees or grade levels or whatever, and the true intent was to help the employees that received the less salaries, lower salaried employees. That was the intent, to help them. And, if we did it for them, we had to do it for all the Navajo Nation employees as well. I can't speak to the budget. The budget was something that I had asked Department of Personnel Management to put forth, so maybe Ms. Toddy can speak to that. But I'll give her some time if she wishes to speak to the budget and how it was prepared, because I do appreciate her putting the budget together as well and working on the budget. And her and I were communicating on it, and just to understand that it would have been really I don't want to say impossible, but it would have been very hard to distinguish grade levels and salaries as well. So, Ms. Toddy, do you want to speak to the budget if you can?
Ms. Toddy? Honorable Freeland. Ms. Heidi might not be on the call no more.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope we didn't scare her off. But her and I, and along with Ms. Fowler or Dr. Fowler, worked on the concept of the budget and establishing the budget, and we worked with Dana on, and definitely appreciate Dana for putting this together as well, because we had initially had as she had mentioned before, and Ms. Laureline Tapahi actually drafted the legislation with the 3-tier concept, but extracting the data from what we have in personnel management database would have been very difficult, and would have probably taken forever. Like I said, it might have been impossible to do, but it would have really been hard to extract that data and take out all of the division directors and move them aside. And I just said, well, let's just do everyone then. In this case, let's just do everyone. So that was my call. I did say that, but like I said, my intent was to help the lower grade staff and all the staff that were out here, boots on the ground, as you called it, Madam Chair Charles Newton, boots on the ground, the chapter staff, everyone that's out here at the agency. I'm of course in Crown Point this evening. We had a lot of staff out here risking everything, and we were trying to rush get them PPE, getting protected. So hats off to our boots on the ground out here at the agencies. So that was the true intent of the legislation. Ms. Toddy, are you back on? Okay, Speaker, that's going to be my response.
Okay, thank you. Madam, I think there was a question directed at me as well. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for being on the line. I just want to first of all state on the record that to the question about if there was any delegates receiving any hazard or special duty pay, there is not one. I do not believe there's not one elected official who has received hazard pay or special duty pay. That includes all the delegates, all chapter officials as well. To his fourth, as an elected official, you're not eligible for for that pay. So I guarantee that there has been no delegate that has received special duty pay or hazard pay over the last 3 years since this pandemic has started. To that question, the second question is for the legislative branch, because this was a concern to some delegates about who might have got hazard pay or special duty pay when that legislation first came to fruition on the CARES funds. There was a concern about who might have got that under the legislative branch. So in working together with Department of Personnel Management and Ms. Dana Barbaroff as Chief Legislative Counsel, there was a way that we figured out that delegates could look at a document that had to sign a form, and it's still available to this day for all legislative political appointees and